Welcome to Book 2, brought to you by Ember and Echo Audiobooks. A journey of passion, desire, and secrets awaits. Be sure to like and subscribe so you can continue the adventure with us.
Prologue. Melina. The world darkens and I sigh with relief. I've never felt safer. Never felt more alive and more awake than I do right now. At this very moment, I'm no longer a bystander, watching as others live the life they were destined to lead. I have arrived. This is my place. This is where I belong. Despite my early reservations, the trust was there from the beginning, and so was the doubt. A lot has changed since the very first time we played, and a lot has stayed the same. We complete another, each of us holding the piece that makes the other person whole. Most of the pieces match the jagged edges left on our broken souls as they were shattered, sometimes in one brute impact, and sometimes in a steady and agonizing ascent while life wore us down, me especially. I took hit after hit, never knowing where I belonged, while life kept throwing obstacles at me. But that only increased my desire to find what had been missing all along. Maybe I'm stupid for thinking he may be it, that he may be the one to save me, to finally give my life meaning. But I so desperately want him to be. I know dismissing all the pieces that don't fit is not the smartest thing to do. It's easy to look away and hold on to the brilliant light of perfection that blinds me every time I see him, every time he touches me, every time a rapture of bliss overtakes my frail body, always under his command. But for now, it's all good. And I want to believe it will be good for a while longer. Maybe forever. Forever. Such a heavy word, holding so much promise and so much despair alike. His hands guide me, trailing along my shoulders, down my arms, along the side of my body, until he stops at my hips, his palms closing around the curves of my hip bones before he gently pushes me back. The back of my knees meets the edge of the bed, and my legs give in automatically. I sink down in an almost robotic motion, my back straightened while my shoulders are relaxed. His hands leave me, and for a few seconds I'm left to myself, hidden in dark silence. I can't see or hear him, but I can sense his proximity. I feel the warmth of his body shifting from one side to the other, and my face follows his motions on instinct despite my inability to see him. I'm not bound, but still at his mercy, naked and exposed. I willingly gave up 2 of my senses, surrendering my will to him, because I trust him to take the lead. We both appreciate the darkness just as much as the calm. Our fondness for the absence of sound and light is what ties us together. It's what makes us special. But it is also the biggest danger lingering between us.
Chapter 1. Rowan. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing here. With slow but deliberate steps, I walk through the curtain that frames the entrance. Thick velvet graces my shoulder as I enter the main guest room and am greeted with dim light and soft jazz music running in the background. The modern decor of damask wallpaper meets the antique tin ceiling, and accents of heavy velvet curtains frame the archways that lead to other areas of the club. Dwight wasn't lying when he said this club was all about class, kink, and exclusivity. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for his personal referral. He insisted I come here, to let off some steam, he said, adding an awkward wink. I never cared much for the guy, but he has been one of my father's closest business associates for a very long time, and given the situation I find myself in right now, I can't afford to let my feelings toward him get in the way. My eyes roam the interior, perusing the furniture and the decor, before my attention trails to the main attraction, the girls. Dressed in black and white, they move throughout the giant room with rarely seen elegance. Each one of them oozes sex and pleasure, but some do so in a much more obtrusive way than others. The black lingerie of the sinful devils leaves little to the imagination, inviting a man's touch and holding the promise to fulfill all his desires. The girls wearing all white, however, hold no such promise. Flirtatious conversation is all they will provide. But none of them manage to hold my attention for longer than a few moments. Their beauty is fleeting, and the allure too ominous to capture me. I can't get close to them. Hell, I shouldn't even be here. There's no point, really. What the fuck am I doing here? The steady murmur mixing with the soothing background music drowns out my sigh. The club is crowded, but the atmosphere is just as relaxed and calm as I was promised. In fact, the level of noise is just right to accommodate, just right not to lose my broken mind, just the right amount to handle because it doesn't challenge my fucked up self. Still, I need a drink. Natural inclination makes me sway toward the bar to my left, and when I start walking toward it, my legs appear to move on their own account, not waiting for my head to question the decision. I dock onto the bar with an almost violent bump, my hands landing on the bar top as if I was holding on to a lifeline. I guess, in a way, I am. If anyone is watching me right now, they'll probably think I am already drunk, which couldn't be further from the truth. It's been days since my last drink, and I'll adamantly point that out to anyone who questions me about it. My self-absorbed mind comes to a rest when I'm approached by the figure working behind the bar. Call it prejudice, but I expect to be greeted and served by a young man, a bartender in a vest and bow tie who discreetly nods when I voice my request, then prepares my drink with skilled and elegant moves. I did not expect her. The delicate hands resting on the edge of the bar top belong to a girl as she leans forward to take my order. She barely looks old enough to indulge in a cocktail herself, tilting her head back as she fixates me with doe eyes, just a shade lighter than the thick brown locks that frame her face. Her mane is pulled up into a ponytail, leaving a few curly strands dangling playfully on each side as she cocks her head. "What can I get for you, sir?" Her voice is deeper and more solid than I would have expected based on her youthful appearance. She's on the short side and slim, almost too skinny for my personal taste. Her petite frame doesn't help me to judge her age. She looks like a girl but sounds like a woman, the volume of her voice just high enough for me to detect her words. It's remarkable how much your focus shifts to such mundane details once your body threatens to fail you on something as basic as the ability to listen to a person speak. "A gin and tonic," I order, involuntarily sinking into one of the nearby high chairs. It was never my plan to linger at the bar, but it doesn't seem like such a bad idea now. She purses her lips, giving me the impression that my order displeases her, but then she turns around and steps away, her hands moving swiftly as she fills a glass with ice cubes. I watch, mesmerized, as she performs her magic. As young as she may look, she's definitely not doing this for the first time. The way she moves behind the bar and the way she handles the heavy bottles filled with costly liquids, not even measuring the liquor as she pours my drink, none of this makes her look like a beginner. She notices me watching her. I can tell by the way her eyes flicker to the side, catching my gaze for a split second before her focus returns to the job at hand. "Gin and tonic," she announces as she places a black coaster on the bar top before setting the heavy glass down. "Enjoy." "Impressive," I comment, pausing to catch her gaze before I add, "Thank you." She regards me with a quick nod, accompanied by a coy smile. "Impressive how?" she inquires, With all due respect, sir, it is a pretty basic recipe. I huff, shaking my head. Yes, but you displayed an admirable level of proficiency while preparing it. Her face lights up for a moment before the beam is overshadowed by insecurity. She is a beauty, but in a very different way compared to the other girls present in this club tonight. She's not dolled up the way they are. She's dressed like a bartender with a black vest over a tight-fitting white blouse and even a miniature bow tie at her throat. It's endearing, to say the least. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have the skills, she says, sounding slightly offended. She creases her eyebrows a little as she fixates her gaze on me, crossing her arms in front of her chest to enhance the stance. I raise my hand in a defensive manner, trying not to show how endearing I find her cute little display of defiance. No offense, I say, throwing her an apologetic smile. I'll be honest with you, though. I've never seen a female bartender, especially one at such a tender age. Tender age, she repeats, arching her eyebrows. How old do you think I am? With the way she carries herself right now, she gives off the vibe of a goddamn teenager, but I'm not crazy enough to tell her that. You should take it as a compliment, I say. You look young. Isn't that what women strive for? She huffs, scanning the bar as if to check for additional customers, before returning her attention to me. The way she looks at me now holds a hint of conspiracy. Not when they really are young, she says, lowering her voice almost to a level that makes it hard for me to understand. Don't worry, I am old enough to pour you a drink, but also young enough to feel the pressure of having to prove myself. She pauses, biting her lip before she adds, especially to men like you. Men like me, huh? I repeat. I narrow my eyes, relishing the way she looks at me now. Defiant and sassy, but laced with caution. And what kind of man am I want to know. Jutting my chin forward, I challenge her to give me a witty reply. She doesn't take long to come up with something to throw back at me. Men who order gin and tonic in a place where most opt for a good single malt, she says. Men who don't even ask for our gin selection when ordering, but just accept whatever I place in front of them. She surprises me, and I'm afraid it shows on my face. Did she really just say that? She laughs when she's met with the dumbfounded expression on my face. I'm sorry, she blurts out. I didn't want to be rude, but you were rude. I cut her off. And this is a place where girls get a good spanking for being rude. She shakes her head. Not me. I'm just the bartender. My eyes follow her gaze as it trails across the bar, browsing the guest room. If your hands ache to spank someone, you'll have to pick one of the ones dressed in black, she says, her voice lacking emotion. The devil girls. She turns back to me, cocking her head to the side with her chin forward, as if she's challenging me to do it, as if she wants me to leave the bar and mingle with the crowd of willing call girls who'll give themselves to me in a way she won't. Well, that's not how it works for me. Not anymore. No thanks. I'm good, I say, holding her down with my gaze. She reciprocates my stare, but her eyelids twitch when I take a generous sip from my drink. But tell me, what's so wrong with a good old gin and tonic? The glass lands back on the coaster with a heavy clunk, adding urgency to my question and causing her to flinch as she feels pressured to reply. She takes a deep breath before she places her elbows on the bar and leans closer to me. I'm not good with words, she says, but I can show you.
Chapter 2. Melina. His black eyes are glued to me the entire time, never scurrying to the side for even a second as he observes me working behind the bar. I have to admit it's intimidating. The man himself is intimidating. I noticed him the moment he stepped through the entrance, not only because of his outstanding looks, but also by the way he carried himself and the way he leisurely scanned the room. He's tall and athletic, but on the slim side, not sporting the same bulky strength I've seen on the doorman, whose thick muscles stretch his suit jacket. This man displays a different kind of power, one defined by agility, just as much as it is defined by pure strength. He's wearing a dark suit, just like all the other men in here, but otherwise, his style appears less polished and rougher around the edges. His hair is almost as dark as his eyes, short, but still long enough to be ruffled. Coated with a dark stubble, his strong jawline contours his handsome face, adding wisdom to his otherwise boyish features. Even the beard can't hide the soft and young-looking face beneath. He's not much older than I am, despite his remark on my tender age. There's nothing inherently wrong with a regular gin and tonic, I say, turning my back to him as I go through the rows of liquor bottles behind the bar. But it could have so much more to it if you knew what you were doing. I hear him chuckle behind my back, adding a scoff as I turn around with a bottle of gin in each hand. This one, Aviation, has notes of lavender, sarsaparilla, and a hint of orange peel. A lot of character, but it blends well in cocktails. I lecture, holding up the bottle in my right, before shifting my focus to the one in my left. You may be familiar with this one, a Bombay Sapphire, but this is the special Laverstoke Mill Limited Edition, a decanter gin. Not as much character as the Aviation, but still a distinct taste in its own way. I've never been much of a connoisseur, he adds for consideration. You may be wasting your time with me. I wink at him. Maybe we should do a blind tasting. I could put a blindfold on you and... Not gonna happen. He cuts me off, lifting his hand to stop me. Between the two of us, I will never be the one to wear a blindfold. My cheeks are burning with heat, and I'm unsure what to do with the flurry in my chest caused by his words. He keeps making these insinuations, but does he really mean it? The idea shouldn't sit well with me. It definitely shouldn't make my heart jump in an excited hiccup, and it most definitely shouldn't make my core tingle the way it does now. I make sure all the other guests are taken care of before I focus on him. I'm not by myself tonight, but my colleague Alex shouldn't have to take care of every other customer by himself just because I'm too wrapped up in this man. I glance over at Alex, assuring myself that he doesn't need my help. He's chatting with middle-aged men at the other end of the bar who are sitting in the company of one of the angel girls in white. They are the only other two people at the bar right now, something I rarely witnessed at my previous workplace. However, this establishment couldn't be any more different to that shady old bar. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. I've met with his curious black eyes as I return to my previous position, placing both bottles of gin on the bar top right in front of him. Pick one, I tell him. As I said, Aviation has a lot going on, in regard to taste, while the blue sapphire note's a little more generic, in terms of gin taste. I'd say they're equals in pure quality, it just depends on what you prefer. He picks up one of the bottles, the blue sapphire limited edition, turning it before his eyes study the label before he sets it back down, and repeats the same with the Aviation. I have no idea what I'm looking at here, he admits, lifting his gaze up to mine. Which one am I having right now? Neither, I said. I made yours with some regular Hendrix, since you didn't ask for anything in particular. And it tastes fine, he insists, raising his glass. I shake my head. Of course it's fine. We only have high-end liquors here. All I'm saying is it could be so much better. He twirls his hand in an encouraging gesture. Show me then. I regard him with a cautious look, raising an eyebrow to inquire whether he's serious. There's nothing I love more about my job than being allowed to run wild, to follow my creative instinct when it comes to mixing drinks, and combine ingredients that most people would never team up by adding spices that scream adventure. My passion for this art started long before I was old enough to work with alcohol legally. To me, creating drinks that curl with risky and exciting taste is what cooking an elaborate meal, drawing a detailed portrait, or making music is to others. There's something I came up with recently. I'd like to show you, but it's kind of out there, I say to him, catching his dark eyes as he cocks his head to the side. A smile tugs at the corners of his mouth when he nods. I'm curious. My hands are shaking when I reach for the bottles of gin, leaving one of them on the bar top with me and putting the other back on the shelf behind the bar. He doesn't say a word as I work. What I'm mixing for him is still a gin and tonic, but with a special twist. He doesn't show any sign of reaction when I pick up the bottle of elderflower tonic, adding it to the ice, and aviation gin until the glass is almost entirely full. But when I reach down to the cooler and produce a small apple, his eyebrows rise in surprise. I cast him a coy smile before I pick up the knife and start slicing the apple. I only need small pieces, just a small portion of the sweet fruit cut into very thin slices, that I divide into even smaller parts. Unlike what he may have expected, I don't use them as decoration. I add the slices to the drink, stirring it with a long metal spoon before I hand it over to him. Elderflower and apple, I comment. Sounds strange, but goes so well with the subtle fruity taste of aviation. Trust me. The expression on his face changes from sheer surprise to appreciation, causing me to step closer. Leaning against the counter as my heart beats heavily, I jitter as I await his reaction. I haven't shared this creation with many people, and I don't like how much I fear that he might not like it. Because it means he wouldn't like you either. I try to shake off these infantile ideas, but as much as I try not to care, it doesn't work. He takes a careful sip, seemingly unfazed by my expectant eyes on him. I can't read his face as he drinks. His handsome face doesn't display any kind of expression, nothing but observant focus while he lets the drink rest on his taste buds before swallowing it. Good, he concludes, and my heart sinks. Good, I repeat. Is that all? He looks at me, creasing his eyebrows in a faint display of annoyance. I don't know what else to tell you. It's interesting. Nice, he says, listing a bunch of descriptive adjectives that I don't care for. But to be honest, I can't taste a difference in the gin. It's all covered by the elderflower and the apple, which is nice, but it complements the gin, I interrupt him. It doesn't cover it. Trust me, it would taste completely different if I had mixed it with the blue sapphire. He looks at me, wearing an enamored smile on his face that makes me blush. You're cute, he says, adding to my embarrassment. I've never seen a girl this passionate about gin. I don't know what to say to that, and just respond with a blank stare. Though I'm sure my cheeks are blushing a bright pink. Of course, he finds a way to worsen my predicament. My breath catches when he leans in closer, supporting himself on his elbows as he moves his face so close to mine that I can feel his hot breath on my skin. I wonder if that passion transpires to other areas of indulgence, too, he says, his voice barely more than a deep whisper. The sort of indulgence you'd find upstairs in the velvet rooms. Chapter 3. Melina. The playrooms, I utter, sounding just as overrun as I feel. He must know the rules. If sex is what he came here for, he should turn to the escorts, the pretty girls in black lace who wander around the room. In fact, I'm the last person he should ask about this. I'm not even an angel. A flirty companion who will keep him company down here, even though I sure act like one. I'm just the bartender, serving drinks, conducting small talk. Do I have to remind him of the rules? Do I have to remind myself? You must know a little something about them, he says, narrowing his eyes on me. More than I do, for sure. Yes, but I stutter, my eyes traveling aimlessly as if I was searching for someone to take this one for me. You know that... You know I can't. He raises a hand in a calming manner, chuckling at my nervous stuttering. I know you can't accompany me upstairs, he says. Just tell me about it. Entice me. I inhale sharply, about to come up with a good response, when we're interrupted by a girl dressed in black. One of the devils who could actually show him the rooms upstairs and not just talk about it. Her enhanced cleavage sits just below her chin, and the black lace adorning her body shows more than it hides. She comes to a halt right next to him, so close that their shoulders rub against each other as she leans against the bar. Placing her hands on the edge of the bar, she smiles at him first before she turns to me. Her name is Sandy, and she's one of the nicer girls around here. When I started working behind this bar about 2 weeks ago, I was introduced to the entire staff, one by one. Every angel and every devil who worked here, every waitress, everyone who was involved in the daily operations of the Velvet Rooms. Sandy is one of the few people who ever bothered to start a conversation with me. Most of the girls who work here, especially those who dress as black devils, prefer to keep among themselves, only casting jealous side-eye glances to everyone else. The competition is strong around here, and I can see why they are reluctant to form friendships with other devils and angels. But I don't really understand why that jealousy would include me. Melina, hi, Sandy pipes. 2 glasses of champagne, please. I nod, reciprocating her smile. Coming right up. I can't help myself from watching them from the corner of my eye, even though I should focus on removing the cork of a new bottle of sparkling gold. Sandy ordered 2 glasses, meaning she's already entertaining a guest. Still, I worry that she may take him away from me. It shouldn't worry me. I shouldn't care. He didn't come here to hang out at the bar all night. He will leave with one of the girls eventually. If it's not her, it will be with another devil or angel, anybody who can give him a better value of entertainment. You're curious about the rooms upstairs? Sandy's asking him, but I still turn around, if only for a moment, because I'm forced to pay attention to the impending cork explosion. Yes, I am, he replies, but Melina here appears to be a little shy about it. He says my name in such a nonchalant way as if he's known me for a long time. My eyes fly back to him, catching his sinister gaze for a split second before the cork pops in my hand, forcing me to pay attention to the hissing bottle in my hand. She's just polite, Sandy says as I pour her drink, and not as naughty as us devils. Right, Melina? I throw her a quick smile as I turn around and place the 2 glasses in front of her. Here you go. The look on Sandy's face changes when my eyes meet hers. I don't know what she's reading on my face, but it causes her to put distance between herself and the handsome stranger who's sipping on my elderflower gin and tonic. Thank you, she says in a low voice, her eyes darting back and forth between the guy and me. You know, she adds, her voice even lower now than it was before. If you're curious, I'm sure we could work something out. She's not talking to him, but to me. My eyes widen at her suggestion, and I'm sure the blush on my cheeks must be visible from across the room. He, on the other hand, doesn't react to her words at all. He doesn't even look at her, but reaches for his drink, acting as if Sandy wasn't even around. She winks at me before she lifts the champagne glasses and turns around. Stalking away on her heels, she sways her body seductively in its sinful outfit. Did she just imply that I could go up to the rooms with him? That I could become one of the devils? But I'm not a call girl. While I don't judge her for this job, I know I could never do what she's doing. I could never sleep with someone who's paying me to do so. However, technically that's not what this would be. It's not like he would pay me to, "Are you okay?" His question rips me away from my dumbfounded musings. I look at him, trying to shake off whatever silly idea Sandy just put in my head. "What did she say to you?" he probes. "You look shaken." I tilt my head to the side, casting him a quizzical look. Didn't you hear her? I wonder, downright surprised at his question. How did he not hear her? She was standing right next to him, and even though she was whispering and directing her question at me, there was no way he didn't hear her. He smiles at me, shaking his head. "I must have missed whatever she said to you that was so distressing." I let out a helpless laugh, still unsure whether he's playing with me or not. It's silly. She just made a joke. He leans in closer, looking intrigued. "Tell me." The way he looks at me doesn't allow my refusal as much as I'd like to avoid it. She suggested we should, I stutter, feeling like an idiot. "The room's upstairs." "She suggested you should go up there with me." He helps me out, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. I nod, biting my lip. He fixates me with a foreboding smile that's as wicked as it is friendly. "Is that something you'd be interested in?" he asks.
Chapter 4. Rowan. I wish I could capture her face in a photo. She's an exquisite beauty, so pure and young, but her intellect shines through every fiber of her being. Her hazel eyes are wide awake, flickering with creative passion and speaking of a highly alert mind. Smart women have always been my biggest weakness. Smart women with a strong mind and a submissive trait hidden deep inside. Their submission feels like a gift, something that must be earned and that they present to you with dignity. Nothing makes me feel stronger than the honor that comes with that. Of course, all of that is just conjecture in her case. She may not find joy in submission. She may not even be a kinky girl in any way. But if that were true, why would she work here? She could be pouring drinks for strangers at many other bars across the city who don't make insinuations. Bars where the atmosphere doesn't drip with kinky pleasure and sin, where no girls wander around in alluring lingerie, and where no one is having sex on the floor right above. Her cheeks flush as I confront her with the possibility of us going up there. I know it's a mistake. No, it's a fucking mistake on so many levels. But I can't help myself. Something about her won't let me get away. And the fact she's been giving me this much attention makes me believe she feels the same way about me. A magnetic attraction that neither of us can ignore. An attraction that neither of us wants to ignore. You know I can't. That's not what I'm asking, I interrupt her, as she tries to give me a response, finally. I'm not asking what you can or cannot do. I'm asking what you want to do. She bites her lip, a move that I have seen all too often from her. Instead of answering my question, she does something that surprises me. She reaches below the bar top, produces a little shot glass, and then quickly fills it with a healthy portion of bourbon. I watch with astonishment as she knocks the shot back instantly, a sharp hiss escaping her lips as the liquor burns her throat. It's the opposite of ladylike. Nothing about her downing a quick shot of bourbon is elegant or pretty. The move came out of nowhere, leaving me utterly surprised. Surprised and endeared. She smiles at me, loose locks of hair bobbing at her cheeks when she tilts her head to the side. She's saying something, but my fucked-up ears betray me again, so her words remain a mystery. I beckon her to repeat what she just said with a twirl of my hand, subtly turning my left ear to her as I lean in closer. Say that again. She furrows her eyebrows, making no attempt to hide her wonder at my lack of understanding. I fucking hate it, but I can't blame her for it. It's the same, always the same. She looks at me with that same expression of curiosity and pity that I've seen on so many faces before. That moment when they realize something is wrong with me, something is broken, that I'm not a complete man, not in possession of the full strength that comes with such a privilege. My hearing isn't all that good, I say, preempting any questions she might have. I lost most of it, especially on my right side. Most people, upon hearing this sad little fact about me, react the same way they do to news of loss and grief. Their heads tilt to the side, compassion and sympathy painting a somber expression on their faces. Then they give me their condolences. That's how it usually goes. This girl, Melina, doesn't seem to be familiar with this natural reaction. All she does is nod. "Okay," she says, increasing the volume of her voice and leaning in closer. "I'll use this as an excuse to get closer to you, if you don't mind." She ends her words with a teasing wink, supporting herself on her elbows as she leans in close to me, and her face almost touches mine when she positions herself on my left side. She's trying to act cool, but I can feel how tense she is, especially this close to me. Her entire posture is strained and alert, as if she is ready to jump away at any moment. "Want to tell me how it happened?" she asks. "Or is that one of the topics you don't like to discuss with random bartenders?" She's speaking so clearly, so close to my better ear, that I can even notice the trembling in her voice, despite her obvious attempts to hide it. "The Army," I say, cutting it short. "Bomb explosion at one of my deployments." Her eyes widen. "Oh, shit." "Damn straight," I agree, chuckling coldly. "It's pretty shit, but it could have been so much worse. Trust me, I was fucking lucky." Lucky doesn't even begin to describe it. I was dumb, first and foremost. Dumb and irresponsible because I let my temper get the better of me. Despite years of therapy trying to persuade me otherwise, I'm still convinced that my actions killed a man. But how would that therapist know? She wasn't there. She doesn't know what happened in Ramadi back then. No one knows because I've never told anybody. I don't know if it's shame, guilt, or just the plain and simple desire to forget about everything that happened back there, but I've never shared the details of those events with anyone. And I never will. The girl hurls me back to the present by placing her hand on mine, another move that surprises me. "You don't have to tell me," she says, as if it was her choice to make. "I wasn't going to," I let her know. "You know enough. For now." A faint smile graces her pretty face when she shakes her head. "No, really. There's one thing I'd like to know." "What's that?" "Your name," she says. "You know mine, and I think it's only fair if I know yours, too." "Rowan," I respond without hesitation. "My name is Rowan." I didn't share a big secret with her by answering that question, but the smile in her face turns grateful nonetheless. "Nice to meet you, Rowan," she says. I don't reply to her formal words, but just nod before I take another sip of the exotic drink she made for me. It's growing on me, just like she is. The taste was so foreign and unexpected at first, overwhelming me with its uniqueness and not leaving any room for judgment. But with every sip, I begin to understand what she's been trying to tell me. There's something about it, something about the way these unusual ingredients play together, forming a rare but functioning team that tickles the palate in a new way. "Told you," she says, jutting her chin toward the drink in my hand. "It's good, isn't it?" "I have to admit you know what you're doing," I tell her. "How long have you been working here?" "You mean here at the Velvet Rooms?" she asks, waiting for my nod before she adds. "About 2 weeks. But I have more work experience than that." "Where did you work before coming here?" She clears her throat, looking uncomfortable. "A rougher place downtown," she mumbles without looking at me. "Captain Seaweed's. You probably don't know it. It's very different to this place." "No sin over there?" I probe. "No angels and devils in lingerie? No kinky happenings on the second level?" She huffs. "No, none of that. More like drunken brutes and loud music." "I don't care for either of that." Her eyes beam with the delight of being understood. "Neither do I," she says. "That's why I came to work here. The gentleman clientele, the calm and classy atmosphere, it feels safer. The kinkiness, I add, winking at her. Admit it, you came here for that, too. A giggle escapes her, and she immediately lifts her hand up to her face in an attempt to hide her embarrassment at her girlish response. No, I didn't, she protests. But it doesn't bother me either. People are nice here. People are nice here, I repeat solemnly. I'll drink to that. I raise my glass to her, relishing the cute smile that spreads across her pretty face. I know that another suggestion from my side will only lead to protest from her, so I hold it back, saving it for later. The night is still young, after all.
Chapter 5. Melina. He stays at the bar all night. Even when I have to walk away to serve other customers, he doesn't get up from his seat to mingle with the enticing girls out in the guest room. He just watches me, studying every single move as I prepare drinks, clean up behind the counter, and exchange quick small talk with other patrons. The night gets busier, and eventually I hardly find the time to come back to him and continue our flirty chit-chat, even though I wish I could. Yet he stays. I don't get it. I don't get him. Why does he stick around? What's his endgame? Does he really think I can just end my shift and go upstairs to do I don't even know what? I have done similar things in the past. Jumping into bed with a stranger I just met, but that was different. It was never when I was working. I was usually plastered, and I always regretted it afterward. But he's so different. He's not a rough, drunk boy desperate to get laid. The maturity and composure he exudes are the exact opposites of those horny animals I used to give in to. However, by the way he's acting toward me, I can't even be sure he really wants to fuck me. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe this is his game. A game of make-believe, just to see if he could have me without ever going through with it. I should be careful. But as more time passes, it gets harder to keep my guard up. Still, I need to think this through. Even if that opportunity presented itself tonight, I shouldn't just go for it without thinking about it twice. I haven't done anything rash in months. Not since that night. The night that changed everything. The night when one of my worst nightmares came true. I shake my head to cast the dark memory aside. My therapist used to tell me to yell at the beast. It'll come back to you, but you'll be stronger every time it does. It will never win. It will never win. Almost time for the performance, isn't it? I jerk in surprise at the sound of his deep voice coming from my right, putting an instant stop to my pondering. A quick glance at my watch tells me that he's right. It's almost time for the midnight stage performance. The variety of performances display different power dynamics and erotic and kinky scenes, but it never leads to actual sex, at least not in the limelight. The main area of the club usually empties quickly after the performance, as people head up to the second floor to play out their own scenes in a more private setting. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious. Some of the scenes did more to me than just make my cheeks blush. Some left me so rattled and aroused that I found it hard to focus on my shift. More than once I wish I'd been here in a different position, not as an angel or a devil, but maybe with one of these men as their date. But where would I even find a date like that? My eyes trail over to Rowan, the first man who has presented an obvious opportunity. He looks at me, anticipation written across his face as he awaits my response. I get closer to him, knowing that he wouldn't hear me from where I was standing before. "Don't you want to get closer to the stage to watch?" I ask him. He cocks his head to the side, smiling gracefully when he replies, "I can see fine from here." The question is written all across my face, but I see the need to phrase it nonetheless. Why are you still here? Why not mingle? Get a girl, have some fun. The expression on his face changes, turning from playful and flirty to somber and pensive. Did I say something wrong? Does he think I'm trying to get rid of him? Do you want me to leave? He asks, proving my later suspicion. No, not at all, I hurried to reply. It's just that... Please don't repeat those goddamn rules again, Melina. He interrupts me, rolling his eyes. I'm having fun, and I'm exactly where I want to be. He pauses, locking me into place with his dark eyes before he adds, and with exactly the right girl. I shake my head. Why would you say that? Because it's true, he simply states. Why would I lie to you? For a better tip? Oh, wait. Wrong way around. I regard him with a playful pout, but before I can say anything, he reaches out and places his hand over mine on the bar top. Stay close. Let's watch the show together, he suggests. I would enjoy that. My breath hitches. I have to serve. But he just shakes his head. Not during the show, I'm sure. Everybody will be occupied. He's right about that, making me wonder if he's been here before. The performances on stage aren't very long, barely lasting 20 minutes, but they're intense and draw everyone's attention. I've never had to prepare a drink during any of them. Okay, I say, a smile trembling across my lips. My acquiescence prompts a sinister wink from him and a come-hither look that makes my insides coil with befuddled joy. It's hard to read his black eyes, the obsidian shadow hiding his secrets in inscrutable depths. The world darkens around us before a single spotlight draws our attention to the stage. His hand is still on mine, squeezing gently as a young woman steps on the stage. She's wearing nothing but a tiny black string that hardly covers her lips, adorning her hips with multiple strings of dark lace, and a matching bralette that leaves her nipples on display. She looks timid and strong at the same time, standing tall as she takes her position in the spotlight. All eyes are on her, but she pays no attention to the audience. Gazing straight ahead, her expression is aware and tense as a man follows behind her. He's significantly older than she is, but handsome and in good shape. He's dressed entirely in black as well, but has much less skin showing than she does. His black shirt is buttoned all the way up, the sleeves rolled up as if he's about to get into some heavy work, and he's wearing the same black suit pants that most men in here wear. The room is dead silent. The music turned off, and all muttering has died down. And all eyes are on them. He walks up behind her, then leans forward and whispers something close to her ear. The girl's facial expression doesn't change, giving us no clue as to what he might have said to her, but she responds to him with a silent nod. Then she closes her eyes. He produces a dark blindfold from his pants pocket and puts it on while barely touching her. She continues to stand tall, letting it happen without showing any reaction. The silence in the room has never been this loud, provoking such a tense atmosphere as the couple on stage conduct their scene for us. He shields her from the world, adding earplugs to the blindfold to render her blind and deaf. Touch remains her only means of communication, and it's obvious she craves it as soon as he hides the world from her. He circles around her in small and deliberate steps, keeping his eyes on her always. He walks close enough so she can sense his presence without him touching her. I'm mesmerized by their play, too focused on the spectacle on stage to notice that Rowan's gaze has long ago shifted. But his eyes are on me with such weight that it eventually besieges my tantalized ignorance, causing me to pull my attention away from the erotic performance on stage and meet the black of his eyes. We remain like this for a moment with our eyes locked in a wordless communication. Testing, asking, wondering. I don't move away when he pulls me closer. Chapter 6. Melina. Our lips meet before I know what's happening. One moment I was staring at the captivating scene on stage, my heart beat with lust and anticipation, wishing it was me, wishing I was the one shielded from the world and ready to let nothing but pleasure wash over me. And then it happened. I felt his eyes on me, and when I turned to answer his silent call, he pulled me to claim something I was so ready to give but too shy to offer. A kiss. He's kissing me. And a moment later, I'm kissing him, too. We melt into each other even though we are still separated by the bar. A wall of protection that I usually cherish, but would love to tear down at this very moment. His lips are hot and laced with the taste of elderflower, yielded by the exotic drink I made for him. He took a leap of faith by pulling me in like this, having to hope my desire would overcome my professionalism that might stop him, and I'm grateful for that. Our tongues meet, shyly at first, still testing and asking for permission, while our lips remain locked onto each other. I can't suppress a soft sigh when his claim on me becomes stronger, and our kiss grows in intensity. Soon, it won't be enough for either of us, and we will have to make a choice. Break it off, or climb over the goddamn bar to get a proper taste of each other. The decision is for me to make. He's reluctant to let me go when I withdraw from his kiss, his hold on my hand tightening for a split second. His black eyes fill with questions as I move away, try to calm my breathing. I'm panting, fueled by an exciting promise. But how will this turn out? How could this possibly happen? Again, we stare at each other, our hands still touching even as our kiss has ended. I don't know how much time passes, maybe seconds, maybe minutes, but at some point I find it within myself to tear my eyes away from him and his penetrating look. I search the room, trying to gather whether anyone saw us. I know the madam wouldn't like this. Miss Barry runs the club based on strict rules, and she hates for anyone to break them. It doesn't matter if it's by a client or a member of the staff, and in this case, it would be both. The spectacle on stage continues to hold everybody's attention despite the lack of noise or apparent action that usually draws people in. The girl is standing stock still while the man's hands travel across her body. He's touching her in various places, sometimes giving her nothing but the promise of a caress. The girl is breathing heavily, just as I am. Over here, hidden in my dark corner, with Rowan's hand still clasped around mine, we continue to watch the show. My eyes are glued to the people on stage, but still, I barely recognize what's going on. I watch him move around her. I watch her react with sighs and gasps, but otherwise remain passive, and my core clenches with desire. But I won't be able to recount anything once the show is over. The spotlight gets turned off while the warm illumination of the rest of the club is returned to its previous level. I shake my head as if just awakened from a trance and swallow hard when I'm met with his gaze. Rowan looks at me with that same demanding yet restrained expression on his face. "That was quite something," he says. And it's apparent he's not talking about the performance we just witnessed. I swallow dryly and nod. Yeah. My eyes widen in pained surprise when he removes his hand from mine and gets up from his seat. "Excuse me for a moment." He turns around and walks away from the bar without further ado, burying his hands in his pants pockets. He strides across the room in wide steps, turning his head neither left or right. He's not paying any attention to the reserved buzz around him. My heart sinks as I watch him walk away. So that was that. "Hey!" Sandy's voice startles me, and I flinch in surprise when I notice her standing right in front of me, next to the chair that Rowan just got out of. "Take this," she says, stretching her right arm across the bar and holding out her clenched fist. I knit my eyebrows with bemused anticipation as I hold my hand out to her. She opens her fist, and a key drops into my palm, only adding to my confusion. I look at her with a quizzical look. "What is this?" "The key to the back entrance," she enlightens me. "Miss Barry gave one to all of the girls because we're often the last people to leave." She casts me a wicked grin, adding a wink as if that would help me understand. "Why are you giving this to me?" She rolls her eyes dramatically. "Oh, girl, isn't that obvious?" she laments. "I saw you in Hot Guy. I saw you kissing during the show." Shock pinches through my heart like a dagger. "You saw us." Sandy giggles and waves me off. "Yes, I did, and now stop worrying. You guys are so into each other, and I know you want to go upstairs with him, don't you?" I bite my lower lip, unable to answer her question truthfully. "I knew it," she pipes, despite my lack of verbal response. "Sandy, I can't. I still have my shift to work, and Miss Barry won't know," she cuts me off. "She's leaving soon. She never stays until the end of the night because she's the only one among us who has to work during the day, too. And the bar closes in less than 2 hours. If Mr. Handsome is still around then, and I bet he will be, you guys can go upstairs without anyone ever knowing." My heart races, adding a jump every time I focus on the alluring opportunity in front of me. It's so taboo, so risky, but so exciting. Yet I can't help but worry. "Why are you doing this for me?" I want to know. My eyebrows furrow with skepticism as I'm trying to figure out Sandy's motivation behind all of this. "Because I want to," she says, shrugging. "I've seen this before. The same longing, the same restraints. I don't see why you should let it hold you back." "Because of the rule schmools," Sandy interrupts me. "Forget about those for a moment. I promise. You won't regret it." She winks at me one last time before she turns around on her heels and hurries away. Just as Rowan steps back inside the room, Sandy walks past him. She casts me a smirk back over her shoulder, adding an encouraging wave of her hand which, luckily, goes unnoticed by Rowan. My fingers close around the key in my hand, hiding the promise it holds from his eyes as Rowan returns to his seat in front of me.
Chapter 7. Rowan. Something happened while I was gone. Melina's face is tense, her eyes wide open and her lips slightly parted. I saw her talking to the same devil girl who walked up to the bar earlier, and I can't help but wonder what transpired between them. Did she just receive some bad news? Did the girl say something mean to her? She better have fucking not. "You all right?" My question comes across far more distant and indifferent than intended, but it has the desired effect. Melina's lips curve into a smile, and she lets out a cute little huff before finding it within herself to speak to me. "My friend, she just—" "The devil?" Melina nods. "Yes, her. She suggested we should—" She hesitates for whatever reason. Clearing her throat, she straightens with newfound confidence and pulls her shoulders back as she asks, "What was your plan for tonight?" I crease my eyebrows at her question. "What do you mean?" "Why did you come here?" she clarifies. "Here, to the Velvet Rooms." There should be an easy answer to her inquiry, but there isn't. I could tell her I was looking to get laid, that I wanted my cock sucked by a dolled-up and willing girl. I could tell her I wanted to enjoy a little pleasure, a drink, and a beautiful woman taking care of me. That would be the easiest and most obvious response. But it would also be a lie. I didn't come here for any of those things. I didn't come here to fuck. I didn't even plan to kiss or touch anyone. Of course, she made me forget all those intentions. I wasn't prepared to meet a girl like her, who pulls me in without even trying. I thought staying at the bar with her would be a safe call, because nothing could ever happen between us, regardless if I wanted it or not. But I can't even say that for sure anymore. Do you want an easy answer or the truth? I offer as a response. Now she's the one knitting her eyebrows together as she tries to make sense of me. The truth, she says, lacking conviction. I clear my throat, knowing I'll regret my decision, but unable to stop myself from speaking. I came here for a drink and for the company, I tell her. Innocent company. I needed to get out of the house, but I'm not fit for the regular bar scene. A work associate recommended this place to me. He also gave me the referral I needed to be welcomed into this club. It sounded good. Calm, safe, good drinks, pleasant company. That is all. I did not come here with any bad intentions. Not fit for the regular bar scene? She repeats, tilting her head to the side while a puzzled expression blossoms on her face. I nod. Yes. That's all you're getting from me for now, Melina. Her eyes flicker every time I say her name. It's just another reason for me to have it cross my lips. What do you consider bad intentions? She probes. You know what I mean, I say, waving her off. You mean you didn't come here to experience the full service? She narrows her eyes, defiantly jutting her chin forward as she awaits my reply. I guess you could say it that way. My answer seems to make her unhappy, or at least uncomfortable. She scans the bar, making sure no other customer requires her attention. I only notice now that the place is emptied since the midnight performance. I was too focused on Melina to know whether people went home or if the performance made them eager to play in the rooms upstairs. It's probably a combination of both. Would you consider me part of the service? Melina asks. She looks even younger with that layer of insecurity overshadowing her expression. You asked me earlier if I wanted to go upstairs with you. I nod, understanding what she's trying to say. I told her I didn't come to this club to fuck, yet I've made suggestive remarks at her all night. That behavior would bewilder anyone. No, I say, you're not part of that particular service. She raises an eyebrow at me. Is that why you want to play with me? I scoff as I shake my head. You asked for the truth, didn't you? She nods, her face tense with apprehension. Come here, I say, waving her closer. Melina hesitates for a moment before she complies, stepping as close to the bar top as she can and leaning in on her elbows. Her face is so close to mine that I would only have to lean in the slightest bit to steal another kiss from her. I asked you because I can tell that you're curious too, I say, lowering my voice. I asked you because I wouldn't want to go up there with anyone but the one person who's been the most enchanting company all night long. Does that not make sense to you? She tries to hide behind her brown locks as she turns away from me, a girlish smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Can you be patient? She asks, catching me by surprise as her eyes lock back onto mine. Can you wait for a little bit? My pulse reacts to her words before my mind does. She's speaking so low that I can barely hear her, but even if my ears let me down, I wouldn't need to rely on them to know what she's going to say. We're going to have a look upstairs together, I phrased the words, making it easier on the surprisingly shy bartender girl. She nods. If you can wait until everyone else has left. I sigh, deciding to keep her in suspense for just a few more moments. I don't know, I say, running my hand through my hair and grimacing as if her proposal comes with too many obstacles, too many conditions for me to adhere to. But the moment I see disappointment mixed with embarrassment on her pretty face, I can no longer play hard to get. The way her face lights up when I wink at her is so much more precious than seeing her suffer. Gladly, if you make me another one of those, I say, pointing at the empty glass in front of me. Chapter 8. Rowan. She hushes me continuously, even though we made sure we're alone. The devil girl showed up one last time, whispering something in Melina's ear while I sat at the bar as the last remaining guest of tonight. She cast me a devious wink as she scurried away, leaving us as the only remaining people in the venue. "This is weird," Melina said, as she looked around the empty guest room at the remnants of tonight. Half-emptied glasses everywhere, the dirt brought in by dress shoes and heels, the furniture shifted when it had been used for more than just sitting, and here and there even a piece of clothing is scattered across the room in various places. Melina is nervous when she leads me up the stairs, and I wonder whether she's questioning her decision. "Hey," I say, stopping her just as she's about to climb the first step by closing my hand around her wrist as I pull her back. "We don't have to do this. You know that, right?" She looks up at me through wide eyes, her lashes fluttering, and for a moment I fear she might actually back out. But there's no regret in the reflection of her eyes, no doubt or fear, just curious anticipation and a strong will that seeks a challenge. She manifests that impression by turning around to me, getting up on her tiptoes, and claiming a kiss I didn't offer. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to fight her off. Melina knows what she wants, and that's one of the sexiest things about her. Our bodies hardly touch while our lips meet with ferocious passion, driven by more hunger and desire than our first kiss. My cock twitches with need while I try to silence the alarms inside my head. Don't do it. Don't hurt her. Don't fucking play with her. And here's the thing. I'm not going to. I'm not going to do what I've done with all the others. I'm deviating from my usual routine. I'll just have to wait and see how she responds to that. "Is that clear enough?" she asks after breaking our eager kiss. I can't prevent the smile that spreads across my face as I nod. More than clear. The beam on her face is nothing more than a flicker, but it sets me on fire. She turns to climb the steps with deliberate caution, obviously trying to appear elegant before me by swinging her hips dramatically with every single step. "Here we are," she whispers, almost too low for my damaged ears. I step closer, placing my hands on her shoulders from behind. The fact she leans back into me doesn't go unnoticed. She's average height for a woman, but so much shorter than me, and I can easily look over her head. It's dark up here, darker than I expected. Dim lights line the ceiling along a wide hallway that splits into several smaller corridors. "Here we are," I repeat her words. "Do you know where to go?" She shakes her head. "Sandy told me that some of the rooms on the left have not been used tonight," she says. "We should check there first." I keep my hands on her shoulders as she starts to walk, staying close behind her because I can barely find my bearings. Soothing silence welcomes us as we enter the velvet rooms. She takes the first left, and we step into another, much smaller corridor. It's lined with velvet curtains on both sides, leading to what I presume to be the actual velvet rooms. The light in here is equally dim, but the bulbs differ from light to light. Some of them are warm white, just like the lights in the main hallway, while others are blue and some are red. The corridor is much longer than I expected it to be, and some of the curtains have been left open, revealing the kinky getaway behind. "The rooms don't have doors?" I ask. "Just the curtains?" "The red rooms and black rooms don't. They are only semi-private," Melina explains. "What about the blue rooms?" I ask, pointing at a blue light at the far end of the hallway. "They are private," she says, "and soundproof." Sounds good. I place my hand on the small of her back and gently nudge her forward. As we pass the other rooms, I catch her peeking through the open curtains. The first room we pass is empty, nothing but a barely lit room with button-tufted walls and carpet, all in black. Nothing inside tells of the things that may have transpired here tonight. The next room that allows a look inside is illuminated in red and tells a very different story. An upholstered bench in the middle of the room has cuffs attached to each corner. A large flogger rests on the leather surface, and a glass cabinet on the opposite wall displays objects I'm all too familiar with. Whips, Crops, floggers, pinwheels, and restraints are just a few of the many implements intended for pleasurable torture. A St. Andrew's cross next to the cabinet offers another way to put a slave in her place. I have used them all. I have drawn blood with some of them, and I've provoked desperate pleas with many of them. And sometimes I'd lose control when the person in front of me was most vulnerable. I don't know if these scenes have ever given me true pleasure, but I know for sure I cannot repeat them. If Melina asks me to take her to one of the red rooms, this will stop right away, no matter how much I may want her. But Melina gives the red room nothing but a quick glance as we pass it, before continuing her way to the end of the hallway. She stops right under the blue light, casting a quick smile over her shoulder, as if to check whether I was still with her. Then she reaches forward and moves the heavy curtain aside to find the doorknob hidden behind it. I hold the curtain to make it easier for her to slip through the door, which she does with one swift step a moment later. I'm greeted with complete darkness when I follow her, darkness that is so heavy and absolute that I involuntarily widen my eyes in a helpless attempt to improve my vision. A few moments later, I am able to make out more details of the room, but only because Melina flips a light switch right next to the door. The light in here is blue as well, revealing a room that I would describe as something between the other two we passed. There's a smaller glass cabinet in here, but it doesn't hold the tools meant to induce pain. There are no whips or floggers, nothing leather at all, but I see feathers and blindfolds, as well as some rope and silk cloths. The bed against the wall to the right of the door is barely big enough for 2 people. There are no pillows or blankets, just a silk-covered mattress. The bed doesn't have a headboard or an elaborate frame, but small hooks on each of the 4 corners allow a person to be tied down spread-eagle. Just like the other rooms, button-tufted velvet line the walls, and it matches the light as well. Blue. Everything around us, every fabric, every shadow, is dipped in the same soft, dark blue tone. I like that. Her breath hitches when I close in on her, aware of what I want to do with her. Do you like this room? Albeit phrased in a low tone, my question breaks the silence with unpleasant harshness. It only manifests my decision to erase sound from tonight's play. She nods, the smile on her face mysterious, if only because of the blue shadows cast on her features. It's like we're underwater, she breathes. Her description hits the nail on the head. The dim blue light, the muffled sounds, the soft carpet beneath us, the way our voices seem misplaced. It really is as if we're moving in a dark aquarium. Her expectant eyes are on me, waiting while she stands motionless, her hands resting at either side of her body. Her stance is alert but not tense. She doesn't look scared, but she doesn't look quite relaxed either. She doesn't move away when I lean down to her, placing my finger below her chin as I tilt her face up to mine. Do you trust me, Melina? Her eyelashes flutter at my questions and her lips part, releasing a faint sigh before she finds the words to reply. Yes, I do. I nod. Good. You need to trust me for what we're about to do. I promise you, I won't break it. My stomach turns at my words. Fuck. Please don't let this turn into a lie. Please don't make me ruin this. Please don't let me become that man again. I'm not here to repeat old mistakes, but Melina has no fucking idea how big a risk she's taking by being here with me. I hope she won't regret it.
Chapter 9. Melina. I want to kiss him, but I don't want to initiate it. I don't want to come across needy and too eager. Then again, men like that, don't they? What do men like? What is he like? I don't know, but I'm sure I will find out tonight. Do you trust me? He asks. The question holds a threat, something that should worry me. It's just a hint, just a whisper beneath the loud voices of desire, but it's definitely there. Be careful with him. Don't make any rash decisions. I nod anyway. Yes, I do. It's a lie. I don't trust him. How can I trust a stranger I barely know, a man I just met a few hours ago? Trust isn't something you earn with just one interrupted conversation, one evening spent together at a bar where I couldn't even give him my complete focus for the entire time. No, I don't trust him. But I want to trust him. I want to do this. I want to be closer to him. I want to be touched. And I want to touch him. I want to be with him like this. I don't even care if it's just this one night. Another lie. He stops my inaudible train of thought by pressing his lips on mine, claiming a kiss different from the ones before. This one isn't subtle. It's not biting or careful. There's no restraint in the way his tongue intertwines with mine, tasting me as if it was the very first time. This kiss is asking for more, a yearning impossible to ignore or to deny. When his hands reach up to the bottoms of my blouse, my heart jumps with delight. He unbuttons it quickly, his hot lips never leaving mine while he peels the fabric off my body. I don't know why, but I'm too shy to reciprocate his actions. My hands hover next to his hips, pondering the idea of unbuckling his belt or traveling under his suit jacket, but I don't do either. He breaks our kiss to get rid of my blouse, together with a little fake bow in the vest until I stand before him in nothing but a bra and my skirt and pantyhose. To the bed, he orders, using as few words as possible while he gently steers me toward the silk-covered bed behind me. I walk backward, leaving my eyes on him while trying to control my erratic breathing. He's so hot, and the way he's handling me right now makes my core clench with anticipation. My legs meet the edge of the mattress, and my knees bend on instinct as I sit down. He lets go of me and takes a step back to do what I didn't have the guts to do earlier. He takes off his suit jacket and throws it on the floor without another thought before he unbuttons his shirt. Even after my eyes have adjusted to the lack of light, the blue light is so dim it barely allows me to see anything. I squint, trying to see as much as possible as he reveals his chest. Even under these poor conditions, I can tell he must be ripped as hell. I lean forward, trying to get a better view of his marvelous physique. He's on the slimmer side, but his torso appears to be nothing but muscle, exuding strength and power. His muscles flex as he reaches for his belt buckle, a black line dancing on his right upper arm, suggesting a tattoo. "Naked," he hisses, jutting his chin forward to beckon me to undress. I hurry to obey, jumping up from the bed, while my hand searches for the zipper on the skirt. My fingers are trembling, and I hate that I have to divert my eyes from him. Instead, I lower my gaze to the floor to maintain my balance while undressing. I slide my skirt and pantyhose all the way down my legs, freeing myself from the fabric as quickly as I can. Still, he's quicker. I can't suppress a gasp when I lift my head and realize he's standing before me completely naked. All of him on display for my hungry eyes. He's standing tall with his shoulders pulled back and his legs slightly apart. My eyes trail along his chest, scurrying to his arm in search of the tattoo I just saw a moment ago. The black lines encompass most of his upper arm and the side of his chest, curling over his skin like a crowd of wild snakes. With the way the lines move across his skin, it's possible that those really are snakes, but I can't say for certain, and my focus is soon drawn away. Scanning the valleys of his sculpted chest, I travel down to the chiseled V guiding me to his member. He's only partially hard, but even in this state, he looks massive in an almost frightening way. I never thought that size would matter to me, but when my curious eyes rest on his length, I instinctively lick my lips. My heart races with the desire to touch him, to run my tongue along his shaft, to taste him naked, I said. His words are barely more than a hiss snarl, but they break the silence between us almost violently. I suck in a sharp breath when he steps forward, not minding that his half-erect cock pokes against my belly as he reaches around to my back and unhooks my bra with expert skill. It falls to the floor, joining the rest of my ensemble. Instinct makes me protest when he reaches for the hem of my thong, threatening to pull it down. I reach for his hands, closing my small hands around his strong wrist to stop him, but as soon as I touch the hardness of his tense muscles, I realize I can't fight him even if I wanted to. It's only my ingrained sense of modesty that makes me resist, not my actual unwillingness. In any case, he's not having any of it. Instead of letting go, he pushes me, causing me to fall on my back on the mattress. He follows in an instant and hovers above me, supporting himself with one hand next to my face. Using his other hand, he rips the thong off my body, tearing the cheap material with ease. I should be angry with him for destroying something that was not his to destroy, but my silly body has other ideas. A rush of arousal washes over me when I'm subjected to his feral need for me. "Spread your legs," he hisses, and I obey in a hurry. I didn't expect him to be so quick, so eager to touch me in a place I really like to touch myself. My heart skips a beat when his hand finds my entrance, his palm resting on my mound and applying subtle pressure while he parts my wet lips with his fingers. "Don't lie to me," he whispers. "Don't act as if you don't want this." I know I'm wet for him. He doesn't have to prove it by fondling my throbbing center. He doesn't have to evoke lustful moans from me and make me squirm beneath him. But of course he does. It's uncanny how skillful he moves between my legs, knowing exactly where to touch me and in what way to circle my hardened nub as I coil with desire. I almost reach up for him when he stops, once again seeking his wrist but to do the opposite of what I tried before. But he evades me, moving with quick elegance as he retreats from the bed. I don't dare move, just remain panting on the bed and watching as he walks over to the glass cabinet at the other end of the room. He reaches inside and takes something out, holding it in his hand as he walks back to the bed. "Sit." Once again, his command is frugal with words, but it does the job nevertheless. I scoot over on the mattress and sit up, my legs dangling over the edge as he places himself in front of me, deliberately positioning his hardened length right in front of my face. He's even bigger now, harder, with the tip only inches away from my face. "You trust me?" he asks again. I look up at him, nodding without saying a word in response. The nod is all he needs. He doesn't tell me what he's going to do before he does it. As it turns out, he fetched a blindfold from the cabinet. I'm forced to lean forward when he puts it on, shielding me from what little sight I had left. I can't see him anymore, but I know that his cock is right there, right in front of my face. I don't know if it's wishful thinking or expectation that makes me do it, but my lips part on their own, ready to taste him. However, he has different plans. An amused chuckle is all I receive in return for my readiness, and instead of pushing himself between my lips, he moves away. Closing his hands around my upper arms, he beckons me to get to my feet. My legs are shaky when I follow his guidance, blinded and exposed, as he leads me away from the bed. Chapter 10. Melina. This reminds me of something. The scene is not unfamiliar, but it hasn't happened to me. It's something I saw happening to someone else. He guides me a few feet away from the bed, positioning me somewhere in the middle of the room. His hands leave my body, and I stand there with nothing to hold on to. My body sways in spite of my attempts to stand still, holding my stance with the same power and confidence as he did when he exposed himself in front of me. But I'm blinded, and my balance is off. I know it's not possible, but it feels as if the floor is moving, as if I was standing on a ship, rocking back and forth by the force of unruly waves beneath me. My hands are hovering at hip level, my fingers stretching in search of something to stabilize myself, something to cling to, something to touch. But really, they are searching for him. I don't know where he is, and I can neither see nor hear him. Unlike me, he seems to manage complete stillness, lingering in the room without giving any indication of his whereabouts. I, on the other hand, cannot even calm my breathing to a level that would allow me to listen for him. All I can hear is my own breath, disturbingly loud as I try to cope with the blackness surrounding me. Still. The sudden noise of his voice startles me, causing my breath to hitch as I freeze, waiting. I hold my breath as I wait for another command from him, something that would help me locate exactly where he's standing. The order came from my left, and it was just loud enough to drown my harried breathing, but not strong enough to suggest his proximity to me. Or he was just speaking in a very low volume. It could be either way. I swallow dryly, fighting to keep my heart rate at bay and calm my flustered nerves. What is he going to do to me? Why doesn't he tell me? Why don't I ask? Am I afraid to hear the answer? Am I too shy? No, that's not it. It doesn't feel right to speak, to ask questions, to show how weak it makes me to be at his mercy like this, to be susceptible to his will, held in place without being bound. His dominant presence makes it impossible for me to even consider any other option than just standing here and letting things happen to me. It's frightening, but it's not a hard thing to do, because it's exactly what I want to do. I remain still, finally managing to control myself enough to stop the heavy breathing, slowing my pulse just enough to no longer tremble with nervous excitement. I hear him move in front of me. It takes all my strength not to sway with him when I feel his warm presence move around me, the hint of his scent circling me as he walks in deliberate steps. His bare feet travel across the carpet, hardly producing any sounds for me to follow. Everything is subdued in this room. Not only the light, but also the sound. I've been told that the walls are covered with sound-absorbing material below the button-tufted exterior, not enough to drown it out completely, but enough to lower the volume of everything that's happening in it to far below what my ears are used to. He comes to a halt, his hot breath on the back of my neck telling me that he's standing behind me and leaning down to me. The warmth of his body shelters my backside, giving me much-needed support and closeness. I lean into him, seeking his touch, yearning for his embrace. But again, he doesn't follow my desire as willingly as I follow his. He withdraws, punishing me with yet another moment of nothingness. My immediate vicinity cools as he disappears, moving away from me and leaving me standing alone in the darkness once again. Please, I breathe, unsure what exactly it is I am begging for. Am I begging for him to touch me, to remove the blindfold, to let me see, to let me touch him? Of all the possible wishes, the first is probably the strongest one, and the only one he's willing to fulfill. A smile spreads across my face when he moves closer. Standing before me, he reaches out, letting his fingers dance across the skin on my arms. He's only teasing, not really touching me, but trailing along my body with the promise of a caress. My mind is running wild with possibility while my body sways, subtly following his motions, as if he was holding me on strings and guiding every sway, every subtle lean, as faint as it may be. I never thought I'd ever say this, but I think I can hear him smile. He continues to skim his hands along my body just out of reach, only here and there. The tips of his fingers actually bump against me, tickling more than just the tiny hairs on my skin. I sigh when he rests his hands right in front of my chest, only suggesting to touch my tits. My nipples are hard with anticipation, and the self-induced graze against his palms when I lean forward makes me jerk with need. He retreats as soon as I've taken this one subtle contact. My heart sinks at the prospect of being left to myself yet again, but he doesn't let me dwell on it for long. Instead, he surprises me by reaching for my right hand, not with voracious force as he did before, but with gentle affection. His strong fingers tug at my wrist to guide my hand where he wants it, around his impressive girth. I inhale a sharp breath, and he lets go of my wrist, not having to say anything to let me know what he wants me to do. My fingertips barely touch when I close my hand around him and slowly start stroking. I thought he was already fully hard when I first touched him, but as I start handling his length, he grows even harder beneath my touch. I'm filled with a sense of pride, smiling as I pleasure him to my best ability. I made this happen. He looked at me, took in my body with just his eyes, and this is what happened. Being wanted like this arouses me in a way I've never known before. Feeling his rock-hard length grow beneath my fingers only adds to that blissful agitation. I want so much more than this. I want him inside me. I want to know what it feels like for a man of his size to stretch me. Ideas run wild inside my head, wondering what it will be like and how he will take me. Will it be a brutal assault, like when he ripped my thong apart, or will it be gentle and careful like he has been these past few minutes? How much longer will he make me wait? Will he stop me if I go down on my knees to wrap my lips around him? Before I can put that assumption to the test, he takes a small step back, making me wonder how I'm supposed to deal with this. Does he want me to let go? It doesn't seem that way. He would have moved with more ferocity and a lot quicker if he was trying to pull away from my touch. I have nothing but his movements to go by. No commands have been spoken, and the expression on his face remains a mystery to my blinded eyes. All I can read him by is the way he moves, the way he guides me with his body without speaking a word. I tighten my grip around his member, certain that he would let me know some way or another if I wasn't doing what he wanted. My lips curve into a triumphant smile when he gives my decision a silent approval by leaning into my grip for a split second before he takes another step back. His cautious and patient way of signaling that he wants me to follow. Step after step, with my hands still firmly wrapped around his steeliness, I follow him back to where we came from, the silk-covered bed.
Chapter 11. Rowan. I lead her to the bed, relishing the way her dainty fingers tremble as she stretches them out like antennas. It looks as if she's feeling the air for guidance, holding on to nothingness while her blinded self tries to find its bearings. But the support isn't really needed, as she responds well to my lead, following my gestures even when she can't see them, and holding on to me until I beckon her to let go. I suppress a disappointed groan when she removes her hand from my throbbing cock, leaving it out in the open with nothing to answer the need oscillating through my entire length. I want her so fucking bad. I want to be inside her, to fuck her senseless while she explodes around my cock. But fear holds me back. Fear of losing control again. Fear of hurting her like I have hurt others. We're in the blue room for a reason. It keeps me sane. It's like we're underwater, she said. Everything is subdued in the sea. Sound, light, and even pain. The serene blue calms my nerves, and the fact that our rapid breathing is the only sound functions like a tranquilizer to soothe my raging body. She lies on the bed on her back, understanding my will without me having to speak. Her hands rest next to her slim waist, caressing the soft silk as she waits for me. Her back arches when I caress her sides. Placing my hands around her slim waist, I slide along the outline of her curves, down to her hips, where my hands take a detour to the center of her body. I barely meet her mound and the soft skin on her hot lips before I continue along the inner thighs. I don't have to apply a lot of pressure for her to understand what I expect her to do. Her legs part slowly but steadily, opening like a gate to paradise as she exposes herself in front of me. She trusts me. She really does. I cannot betray her. My cock twitches with craving at the sight of her exposed center, barely perceivable within the blue shadows. But instead of following the urges driving me close to insanity, I lower myself on the mattress before her, approaching her naked core, not with the tip of my pulsating length, but with my tongue. She jerks up when I close my lips around hers, my tongue lashing out to taste her hard clit. I'm not the only one tortured by impatient longing, but she'll be the first to find release from hers. A moan escapes her lips while I fondle her sensitive skin. She's wet for me, the sweet taste of her arousal coating my tongue as I circle it between her folds. She coils, moving rapidly and with more vigor as I bring her closer to climax. I hold her in place, my fingers digging into the flesh of her inner thighs as I push her legs down and apart. She's close, so close. I'm not letting her get away now. A suppressed yelp flies from her lips just a moment before her muscles clench beneath the tip of my tongue. Her rapture came sooner than expected, overwhelming both her and me. She whimpers as the strongest waves of pleasure recede, clenching her legs around my head. I stop her, forcing her legs to stay apart, but allowing her to calm by removing my mouth from her dripping center. I sit up, watching as she squirms under me, her head rocking from side to side as if her eyes were chasing a butterfly dancing in front of her. But the blindfold prevents her from seeing such things and instead allows her mind to come up with its own version of reality. There's so much I could do with her in this state. Ideas keep popping up, ideas to play with her without inflicting physical pain, without becoming the man I hate to be. I could tease her, bind and tickle her, titillate her mind, and make her come in so many ways. I don't know if I will get to do all those things with her one day, but I know it won't be tonight, because it's my turn now. She's panting, still enjoying the aftermath of her orgasm, while I get up from the bed and walk back to the glass cabinet to fetch a condom. I tear it open and she flinches on the bed, knowing what's about to happen. When I find my way back to her, she's still lying there, ready for me, with her legs apart and her body quivering with anticipation. I position myself between her legs, grabbing her thighs like I did before, but pushing her legs up this time as the tip of my cock parts her wet folds. Just a gentle shove and I glide in with ease, overrun with instant gratification. Fuck, she feels good. So tight and warm, her muscles clench around me as she accommodates my size. I can't help myself. Feral impulse takes over the moment I'm inside her, and I thrust until my pelvis clashes against her core, stretching her with my entire length and causing her to cry out in agony. It doesn't stop me from fucking her like I mean it, though, ramming my cock in and out of her with relentless violence. She's wet, but so freaking tight and overcharged with my hardened size, her body coiling as she tries to handle what's happening to her. To handle what I'm doing to her. She's yelping with each shove. Too loud, too fierce. I groan in defeat, knowing I must stop, but not without granting myself one last push. She's whimpering when I lean over and reach behind her back, helping her to sit up while I remain buried inside her. She understands what I'm doing and straddles me in a swift motion. Just like that, the roles have changed, and I sit on the bed with her impaled on my massive cock. Her arms rest on my shoulders while I hold her by the hips, my grip tightening just enough to let her know she's in charge now. She needs to take over before I lose myself. No words are needed for her to understand. A sigh of relief fills the room when she begins to grind on me, moving her hips in rhythmic motion as she begins to ride my cock in a way that grants her more pleasure than agony. Her face is close to mine, and as much as I wish I could look in her eyes right now, it doesn't feel right to remove the blindfold. Not yet. Not here. She moans, throwing her head back while she dances on my cock, giving me the impression she's the one taking now. Her motions are slow, far slower than if I were the one in command. I'm mesmerized by the way she moves on top of me, so gracefully, with such patience and delight. A smile is tugging at the corners of her mouth, the only telltale sign that lets me know how much she's enjoying this, next to the gasps that escape her every time she lowers herself on top of me. I watch as she takes from me, grinding her hips against my lower pelvis while her body clenches around my pulsating cock. My hips jerk up, the beast inside me asking for more, but her quaint movements silence it. Each act sends a shiver of bliss through me, building to a deep and gradual arousal, unlike the hurry I find myself in when the beast is leading the way. The gain is so steady and slow that I don't see my climax coming until it happens. She reaches another high on top of me, her muscles tightening around me and sending me over the edge. But the elation is so different from what I know, the tingle creeping up on me without the familiar brutal burst. And as slowly as it comes, it also hesitates to leave, causing me to be held in the throes of utmost ecstasy for so long that I almost question the reality of it. But it is real. All of it is real. The girl on top of me, her beautiful body urging me to join her pleasure, and her smile proving that neither she nor I would want to be anywhere else but here. I did not see this coming. She cast a spell over me, and it's too late to escape. Chapter 12. Rowan. We both need a bit to come down from our highs. Her hand is resting on my chest while she lies next to me, panting and with the blindfold still wrapped around her head. She doesn't give any indication that it bothers her. Instead, she seems to appreciate the blindness that shields her from the outside for a few more moments. And just like me, she cherishes the silence that covers us, like a protective blanket. I've never been a man of many words, and I've never enjoyed the ruckus of masses and parties like most others do at our young age. Losing part of my hearing was as much of a blessing as it was a punishment for what I've done. The quiet has never bothered me, but I've always felt alone with this appreciation, seeing as most people try their best to cover the silence. Music and chatter are omnipresent wherever you go and whoever you are with. I don't think I've ever laid in silence with anyone for this long. And she's not even bothered by it. It's not like I told her to be quiet, as I've done with many other girls before. She doesn't pout or bite her lips, fighting to stop herself from speaking. She just lies there, the heaving of her chest slowing as she relaxes. She's lying on her back, the back of her hand tickling my ribs as it meets the tanned skin. This is a first. Just lying here, not feeling forced to speak or having to make another shut up. She doesn't just endure tranquility, she seeks it as much as I do. I lift my eyes to the ceiling, squinting in the darkness. Like we're underwater. Subdued noise, subdued vision, but the rapture was as loud as they come. I've never come like that in my life. My lust has always been furious and wild, taking no hostages as I ride toward release, but killing everything in its wake. I never climaxed while following a slow rhythm like the one she set while riding my cock. There was no hurry, no raging beast tearing the world apart. It was just pleasure. Bliss. Heaven. For God's sake, I feel like an idiot for even thinking these words. It was a good fuck, a good orgasm. Don't make such a big fucking deal out of it. Maybe this is the reason people prefer to avoid silence. Because nothing stops undue and idiotic thoughts like this from creeping up on you if your mind is not occupied with conversation. It's a good thing she doesn't hear what's going through my head right now. Fuck, even I think I'm annoying. But I can't bring myself to break the silence that embraces us, keeping us safe. Her hand leaves my body, and she removes the blindfold before rolling on her side to face me. "May I?" she asks, her voice hoarse as she tries to speak quietly without whispering. It's unusual for me to notice such nuances. This otherwise stock-still room allows for a lot of luxuries I've long forgotten about. "Take it off?" I ask back. "You already did." Worry darts across her face, but just for a split second, before she realizes I'm merely teasing her. She puts the black cloth aside, her dark eyes seeking mine, after she rolls around on her belly, supporting herself on the elbows as she looks down at me. Her brown mane is falling down her shoulders in waves after her ponytail loosened from our play. "That was quite, I don't know, something," she stutters, biting her lips as she searches for the right words. It's reassuring that she struggles with it as much as I did in my head. "Agreed," I say, incapable of giving her more than that. Her face beams nonetheless. "Really?" she wonders out loud. "You enjoyed yourself too?" I chuckle. Wasn't that obvious? I'm sure I'd see her blushing right now if the light allowed for such details to shine through. "I don't know. Maybe it was different than what you're used to," she mumbles. "I mean, it was calm and, not like you were when you first—" "It's like we're underwater," I interrupt her. "I've never had sex underwater. Have you?" She regards me with confusion. Her eyebrows arch and her lips part just the slightest bit as she shakes her head. "See? It was new. Special," I tell her. "I've never experienced anything like this, but I'm into it." "Into it," she repeats, adding a little laugh. "Yeah, I'm into it too." "Good," I say, copying her position to get face to face, "because I want to do this again." Her eyes widen as they lock onto mine. "Here? With me?" I nod. "Yes, if you're up for it." Melina smiles, and I can tell she's trying to come up with a sassy retort, but her brain fails her at this crucial moment. A simple, "Yeah," is all she can muster, but I'll fucking take it. "Most people like to fuck with music on," she adds after a few moments. "I never understood why. It's so distracting." "And loud," I said. "Fuck all that noise." She laughs as she nods in agreement. It's rare to find someone who agrees. Usually people just give me a weird look when I say that. "I've never cared for loud noises, loud music even," I share. "When I was still subjected to it, I mean." The expression on her face turns serious. "What do you not like about it?" she asks. "I mean, if there's anything you could—" "I don't like the effect it has on me," I reply truthfully. "It makes me do things I'd rather not do. In a way, this loss of hearing saves me a lot of trouble." She presses her lips together, her mind visibly rattling as she drafts a question she's unsure about. I love to see her struggle, even though I know it will likely end in another inquiry I won't be willing to answer to her full satisfaction. "You said it happened during deployment?" she asks, awaiting my nod before she adds, "How long ago was that?" My eyebrows furrow as I try to remember. How long has it been? 3 years? 4? I've been so busy trying to forget, pushing the torturous memories aside every time they threatened to take over, because I thought it was the only way for me to get better. I wanted to forget and not rehash what happened over and over as my therapist had suggested. "More than 3 years, I respond, falling back on an estimate. "It could be longer, or it could be shorter. Does it really matter?" "And did you leave the army then?" she asks further. I huff. "I had to. I was damaged goods." She knits her eyebrows, doubting my words, and she has every reason to. It's not wrong to say that the incident broke me, but my loss of hearing wasn't the sole reason for why the army no longer had a place for me. "Do you miss it?" she probes. "I mean, despite what happened—" I need a moment to come up with a reply. Somehow, Melina has a way of asking the exact questions I either evade or have no immediate answer for. "I wouldn't say I miss it," I say eventually. "The only reason I joined in the first place was to piss off my parents." She looks at me in disbelief. Why would you do that? They've been pushing their own agenda with me all my life, especially my father, and I didn't like it, I tell her. He's been trying to groom me as his successor from the moment I learned how to walk. It was fucking annoying not being allowed to choose your own fate. My parents never got that. They never left me the fuck alone. So when I turned 18, I saw no other way out than that. I clear my throat, adding a pause and swallowing the rest I want to say. All of this is true, but it's only part of the story. It doesn't include the guilt, the regret, the fucking misery I feel every time I think back to that time. The time when my overbearing parents were my biggest concern. In the end, I was just a spoiled kid trying to revolt against something most people would dream of. I was nothing but a stupid and rebellious teenager when I left the home I grew up in, not knowing that I was leaving behind the most carefree and best time of my life. You know what it's like, I utter, as if I was seeking amends. Parents telling you one thing while you want another, but no one's listening to you. She sighs as a somber shadow casts over her pretty face. No, she breathes. Actually, I don't know what it's like. Now I'm the one regarding her with a quizzical expression. I never met my parents. Grew up in foster care, she explains. Different parents every few years, and none cared enough to put me under any kind of pressure. Fuck. I'm sorry, I feel like an idiot. My apology causes her to laugh. Don't, she says. You didn't know? Her eyes trail over her shoulder toward the door as if she is afraid someone might walk in on us. I was so preoccupied with her that I didn't even think about the fact that we're not supposed to be up here. We should probably leave. The cleaners won't be here for a couple of more hours, but I think a security guy makes his rounds at one point throughout the night, she says, winking at me. It would be awkward if he found us in here butt naked. A giggle escapes her when I slap her ass. My hand meets her skin with an irritably loud slap, but the burn on my palm doesn't come close to the one I'm familiar with. It's a tickle, just a taste of what I can do. And she'll never know. She will never fucking know.
Chapter 13. Melina. My face loses all color for a horrible second before beginning to glow with the sharp heat of embarrassment. When Sandy told me that Miss Barry expected to see me in her office when I showed up for work tonight, I immediately knew that I was in trouble. Big trouble, even. I didn't tell her anything, Sandy assured me, gesturing with her hands even though I never accused her. I know she's not a blabbermouth, and despite her being the only one who knew about my forbidden session with Rowan last night, I never considered she would be the one to get me in trouble. I know her well enough to trust her on this. As it turns out, that trust was justified, as it was not Sandy who told on me. In fact, no one did. Miss Barry sits across from me with her arms crossed under her ample chest and a hard expression on her heavily painted face. The security camera caught you. She answers my unspoken question, after having just revealed that she knows about my little adventure from last night. Did you really think this was an okay thing to do? She asks. And how could you think I wouldn't find out about it? I avert my eyes from her piercing gaze, bouncing my knee nervously as I try to come up with a response. What can I possibly say? She's right. It was stupid of me not to even consider this place had security cameras. I doubt there are any upstairs on the second floor due to privacy, but the first floor probably had plenty. Electronic eyes that saw us going up the stairs to the second floor and returning a while later. The happenings of last night all too obvious to anyone who watched the tape. I'm sorry. That's all I can come up with. A lame apology that speaks of guilt and regret. No, not the latter. I don't regret what I did last night, not for 1 second. And when my eyes met Rowan's on our way out, I could tell he felt the same way. He was the first to say we needed to meet again, adding that he wanted to do so much more with me. My heart still jolts at his words. Sorry doesn't cut it, Melina, Miss Barry snarls, furrowing her eyebrows. You are aware of the rules in this establishment, are you not? Yes, I am. Yet you chose to break them. Miss Barry sighs. Do you know what kind of signal this sends? To me, to the client. Our rules are there for a reason. If everyone just does whatever they feel like, not only does our club lose its credibility, but it also poses an insurance risk. What if something had happened last night? There would have been nothing and no one to help either of you, and it would have all fallen back on me. The volume of her voice raises the longer she speaks, and I become smaller in my chair with every sentence. She's right. What I did was stupid on so many levels, and she has every right to be angry with me. I wouldn't be surprised if she was ready to fire me. I'm still in my probation period, having to prove my worth to this establishment, and I failed horribly. I feel so utterly ashamed. My heart sinks at the prospect of losing my job. Just when I found a place where I feel safe and happy, a place I enjoy working at because of its mellow atmosphere and upscale environment. I love my job, but have always struggled with the surroundings that usually come with it. Preparing drinks is a passion of mine, as is serving customers, talking to them and creating new drink recipes based on their tastes. I love all of it. But I always had to endure precarious situations and unwelcome advances that made my job so much harder than it had to be. Not here, though. Before Rowan, no other man has come on to me in any way. And with Rowan, it was more than welcome. I might have even initiated it with my flirtatious attitude. I asked for it to happen. And then I became irresponsible and acted like a horny teenager, risking everything I love about this job. I am so stupid. This was the first place where I felt like I belonged. The first place that made it seem like I finally arrived, even though I've only been here for a couple of weeks. And threw it all away for... I'm so sorry, Miss Barry. I repeat, sitting in a bent posture as I lift my eyes to meet hers. I know I was wrong, and I shouldn't have done it. I don't know what got into me. Oh, I think I know what got into you. Miss Barry interrupts me, casting me a devious smile. Or, rather, who did? She clears her throat, uncrossing her arms and leaning forward as she adds, Melina, it's not like I don't understand. We all know what it's like. We all have been in a situation where we lost our head in the presence of a handsome and promising man. Especially with some of our clientele, I can see how it could be hard to resist for a girl like you. A girl like me? What's that supposed to mean? I want to interject, but Miss Barry beckons me to remain quiet by raising her hand. But one thing needs to be valued over any attraction you might feel toward one of them, she adds. And that's professionalism. Do you understand? I nod, feeling like a little kid scolded by her teacher. I feel so small, wishing I could just disappear into thin air. I understand, I tell her. And I'm sorry I disappointed you, Miss Barry. I completely understand if you want to dismiss me, but can I just add that I really love working here and dismiss you? Miss Barry cuts me off, adding a laugh as if I'd just phrased the most stupid suggestion. I didn't say I was going to fire you, Melina. Oh? My back straightens as my face beams with surprise and hope. She's not going to fire me for this. Did I just hear that right? You've been doing a great job otherwise, Melina, which is why I'm so disappointed at this misconduct. I would hate to lose you, but I do wonder. Miss Barry elaborates, adding a pause with a little sigh before she continues. I wonder if I need to worry about you misinterpreting your position at this club. Our customers are informed that the only girls who are open to play are our devils and the dates they can bring along upon request. Everyone else, the angels, waitresses, and the only girl we have working behind the bar is off limits. I've had digressions of this regard before, and I'd hate for it to become a recurring issue at our establishment. I don't know what other digressions she's referring to, but I'm eager to let her know I have no intention of endangering my job here ever again. Miss Barry," I say, my voice weak and pleading. "I promise you it will never happen again. I promise you I won't disappoint you." She leans back, fixing me with her dark eyes framed by the thickest lashes I've ever seen. "Did he ask for you? Did he offer you anything?" she asks. "Because if this man made any special offers to you or gave you money for what you did, I need to know about that too." Her question surprises and shocks me. I hurry to shake my head. No, it was nothing like that. He didn't pay me or anything. It was just lust," she concludes, looking unfazed while I want to die of embarrassment. "Yeah," I utter, blinking nervously. Miss Barry clears her throat and shifts in her seat, locking me down with her gaze one more time. "Don't let it happen again," she reminds me. "If you want to play in our rooms, you're free to do so in your free time. But he'll have to bring you as his date." I swallow dryly, nodding reluctantly.
Chapter 14. Rowan. I didn't think I'd be back here today. When I drove here last night, I was pretty certain it would be my only visit for now. It was meant to be a short-lived distraction to get me out of the house, something to keep my mind diverted from the harrowing reality I have to face every single day. There are too many things I'd like to forget about these days. Too many things that make me regret my choices from a few years back. Regret has been a big part of my life for years now, but it's never been as strong as these past few months after my father fell ill. Cancer is a fucking bitch, jumping at you from the shadows with such sudden harshness that there's no way to ever be prepared for it. My father has been up and down ever since the diagnosis, but clearly there's no happy ending to his story. He won't recover. He'll never be the man he once was, a man I resented for most of my life, but respected and loved nonetheless. His sudden illness took the choice away from me. It was no longer about whether I wanted to give in to the pressure he put on me. It became whether I could live with myself if I didn't step up now. No, I couldn't. I had no other choice, but I don't blame him anymore. If anything, I regret not having done what he asked of me earlier when he was still there to teach me the ropes. Now, he's trying as best as he can, but the burden will soon be too much for him. I have to hurry. I have to make up for all the time I missed, for the time I decided to be a rebellious brat instead of growing into the respectable heir for my family. The stress is choking me. I want to prove myself, but my lack of experience is making it just as hard as the obstacles put in my way, many of them placed there by Dwight, my father's closest associate. And on top of all the sinister thoughts that still haunt me, ghosts from the past won't leave me the fuck alone. I needed a distraction and a way to let loose that wouldn't put me and my responsibility in any danger. It was obvious to anyone who knows me, anyone who's working with me. I was still surprised that, of all people, Dwight was the one to set me up with this particular outlet. That was how I ended up at the Velvet Rooms. I didn't think I'd enjoy myself. I didn't think I'd meet someone who'd turn out to be so much more than a superficial and short-lived distraction. I wasn't prepared for her, but when it happened, I was more than ready to give in. I hadn't enjoyed myself this much since I can't even remember. Even when we started talking at the bar and she was openly flirting with me, I didn't think the evening would end the way it did. Of course, I had been told what kind of place the Velvet Rooms was. I came prepared, knowing sin and kink and women who were paid to please in many ways were all around. I knew about all of that, but I didn't plan on taking advantage of any of those services because I deemed it to be the smarter choice. I could have a drink with them, talk to them, flirt with them, but I could not fuck them. That was my intention when I came here. And then she happened. It was easy for her to find her way in. We were drawn to each other from the first moment, each of us knowing that we share something unique. She may not be as broken as I am, but something's off in her world. Something's damaged inside her, or maybe it was never there in the first place, leaving an aching hole in her existence. To me, it seems as if there could be some truth to both. There must be a reason she shares my odd inclination for tranquility. It's not a normal trait for a young woman to have, and the way she carried herself in the protective shadows of silence and darkness was not only tantalizing, but peculiar in her own way. There's something about her, a mystery, something dark and hidden, something she doesn't share with just anybody. She made me feel special by allowing me to see a side of her that she keeps secret from anybody else. At least that's what it felt like. I may be wrong. I could be seeing things in her that aren't there. I could be overinterpreting because I'm so fucking desperate to feel close to someone, to feel like someone is willing to bear with me, to be close to me without suffocating who I am. I'm pathetic. Still, I'm here, stepping into the velvet rooms with the same confidence that every man in here tries to display, be it sincere or not. We all look the same in our tailored suits, all of us oozing money and power, yet we barely pay any attention to each other because we're not here for that. This is not a cigar club or a simple whiskey bar where wealthy men hang out to network or engage in some kind of metaphorical dick-measuring contest. On the contrary, accidental eye contact with someone you know from work is to be avoided by all means. I know that some of my father's business associates frequent this club, but I can't say I'd be happy to actually see any of them here, especially Dwight. I can definitely do without seeing his face around. Yesterday I came for dissipation. Today I'm here because of her. Melina told me she'd be working tonight as well, her eyes resting on me in question as she waited for my response. She didn't ask whether I'd come back, and I didn't tell her. I had offered to take her home, but she refused because she had driven to work in her own car. Telling her goodbye in the parking lot bothered me because it felt undeserving and too soon. But that only shows how big of an idiot I am, how easily a woman can jinx me. I have always been easy to seduce by the fairer sex, but in the past I opted to show my affection in different ways that almost always led to fear and despair, to horrified faces and tears running across the girl's cheeks as she realized what a monster I was. Melina has been spared from that side of me, so far. She smiles when she sees me approaching the bar, and the joyful expression appears to be sincere. The same outfit as last night wraps her slim body, but she's wearing her brown hair down today instead of pulled back in a ponytail. "Evening, sir," she says, winking at me as I sit down on one of the high chairs. "A gin and tonic?" A man sits to my right who, just like me, stands out for his youthfulness. He's in the company of an angel, and farther down the bar I spot another man between two devils. The place is crowded tonight, more so than it was yesterday. It's annoying not only because of the extra ruckus and noise brought in by more people, but also because it doesn't allow the same privacy and time we enjoyed last night. "I hear you have a unique gin and tonic with a twist here," I say, watching amusement spread across her pretty face as she listens. "Coming right up," she says. She prepares my drink with the same professionalism I witnessed yesterday, mixing the ingredients without having to measure anything and moving in quick and effortless motions. Her focus never shifts, her gaze concentrating on her hands as she does her magic. Even when she places the drink in front of me, it takes some effort to catch her eyes. "Hey," I say, finally drawing her attention to me. "Thank you." She smiles at me, coyly turning over her shoulder to see if anybody is watching us before she leans over the counter, moving her lips to my left ear. "We can't do it again," she says, stabbing a fiery spear through my chest. "Not like yesterday, we can't." She withdraws just enough for our eyes to meet, checking whether I nod, signaling that her words reached me, but I'm not ready to let go just like that. Whatever I did wrong, she'll have to explain. May I ask why? My question sounds bitter as I utter the words through compressed teeth, and I'm sure the looming flame of anger is already showing on my face. Keep it together. Keep it fucking together, Rowan. Melina looks uncomfortable, checking over her shoulder again before she gives me a response. "I got in trouble with my boss," she explains. "Security cameras caught us." "Shit," I hiss. "Don't worry, you're good," she assures, without me having to ask. "I don't think she even knows that it was you, and she doesn't go after clients if it's just a one-time digression. You don't have to worry." I huff. "I'm not worried about that, Melina." She tilts her head to the side, looking at me through wide and quizzical eyes. Does this mean I can't see you again? I probe. She licks her bottom lip and rubs her forearms as her eyes travel to the ground, fixating on her feet while she says something in response. I can see her lips moving, but the words are muffled and their meaning remains lost to me. "Melina," I urge, raising my voice so much that it draws the attention of the couple sitting closest to us. She lifts her gaze in an instant, suddenly remembering my damaged hearing. She steps closer, an apologetic smile on her face as she fidgets with her hands. "We can see each other again," she says, her cheeks visibly flushed. "But you'd have to bring me as your date."
Chapter 15. Melina. I knew I'd be nervous. Who wouldn't be? But I didn't expect it to be this bad. I didn't expect to find myself pacing up and down in front of my closet for an hour, changing in and out of outfits as I tried to find the perfect one. I went back and forth, trying on the exact same thing 3 times before alternating with other options before time forced me to make a decision. This wasn't just any date. It would have been easier if we'd met for dinner and a movie, something innocent that allowed for plenty of choices, including jeans and sneakers. I wonder if we'll ever have a date like that. Would I even want it? I know I didn't want something this virtuous for tonight. I don't want to sit at a dinner table with him, having to behave as we talk. No touching, not doing anything close to what we did yesterday. No, there's little to no allure in a date like that. I want what we had last night. I want to submerge with him. Subdued vision, subdued sound, just his hands on me while I sink into his touch. I want to feel like I did last night. I want that and more. And for that, we need the blue room. The idea of meeting in there again is intoxicating and exciting, despite the awkwardness that comes with the fact that my coworkers will see me at the club as a customer's date. I never thought I'd be on the other side of this. My eyes roam the guest room, watching their flirtatious dance in the shadows, spiced with wealth and bountiful garnish. You have to be unbelievably rich or a call girl to be allowed to take part in it, or invited as someone's date. None of the 3 options ever seemed viable to me. I was curious to see the rooms, but I never imagined any scenario where I'd actually get a chance to visit them. Even when Rowan invited me without hesitation, I couldn't quite believe it at first. I don't know why I doubted him so much, but I never thought he'd find me fit to be his date. I always thought that men like him were used to so much better. Being able to spend their time in the presence of the most beautiful and most expensive women. Women who possess a class and sex appeal that I lack. The connection between us was apparent, but I still don't understand why he'd want to spend his valuable time with me. He offered to pick me up, but I refused even though it meant I'd have to take a cab here. I don't want to drive tonight in case I decide to have more than just one drink. I'm about 5 minutes early when the cab pulls up in front of the club, but he's already there, waiting for me. He hurries to open the door for me, looking so dashingly handsome in his navy blue suit. I ended up wearing a classic, a little black dress that I usually deem way too short to wear in public, and I feel unworthy right away. It's a cocktail dress I bought years ago because it was on sale and made me feel sexy, but I can't recall the last time I wore it. My insecurities and doubts are cast away after he helps me out of the car. I step out into the warm summer night, balancing in my heels while his eyes scan me from head to toe. The expression on his face leaves no doubt that he appreciates my choice. "You render me speechless," he compliments, pulling me close for a kiss. "Too fucking delicious." His words are hissed between our kiss, our lips meeting with heated need, inciting a yearning deep within my chest. A sigh escapes me when he withdraws, ending our kiss way too soon. Are you ready? I don't know how to reply to his question. All I can muster is a coy smile, accompanied by a silent nod. His question holds a deeper meaning, reassuring that I'm ready to face not only a kinky evening with him, but also that I'll be seen by my coworkers. When he asked me last night if I'd feel weird about being a customer at my own workplace, let alone this very special workplace, I answered in the negative, playing it cool. But the truth is that I didn't want to think about it. Every time the question threatened to push itself to the fore, I made sure to cast it away. I've always been good at pushing aside any uncomfortable thoughts, be it future problems or things that happened to me in the past. I'd almost say it's a talent of mine. But the lack of reflection also leaves me unprepared when I'm about to put myself in a situation like the one at hand. As Rowan leads me through the front entrance, and I'm met with the apathetic look of our doorman, I instantly feel the heat of shame rush to my cheeks. He doesn't even give any sign of recognizing me, just nods silently as he does with every other customer who enters the velvet rooms. It'll be so much more awkward when we're inside, and I'm surrounded by the people I work with, the waitresses, the girls, my colleague behind the bar. It's as if a clamp closes around my throat, making it hard to breathe and even harder to relax. You'll be fine, Rowan says next to me. He places his hand on my back, giving me a gentle push as we stride through the open curtain at the main entrance. You think too much. He regards me with a reassuring smile when I look up at him, my eyebrows creased in question. Are you afraid of being judged? He asks. In here, by your coworkers. I shake my head. No, not really. Good, he said. You shouldn't be. My eyes follow his as he turns toward the bar. And there's a moment of horror when I realize that Alex is working tonight, the guy I share most of my shifts with. Of course, I can't bear the thought of ordering a drink from him, let alone sitting at the bar while trying to have a flirtatious conversation with Rowan. Luckily, Rowan seems to be aware of my predicament. Why don't you find us a seat over there in the lounge area while I get our drinks, he suggests, pointing at the dark corner of the main guest room, where button-tufted furniture is arranged in intimate seating groups. What can I get you? I smile at him and give him a little wink when I say, surprise me.
Chapter 16. Rowan. This must have been the first time I felt something like intimidation when ordering a drink for a girl. Women are usually easy when it comes to drinks. I've never met one who didn't like champagne, a glass of wine, or a classic Manhattan, and they never had any particular tastes in regards to the liquor that was used to create their drinks. I've never been with a woman whose knowledge exceeds my own in this area. Not only that, but Melina is hard to read in so many ways. She's more complex, obviously adventurous, and individual. I didn't want to return to her with something as simple as a glass of champagne. I want to bring her something special, something that's bold in character, just like her. A Negroni, she observes when I join her on the button-tufted love seat in the far corner. I'm sure it's no coincidence that she opted for the darkest and most tranquil corner of the room. Not just any Negroni, I say, as I sit next to her, handing her the drink. A blood orange Negroni with rosemary. Her eyebrows arch with appreciation. Impressive, she says, clinking her glass with mine. Have you always been this adventurous with drinks, or did I start that with my creation? The smile in her face is trying to be cocky, but I can tell she's glossing over her anxious nerves. It's endearing to see her like this, especially because she doesn't seem like the type who is easily intimidated. She couldn't do her job if she was. Nice spot you picked here, I respond, my gaze browsing the seating area. Dark, secluded, and quiet. It wouldn't have anything to do with you trying to hide from anybody. She huffs, hiding behind her glass as she takes another sip. I thought you like it quiet too, she says. Isn't that something we have in common? Appreciating silence? I nod. Touché. Has it always been like that for you, she asks, or just since your accident? My eyes narrow as I formulate my answer. I can't tell her the truth, not all of it. All the things I could tell her about myself would only scare her for no reason. I don't think Melina scares easily, but how could I be sure of that? I don't know her, despite feeling weirdly close to her, because we only met a few days ago. Days that have changed a lot in the way I look at myself and the perception of my future. I thought I had lost certain things forever, things like the ones I did with her. But it looks as if some of it was just altered and not broken. Sometimes it's hard to distinguish the two. The accident changed me, I say, remaining vague in my response. I can tell you that much. You said it was a bomb? She probes, and I nod, signaling that she's barking up the wrong tree if she wants me to elaborate on that subject. But Melina remains unfazed by that. And you had to leave the army because of it? She broaches the subject again. Because you got injured? Her eyes lock on mine, unwilling to accept the reluctance in my expression. I had to leave because of the accident, yes, I answer truthfully. She exhales audibly. I didn't know they were this strict. I mean, it's not like you aren't physically fit or anything. She smirks, her eyes trailing along my chest while her expression is laced with fondness. Seems to me like you're still more than capable of hard work, she adds. I lean back against the cushions, resolute to share a little that might change her mind about me. It wasn't my physical fitness that concerned them, I say. I didn't have to leave because I lost my hearing. Her eyes widen in surprise, and she cocks her head to the side, anticipating further explanation from me. Ever heard of PTSD? I ask her. Understanding spreads across her face. Oh, yes, post-traumatic something, she utters, touching the back of her neck as she tries to gather the correct term. She's wearing her hair down tonight, looking magnificent as the shiny brown waves fall over her slim shoulders. Post-traumatic stress disorder, I say to help her out. The accident fucked me up. Let's just leave it at that. She nods. I can see why it would. Melina clears her throat before she takes another sip of her Negroni. I study her every move, trying to see whether this new information changes how she thinks about me. She'd never admit it if I asked her, but you can tell in the way people behave around you, in the way they look at you, and the way they face you. Body language is often more telling than what people actually dare to say. And it's visible in Melina, too. She may not realize it, but her body shifts away from me, her knees moving only an inch or so as she turns them away from me, while her shoulders hunch and she clings to the glass. She's protecting herself, despite there being no imminent attack. How are you dealing with it? She asks, her eyelashes fluttering as she looks at me. You mean, did I get help? She nods, licking her lower lip. Yes, of course I did. I had to, I tell her. But I'll be honest with you. Some shit never leaves you. Some shit you can't fix, no matter how much therapy you go through. I pause, scoffing as I remember some of the arguments I've had with my therapist when she didn't want to accept that some of her cocksure methods wouldn't work on me. Never have, never will. I still find it ridiculous that she thought a one-size-fits-all approach would work for me. I notice Melina's eyes on me, studying me like I studied her just a few moments ago. You blame yourself for what happened, don't you? She observes. Her words hit me right in the chest. Why the hell does she say that? How can she possibly know? The shock of her eerie accuracy must be written all over my face, because she's displaying a winning smile when our eyes meet. I'm right, aren't I? You don't even know what happened, I lecture her. What gives you the right to make such an observation? She sucks in a deep breath, worry replacing the pride on her face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine, I assure her, placing my hand on her thigh and squeezing her in an intimate gesture that surprises us both. She flinches at my touch, but not because she doesn't welcome it. It's just that she didn't see it coming. And neither did I, to be honest. You're not entirely wrong, I concede. I guess it just baffles me how you could come to that conclusion so easily. She puts her hand on mine, adding a soft caress to her touch. It's kind of obvious, she says. You blame yourself for whatever happened, and that's why you don't accept the help to get over it. I knit my eyebrows. That doesn't sound right. I didn't go through years of therapy to have someone tell me that I wasn't ready to accept help. I told you I did get help. I remind her, plenty of it. But you still maintain that you're broken beyond repair, she insists. Makes me think that you feel like you don't deserve to get better. Like you choose to carry that burden with you, all that pain because you think you deserve it. Repentance, you know? I raise an eyebrow at her. Seems like it's true that all bartenders are also psychiatrists. She shakes her head, laughing. No, it doesn't come with the job in my case. I watch as she bites her lower lip, pondering while her eyes focus on the brim of her glass. Her face is dipped in the dim red light, masked by shadows and leaving the details of her facial expression a mystery to my eyes. I've never seen her in broad daylight, an observation that pops up randomly as I try to read her face and fail yet again. Whatever is going on inside her head will remain a secret to me, unless she decides to speak, a decision that doesn't come easily to her right now. Melina? Calling her name is just an attempt to pull her attention back to me, a way to take the decision to speak away from her. And it works. Her lashes flicker as if she'd just woken from a dream. She nods as if I'd given her some kind of command and looks at me. It's funny you'd call me a psychiatrist, she says, a somber smile tugging at her lips. I mean, I do have some experience in the area, but I'm not the one taking notes. I nod in understanding. You'd be the one who's asked whether she wants to sit or lie down. She huffs and responds with another silent nod. So she has been in therapy too. I wonder what for. Would it be too much to ask her? Does it have to do with her dislike of loud music and loud noises? Is that why she keeps asking me about it? Because she can relate not only because she shares my inclination, but because a traumatic incident caused hers as well? You're curious now, aren't you? She notices, throwing me a look from the side. But you don't want to ask. I shift in my seat, my hand still on her thigh. Removing it now would send the wrong signal. It would make her feel as if I was somehow repulsed by her revelation, just as she shied away from me when I shared a part of me that I usually keep to myself. I'm not afraid to tell you, she adds, lowering her voice to a level that makes it hard for me to understand. But not tonight. Not now. A smile casts away the somber expression on her face when she looks at me. I want tonight to be about something else.
Chapter 17. Melina. We're lucky enough to find our room empty and unused as we head upstairs, but unlike the other night, noises from the other rooms along the hallway can be heard. I shy away from the curtains as we make our way through the corridor, a weird sense of embarrassment taking hold of me as I walk by so closely to other people having sex and playing kinky games. You'd think that the shows downstairs would have warmed me up to this kind of scenery, and that I would no longer feel awkward about being surrounded by sex and kink. But it's different when the scene is staged in front of a crowd and not played out by two people alone, hidden behind curtains, but with no door protecting them from prying eyes and ears. I've been told that the rooms are semi-private because it adds excitement to those who use them. Only the blue rooms are for those who are wired differently, those who seek the protection of privacy. People like me. And him, I assume. I don't know if Rowan would prefer for us to switch to a different setting, but he never mentioned anything. Just like me, he heads for the same room as last time, the blue and quiet room at the far end of the corridor on the left. Neither of us says a word until we've closed the door behind us. We find each other in the blue shadows, following the magnetic attraction that pulls us closer. He takes my face between both hands, guiding me in for a kiss. I don't know if it's deliberate, but he covers my ears with his hands, muffling all sound as our lips meet, and I close my eyes. The taste of vermouth and blood orange still lingers on his lips, as I'm sure it does on mine. It spices our heated kiss, tasting so much better on him than the drink tasted from the glass. I follow on instinct when he withdraws to stop our kiss. My eyes fly open, searching his with anticipation. He lowers his hands, placing them on my hips as he puts a little distance between us. "I want to try something tonight," he says in a whisper. "But I need you to trust me for it to work." "I trust you," I breathe, but even I notice the quiver in my voice. My statement lacks conviction, and I cannot hide my concern. "I want to trust you," I correct myself, noticing a hint of chagrin traveling across his face. "I think it would be easier if you told me what you wanted to try." He nods. "Of course. Come." He reaches for my hand and leads me to the glass cabinet. A small light illuminates the content, making it easier to see the contents and causing the cabinet to stand out against the otherwise dark room. The cabinet's light may be a little brighter than the rest of the room, but it's just as blue. It's a small cabinet and only displays a few items, none of them meant to inflict strong pain, which is a relief to me. I watch as Rowan opens the door and reaches inside, grabbing a black blindfold in a little box that I cannot identify. "I know you trust me with these," he says, holding up the familiar piece of fabric. "But how do you feel about adding these?" He opens the little box and holds it up for me to see. "Earplugs?" I wonder out loud, and he nods. "Sensory deprivation, they call it," he says, a foreboding tone lacing his voice. "You would be shielded from everything, sight and sound." I swallow dryly, eyeing him as I reach for the earplugs. I hold them up, turning them between my fingers as if they could tell me anything he wouldn't. I'm intrigued, no doubt. The idea holds promise for something special, something I've never experienced before, but it frightens me too. Why does it frighten me? Because I don't know him well enough to trust him not to take advantage of the situation. What could he possibly do to me that I wouldn't want him to? A lot of things. But do I believe him to be capable of cruelty? No, that's not it. Something is bothering me about his proposal, but it's not because I'm afraid of him. It's something else. "What do you get out of this?" I give voice to my concern. "Why do you want to do this?" His eyebrows crease, and he looks at me as if I just asked the most stupid question ever. "I get to play with you," he says matter-of-factly. "I get you." I can't suppress a faint gasp as a blush from this compliment. The way he said it made it sound like it was so obvious, as if he considers being with me and playing with me to be a privilege. No one has ever made me feel that way. "Okay," I utter, still a little dumbfounded from his sweet words. I don't think he even meant them the way they reached me. He didn't mean to give me a compliment or to woo me in any way. He just told the truth. He just shared his perception of what this was between us. His smile is the last thing I see before he puts the blindfold on, fastening it with a tight knot at the back of my head. He brushes my hair back over my shoulder and, in the process, hooks his fingers below the straps of my dress. I'm smiling when he pulls it down along my body and step out of it on my own when he reaches the floor. Underneath, I'm wearing the only set of lingerie I own. A simple set in black lace, including stockings and a garter belt. I can't even remember the last time I wore this for a man. I expect him to say something, to let me know what he thinks of my getup, but he doesn't, so I remain quiet. However, I feel his eyes on me, sensing his presence as he lets me stand there for a while, keeping his hands to himself. I hear him move, taking a step away from me, and then I hear fabric grazing along fabric and something being thrown to the floor. His suit jacket, is he getting undressed? I hear buttons popping, a sound so faint but so clear in this room, where it doesn't have to compete with any other noise. Ever since we closed the door, we haven't heard any more noises from the other rooms. No panting, no strangers moaning, no spanking and whipping as others play their own games. In here, it's just us. I hear his belt buckle next, and the knowledge that he's freeing that beast of a cock I met a few days ago makes my core clench with desire. I was sore after the last time, feeling the effect of how his massive girth stretched me even a day after it happened. My pulse races by the time the sound of him undressing diminishes. Nothing but our erratic breathing breaks the complete silence surrounding us. I find it hard to stand still when I feel him approaching, closing in on me and fiddling with something in his hands. I want to reach forward, trying to find his length. I want to see if he's as hard for me as I'm wet for him, but I don't do it. He never provided me with a certain protocol to follow, but something tells me that I shouldn't touch him when he didn't ask me to do so. I flinch in surprise when I feel his hands next to my head, brushing strands of hair behind my ear before he pinches my earlobe and pushes the plug in. I have worn earplugs before, but it's always been in loud environments when it's meant to cancel out annoying noises that kept me from sleeping. I've never experienced earplugs in an already quiet room. It's weird. Once he pushes in the second plug, all I can hear is my own blood rushing through my veins, my own breathing and my own heartbeat. I've never been this aware of all the sounds my body produces while keeping me alive. It's odd and distracting in a way. So much so that I'm doubting this whole endeavor. My doubts are cast aside when I feel his hands on me, instantly pulling all attention back to him and what he's doing to me. He's standing so close that I can feel the heat of his body and smell his intoxicating scent when he leans in to steal another kiss. This one is nothing more than a peck on the lips. It's innocent and almost loving, like a final reassurance that I can trust him. I follow his guiding hands as he leads me to the other end of the room, the corner where I know the blue satin bed is waiting for us. He makes me sit on the edge of the bed, my feet barely touching the ground as he beckons for me to lie on my back. I oblige, smiling as my back meets the soft sheets, and I close my masked eyes.
Chapter 18. Rowan. What do I get out of this? She should see herself right now and then ask that again. Melina is lying before me, her naked body stretched out on the bed with her toes barely touching the ground as she spreads her legs for me. I never told her to do so, and I don't know what she expects me to do. Does she think I will fuck her right away? Just like that? It's not that I don't want to. My cock has been hard since the moment we stepped inside this room, recalling the memories from last time. I'm throbbing with need, and for a moment I doubt my decision to take my time with her tonight. I'm yearning to be inside her again, the need pulsating through every fiber of my being when I step closer to the bed. She can neither hear nor see me, but she senses me coming closer. Her body tenses, her little hands digging into the sheets beneath her when I position myself between her spread legs. She's wearing a cute set of lingerie for me, a black thong with a matching bra and laced stockings held up by a garter belt around her waist. The sight is endearing, to say the least, but I need her naked for what I'm about to do. She sighs when I lean over her and arches her back to help me as I reach behind her back to unhook her bra. The view of her perky breasts sends another hot shiver down my spine, causing my cock to twitch with need dangerously close to her core. I remove the garter belt, unfastening the clips that hold up her sheer stockings, before I hook my finger beneath the slim lace of her black thong. It sticks to her center as I slowly pull it down, bearing her in front of me. I'm down on my knees, naked, rock hard, and faced with her arousal. She's heaving heavy breaths in nothing but her heels and her stockings. The beast inside me is raging furiously, desperate to be inside her, to take her roughly. My fists are clenching while I fight it back, calming the disruptive voices and pushing the urges aside, no matter how loud they may scream for attention. I get back up on my feet before it's too late, and the fight is lost. But I can't stop myself from getting a little taste of her. She moans when my hand dives between her legs, my palm cupping her mound as I let 2 fingers slide between her hot lips. She's dripping wet, her back arching as she leans into my touch. A sinister smile tugs at the corner of my mouth as I fondle her just a little bit, watching her react to my touch and filling the room with her sweet moans in the process. Her body coils with heat, the muscles in her legs tensing as she tries to lift her hips, inviting me in to stretch her. Not yet, little girl. She mewls with disappointment when I retreat, leaving her alone with her profuse desire as I walk over to the cabinet. Most of the utensils displayed in here are not meant to deliver actual pain. There are feathers, different pieces of fabric, some rope, vibrators, and massage balls. But I reach for the 2 items that are not like the others, 2 metal items meant to tease but have the capability to inflict pain if handled accordingly. When I walk back to the bed, I find she hasn't moved an inch. Her soft panting is the only sound filling the room, as even the carpet muffles my careful steps. I return to my position between her legs, careful not to touch her in the process, but she knows I'm there. She stiffens, holding her breath in anticipation as I kneel before her, placing the items I just fetched on the bed right next to her. Her head tilts to the side for a split second, following my movements even though she cannot see me. I tell her to relax by placing my hands on her inner thighs, gently massaging her sensitive skin as I make my way up to her core. I stop right before her heated center, deliberately sparing the most sensitive place between her legs as I move my hands farther up and out to her hip bones. She squirms beneath my touch, leaning into it and begging for more. My hands trail along the sides of her body, following the shape of her slim waist to her tits. I cup her small curves, kneading gently while observing her reaction. She jerks when I take her nipples between 2 fingers, threatening to pinch them. Even when I only apply a hint of pressure, she groans in a blend of ecstasy and agony. She's sensitive. I like that. Her sigh of relief travels through the room when I release her tits, caressing the sides of her waist as I move back down to the curve of her hips. I take the exact route, following the same path along her hip bones back to her center, surpassing her sensitive core before I reach the soft skin on the inside of her thighs. She lets out an audible gasp when my hands leave her trembling body as I reach for one of the items I brought back with me, a small metal handle with a pinwheel attached at the top. The evenly spaced, radiating sharp pins rotate across her skin when I set it down just above her knee and slowly travel along her thigh. I don't apply any pressure at first, giving her a chance to get used to the feeling of the needles dancing across her skin. I travel farther, deliberately closing in on her sensitive lips before taking a detour and moving outward to her hip bone instead, just like I did with my hands before. She's shivering with anticipation, tensing up every time I threaten to touch her there. So far, her heated expectations have not been met. I get up on my knees, hovering above her as I let the pinwheel journey across her skin. She giggles as I move along the side of her body, tickling her with my gentle treatment. Watching her is mesmerizing, hypnotic even. I feel like I'm falling into a trance as I move the little tool across her body, changing the pressure based on what part of her I'm currently teasing. What do I get out of this? Relaxation. A new level of pleasure I haven't known before. My cock stands hard and erect, the tip close to her inviting entrance as I straighten up to let the needles dance across her sensitive tits. I'm hard for her, but the desperation to be inside her has become tolerable. It has been replaced by a different kind of eagerness, a patient need for her, calmed by the knowledge that I will have her eventually. I could be inside her any time. I could fuck her right here and now, and she would welcome it. But the gratification of fucking her right away wouldn't be the same as what awaits me if I prolong our game. I'm curious to see how close I can bring her, how wild I can make her without ever touching her clit, without stretching her tightness with my length. I almost erupt at the deep sigh she releases when I move the pinwheel along her nipples, increasing the pressure as I do. She's so fucking responsive in that area, her body coiling as she takes in the intrusive sensation without trying to evade it. She's visibly torn between pain and pleasure, biting her lower lip as she gives into the battle her body and mind are fighting. I can't wait to see how she'll react to the second surprise I have in store for her. She relaxes when I remove the wheel from her sensitive tits, bearing the tickle of a less violent intrusion on her skin as it rotates along her belly, circling her belly button before I continue to her bare mound. I pause there, observing as I give her time to ponder the implications of what could follow next. She spreads her legs even farther for me, inviting me to a place I neglected by choice. Until now. A feeble moan echoes through the room when I move farther, sparing her very center by detouring to the side at the very last moment. The needles pinch into her soft lips as I move down, stopping for a moment while she pants with need, and then move the wheel along her thigh, back to where its journey started. Her frustration is evident in the deep groan that slips from her pretty lips.
Chapter 19. Melina. Metal dances across my skin, pinching and tickling on a rotating basis. It hurt when he moved it along my nipples, easing the pressure but still evoking so much more sensation than before. I always knew I was sensitive there, but I had no idea that I could feel like this, even with just a feeble touch of small needles. It took me a while to determine what was happening when I first felt the cold metal against my skin. He must be using one of these wheels, the kind they use at the doctor's to test a patient's nerve endings. I'm panting with expectation, my body hot and stiff with the prospect after his first journey. He withdraws the wheel from my skin, giving me a few moments to rest and ponder. Then he repeats the same route again, this time starting on the other side of my body. My body quakes at the intrusive touch, echoing the pain and tickle it causes as he moves it over my skin. I'm awake, relaxed and tense at the same time. My center throbbing with need and the strong desire to be touched. I squirm when he's back at my tits, the needles pinching into the softness of my curves before reaching my hardened nipples. The assault is electric, sending hot shivers down my spine and all the way to my needy core. Fuck, I want him to touch me. There. My agitation is so vivid and strong, taking over every fiber, a turmoil ravaging inside me. But I remain still on the outside, hardly moving despite the frantic excitement taking hold of me while he caresses my skin with the sharp needles. I sigh with relief and anxious elation when he finishes his second round, moving the wheel dangerously close to my hard nub as it trails over my labia, so close but deliberate not to touch me where I really want it. The heat recedes only slightly when the wheel travels along my inner thigh and back toward my knee, where he lifts it off my skin once again. I'm delirious and yearning for more, and my heart jumps when I feel him moving between my legs, hoping that he will finally grant me my wish. I gasp in surprise when I feel his body on top of mine, straddling my waist, with his heavy length bobbing on my belly. He's so big that his tip nudges the valley between my tits, and it drives me insane. My arms lift on instinct, my hands flying to my chest to try to touch him, but he stops me, grabbing each of my wrists and pushing my hands back down on the sheets. I mewl in protest, the sound echoing inside my skull, loud and muffled by the earplugs alike. I don't know if he says something, but if he does, I'm unable to hear it. He lets go of my wrists, the warmth of his hand hovering over mine for a few more moments until he trusts me to obey. He cups my breasts, pushing them together to trap himself between them. I smile at the feeling of his length, hard and wet as he uses my tits to squeeze it. He finds my nipples again, confining them between 2 fingers, pinching and twisting in a more violent attack than before. A sound escapes me, but I can't tell whether it's a moan of pleasure or a yelp of agony. Whatever it resembles, it doesn't make him stop. On the contrary, his assail grows in intensity, the fiery pain blinding me more than the fabric across my eyes. Bright sparks flash against the darkness, and when he lets go of me, I'm left with a comforting oscillation, almost feeling like the aftermath of an orgasm. My chest is heaving as I try to regain composure. Even trapped under his heavy body like this, I feel like I'm floating on a cloud of bliss, too dizzy to fight any of it and too unwilling too. The sheets feel warm and soft against my back, a sharp contrast to the ardent strike from above. Yet, I wouldn't want to miss either. Something cold trickles along the side of my body. For a moment, I believe it's liquid because of the way the cold drops follow each other along my ribs. But then I realize that it must be a metal chain that clings cold against my skin, just like the needles before. Awareness hits me when I feel another pinch around my right nipple. His fingers pulling this time, stretching my sensitive bud, and a moment later, something else closes around it. Something that stings my skin with an icy pain I've never felt before. This time, I'm sure my exclamation is a cry of pain as a tight clamp torments my nipple. I'm whimpering, still processing the ache. When he reaches for my left nipple, giving me just enough time to hold my breath in preparation before he closes another clamp around that side. I suck in a sharp breath, trying to stop myself from crying out again. Not only because I want to be stronger than that, but because I don't like the way it sounds inside my muffled head. I feel the chain holding the 2 clamps together draped across my chest and his length between. He cups my breasts again, his touch gentle and careful while the metal clamps bite into my poor nipples. I'm at his mercy now more than ever. The chain not only covers the area between my tits, but also lays on top of his hard cock. He lifts it just to show me what he can do with even the smallest movement. The chain stretches, pulling at the clamps on my anguished nubs. I arch my back to follow the motion, desperate to reduce the pain but relishing the heated frenzy it brings with it. Despite its vigor, the affliction is quiet in its nature. There's no rapid assault following another, just a steady throbbing that grows weaker with every moment as I adapt to it. I breathe into the sweet suffering, slowly realizing that it not only gets more bearable with every passing moment, but also more gratifying. Pride fills me as I overcome the worst, wafting with a content smile on my face. I know he sees it. I know he witnesses the joy unfolding on my face because the moment it does, he adds to my delight by reaching backward between my legs. His hand rests on my mound for a moment, applying a soft push as if to calm me down, before he moves farther, parting my slick folds as he seeks my erect clit. There's no doubt about the nature of the sound that escapes my body now. A groan so deep that I can feel it vibrating through my pained chest. Speaking of nothing but utter bliss and ecstasy, I'm so turned on, so wet and fired up that even his careful touch feels like an explosion. But I don't want to come, not yet. Not without him inside me. I don't have to voice my wish for him to understand. His rock-hard length pulls at the chain as he lifts himself to move. He lets it happen, straining the chain hooked around his cock as he moves away from me while I howl in pain. The infliction burns like molten iron, seeping through my chest with fierce urgency. A moment later, the stress releases my tormented tits as he frees himself of the chain, adding a last little yank before he lets it drop to my chest, the cold metal winding across my skin just below my sternum. The anguish doesn't diminish, but it changes. turning into a gradual pulsation instead of a fiery sting like before. It doesn't take long before I'd no longer call it pain, but a warm embrace, accompanied by his hands as he encompasses my breasts from both sides, tenderly squeezing before he trails along the outline of my upper body until his hands rest on my hips. I thought I had my legs spread as far as I possibly could, but the prospect of finally feeling him inside me urges me to find new limits to overstep. He helps me by placing his hands on my inner thighs and applying a placid but determined push to open me up even more. For moments that feel like an eternity, he just stays like that. His tip is so close to my entrance that I can feel its presence despite lacking the touch. I grind before him, mewling and panting as I await his assault. My delirious excitement is almost unbearable at this point, but I stop myself from begging out loud. Speaking when you can only hear your own voice within the echo chamber of your skull is weird to begin with, and it would only destroy the wonderful atmosphere he created. My delicious vertigo takes another leap when I finally feel his tip pushing against my entrance. He's taking his time, parting my lips with patient savagery as he shoves his thick member inside. He moves forward in an unbroken but agonizingly slow motion, relishing each inch as he stretches my channel. I gasp gratefully when he's completely buried between my lips, his pelvis pressed against my lips as his rod fills me. He doesn't move, leaving it up to me to take what I need from him. I lift my legs, locking my feet at the edge of the bed as good as I can. My hands crawl into the sheets beneath me, holding on as I begin to shift my body back and forth, grinding my hips on his enormous girth. The plugs in my ear subdue my moans, and I can neither see nor hear him. All I have is this: his sighs filling me, and his hand digging into the flesh around my hips as he holds on to me with possessive need. Slowly, very slowly, he begins to move his pelvis, joining my gradual rhythm as I drift toward my release. The first whisper of my impending rapture was there the moment I felt him inside me, but I silenced it, waiting to postpone what will surely be one of my strongest highs yet. My brain is dazed, muffled by the lack of sight and sound, and dumbfounded by lust as nothing but bliss exists. I can feel him growing even harder inside me, his grip on my hips intensifying with such ferocity that it almost hurts. He's close to coming, too, and just like me, he's holding back. I just don't know whether it's for my benefit or his own. My release comes in calm and deep waves. It's not a sudden and loud outcry of lust, but a serene crest of such magnitude that I'm helpless against it. I don't try to fight it any longer, but give in to the bliss. My muscles clenching around his steeliness while he continues to thrust in a very quiet but very heavy motion, relentless but with patient indulgence. My peak lasts and lasts, sending new floods of pleasure even when I thought the last had just hit me. I lift my arms, finding his wrists and holding on to him while I feel him throbbing inside me, finding his own release in the same modest and profound way as I am.
Chapter 20. Rowan. "I don't want to leave," she whispers. If we were anywhere else but here, her words would evade my impaired hearing. It's become a rare luxury to hear a woman's whisper, and I never realized how much I missed it until now. Her voice is oddly comforting at this volume, and it's a privilege to experience it. She was squinting when I removed the blindfold, despite the dim blue illumination. Yet, coming from complete darkness, she needed to adjust to even this bare minimum of light. "I love this room," she adds in another whisper. "I love being here." She turns to me, catching my gaze in the dark. "I love getting fucked by you in here." The smile that dances on her face tastes of mischief and naughtiness, revealing that she's not used to being this blunt. Her alleged innocence is so fucking endearing after all we just did. We're lying on the bed next to each other on our backs with just our fingers touching. It's an odd position to be in, and I don't think I've ever found myself like this after having sex with a woman. They either wanted to curl up in my embrace, or we parted ways right after we finished. None of them ever lay next to me like Melina is right now, relaxed, happy, but somehow distant. She doesn't wait for me to speak, and she doesn't press to hear anything that would break the comfortable silence between us. Everything about Melina is different. I never thought I'd meet a woman like her, a woman who responds so well to what I have to offer. In fact, she made me realize what I have to offer in the first place. I'd never played with anyone the way I play with her, and I never thought I could enjoy anything like it. "I'm glad you enjoyed yourself," I say, feeling dumb for my choice of words. It sounds as if I just provided a service for her. Her little laugh just proves how silly I must have sounded. "I did," she replies. "I really did. I hope you did too. I still don't get what was in this for you. This was so much more for me than it was for you." "How would you know that?" I ask her. "Stop doubting me." Her face scrunches in a way that makes her look a lot younger than she really is, giving her the impression of a pouting little girl. "What do you like about it?" she asks. "Why the silence? Why this room?" "Haven't we talked about this?" I retort, sounding more annoyed than I actually am. "Yes," she says. "You said you don't like what loud noises do to you. Or was it loud music? Something like that." She clears her throat and rolls to her side. Supporting herself on her elbow, she looks at me. "That's what you said. It makes you do things you don't like about yourself," she continues. "What did you mean by that?" I sigh, doubting it would be a good idea to be honest about this with her, but she doesn't really give me a choice. I hate lying more than I hate risking repulsion by speaking the truth. I've done some stupid things in the past, I dare to say. My temper and we haven't been the best of friends for most of my life. She casts me a quizzical look, urging me to continue. I've lost it more than once. I snapped, and it often involved a lot of noise, loud noise. Not always music, but more things like gunfire, she assumes correctly. I nod. Gunfire and loud voices, people yelling at each other. It gets to me in a contagious way. She huffs. Doesn't sound like the army was the best place for you to be. It wasn't, but I didn't know that before I joined, I admit. I just wanted to get out of that house and away from my parents, and I needed a good excuse to get out of the responsibilities they tried to push on me. At the time, the army seemed to be the only way out for me. I pause, shaking my head as I stare up at the ceiling, my mind drained with regret. I was just an angry boy back then. A stupid, angry boy. She doesn't say anything, giving me the impression she agrees with me. All the yelling, the brute company, it affects you, especially when you're young, impressionable, and hungry to get out of the golden cage you grew up in, I continue without thinking twice. Of course, I had to adapt. I had to be one of the boys, just as strong, just as invincible. But I didn't know when to stop. I lost control of the persona growing inside me. And then there was one last time when I snapped at the worst imaginable time. I can feel Melina's eyes on me, but I avert her gaze, keeping mine locked on the ceiling above us as the words flow out of me. There has only ever been one single person who heard me say these things before, and I never felt as comfortable with her as I now do with Melina. She will judge me. She will come to her own conclusions after hearing the harsh truth of what kind of person I am. I was treated like a hero when I returned from Ramadi, but no one except me could ever set the record straight in that regard. Because everyone else is dead, or lost the ability to remember. It was easy for me to work my way up because dominance and control come to me naturally. I did have a group of men working under my command back then, but in that very situation I wasn't the one who was in charge. I only thought I was, and when one of my comrades disagreed, we got into a nasty argument. Outside the base, at the outskirts of Ramadi, was the worst fucking place to fight with your own people, I continue. I was louder, more aggressive, and that's the only reason he gave up fighting me, and we... Fuck. Even after all this time, I can't say the words without choking up. Melina doesn't say a word. She doesn't try to soothe me by uttering phrases that drip with cliché and that I've heard thousands of times before. It's okay, don't worry, it's not your fault. It's bullshit, all of it, and I thank her for refraining from saying any of these things. Instead of speaking, she places her hand on my chest, right above my heart. It's an odd gesture, and something I didn't see coming, but the soft pressure of her hand right on top of my beating heart provides a comfort I've never known before. It almost scares me how pleasant her touch is. We split up. My comrade and two others headed in one direction, and me in another. At least that was the plan, I continue. I'm furious when I turn away from him. We both are. And it was that rage that made me forget. It made me forget to warn him. I had just sent him down a road we were told not to travel because Command had some information about possible mines in that area. It hit me right as I was about to get back into our truck, and as soon as it did, I turned around and ran after them. But it was too late. She's holding her breath and tenses up as I'm about to conclude my horrific story. They walked right into it, right before my eyes, I finish. Two of them dead, the third almost losing an arm. He was lucky because he stayed behind, as was I. The blast was so fucking loud it tore parts of our eardrums apart. I was thrown back by the blast and lucky enough to lose consciousness. I pause, adding a cold chuckle before I continue. The brain has a weird way of protecting you from shit like that. I don't really remember most of it. I just reconstruct from what others have told me and what little I do remember. I remember fighting with my comrade, I remember the sound of the blast, and I remember waking up in the hospital a few hours later, not being able to hear the words as I'm told that two of them are dead and the third is in critical condition. Her hand is still resting on my chest, gently caressing as she processes the horrible tale I just shared with her. Still, she doesn't say a word, and she's no longer looking at me. I can tell without turning to her. She turned her head away from me, but it's not a dismissive move. It's more like she's trying to give me space to breathe through the horrific memory. At least that's what it feels like. It feels good. It felt right to share this with her. There's no judgment in her silence, just comfort in her affectionate caress. "That's a terrible thing to go through," she finally says, still not looking at me. "I'm so sorry, Rowan." "It was my fault," I add, sounding stubborn even though she never disagreed with me. "It all happened because I lost my fucking temper, because I yelled at him until he just gave in. I propelled both of us into a vicious state of rage that made us forget the danger we were in, and he's the one who paid the price." "You paid a price too," Melina insists, "and not a small one." I scoff coldly. I want to tell her that she doesn't need to feel sorry for me. On the contrary, it feels wrong for her to pity me. It was my mistake, my own fault, and by saying that out loud, I just proved her right. She assumed correctly that I blamed myself for what happened before I even told her about it, and I hate to give her the satisfaction of being right about that. I had a shitty way of dealing with it, too, I add. Very shitty. Her head shifts and her curious eyes are back on me, wide in question. "What do you mean? Didn't you go through therapy?" "Eventually, yes," I say, knowing I'm about to dig a hole for myself with what I'm about to tell her. But I found other outlets before that. I was angry, furious, and so full of savage power that needed an outlet. I never learned how to control or channel all that brute and aggressive behavior I adapted during my years as a soldier in a non-destructive way. I add a pause, hoping she'll connect the dots without me having to say it out loud. But Melina just shakes her head, signaling that she doesn't know where I'm going with this. She's leaving me no choice. "I took it out on others," I explain. "On women, mostly." Her eyes widen in shock. You beat up women? I shake my head, grabbing her hand as she's about to withdraw it from my chest. No, not like that, I say, squeezing her. I thought I'd chosen a smarter path, a controlled setting with strict rules. I fucked them hard, and I played with them even harder. Her face enlightens with understanding. You mean, like the people in the red rooms? Yes, like that, I say. I needed it. I needed an outlet like that, a place where I could still be that furious beast raging inside me, and I thought this was it. I thought I could control it just enough to deal with the agonizing fury without hurting anyone. She swallows, her expression now laced with fear and worry. But you did, she whispers. You did hurt them. I nod, witnessing how her heart sinks in disappointment. Yes, I did hurt them, I say. I couldn't do it. They had their safe words to protect them, and that worked. It put me in my place. But they all had to use it, and several times. There wasn't a single time when I wasn't reminded that I'm no good at this, and that I can't be this man with a woman, ever. I can see it all in her face, the disappointment, the fear, the worry. I'm not an abuser, but I know that my blunt and honest reveal must sound just like that. It sounds like it because there's some truth to it. I've been a customer at the Violent Delights agency for about a year, but I did not get access to this club until Dwight's referral. The reason for that was not a lack of wealth or influence. My family name alone provides all that, but from the number of complaints submitted by the girls I bought. Not all of them left a note with the madam, but none of them ever wanted to service me again. I can't blame them, and it has been my biggest fear with Melina, that I would hurt her the same way I'd hurt others, that I wouldn't be able to control myself once I was alone with her. I didn't come to the club to play for that very reason. With her, everything changed, but I doubt she sees the extent of it, the way she helped me find a new side of myself, a new side of pleasure, a new way of being with a woman that provides me with the same cathartic release I crave without hurting another soul. She doesn't get it. How could she? It's evident in her eyes, now overcast with doubt and fear as her mind wanders back to the very first night we spent together, the night when that feral beast shone through for but a moment. Right now all she sees is that dark side I just shared with her, and it frightens the hell out of her.
Chapter 21. Melina. I made it. I'm so freaking lucky. Here I am, dressed in black, all posh and proper, looking way too fancy for this place, which is barely more than a local water hole for heavy drinkers, but I don't care. Dress for the job you want, not for the job you have, they say. And I know where I want to go with this. I want to serve the best and most elaborate drinks, maybe even my own creations, to the richest and fanciest people in town. One day, despite my recent setback, I know I have the potential to get there. Coming from Jack and John's, one of the more upscale taverns in town, to this place, Captain Seaweed's, a small neighborhood joint, doesn't exactly look like I'm on my way up, but rather dwindling downward. And maybe I am. Maybe this is a step back, but I refuse to only see the negative aspects of this involuntary job change. I may not have come here by choice, but I did come here with a mission. Jack and John's was the first place that I could call home. I'm not just talking career-wise, but in general. My young life was shaped by ever-changing homes. A new mom and dad every few years, and sometimes siblings, sometimes not. Some of them were nice, and some weren't, but either way I never stayed long, and I never understood what it felt like to truly belong to someone, to something. I started working as a waitress at Jack and John's shortly before I turned 18, around the time when I finished high school, and I knew I'd have to take care of myself sooner rather than later. I considered myself lucky because my last foster home turned out to be one of the best. I lived with them for more than 2 years, the longest I've ever stayed at any home, and my foster mom was a sweet, middle-aged lady with no hurry to get rid of me. She wanted me to attend college, but I knew that wouldn't be for me. I wanted to stand on my own 2 feet and make my own money as soon as possible. College would have postponed my independence. Of course, waitressing was never the end game. I don't think it is for anybody, but it was a good start, and I had way more luck than most people have with their first employer. The guy who ran Jack and John's was a longtime friend of my foster mom's, and the fact I knew him outside work made a big difference in the way he treated me. He paid attention to me. He listened. And he noticed my talent before I did. He helped me get a minor service permit so I could serve, pour, and mix beverages, even though I wasn't old enough to drink yet. It made all the difference. I finally felt like I had found my calling, something that was mine, something I was good at, something I loved doing. In a way, I figure it's no different than finding your passion for cooking. Some people are born to be chefs. I was born to create drinks. Jack and John's didn't want to let me go, but after being in the red for too long, they were forced to cut back drastically and let people go based on their seniority. I was one of the newest and last to join the team, so I was one of the first to go. Finding work at my age and with little experience in the area is extremely hard. That's why I can't see this job as anything but the greatest gift I could ask for. The location may be a step down, but my position itself is a clear step up. I'm the main bartender, the person who leads everyone else, the person most responsible for the customer's happiness all night long. It took some time to get used to this new role at this new place, but I think I'm starting to like it here. I found my routine. I have a few regulars who sometimes share a little too much of their lives with me, but I'm making good money, especially with the tips I receive. I can't complain, and I won't. I may have to put up with some unwanted attention by guys who don't know when to stop, but I'm a strong girl and I know how to defend myself. Their unwelcome advances don't get to me. Most of them are easily put in place, and those who won't listen to me will always listen to Anthony, the guy who works most shifts with me. I never work alone, which is comforting, but also necessary in this environment. And tonight, I couldn't be more grateful for his presence. It's a Friday night and as busy as can be. We've been pouring drinks nonstop, most of them beers and ciders. Occasionally, one of the guys will ask for a whiskey, but when I ask them what kind, listing all the options we serve, I usually hear nothing but a slurred, "The cheapest you got." It's disheartening, to say the least. I don't feel like a bartender tonight. I feel like I'm thrown back to my days as a waitress, just throwing out drink after drink without so much as a second thought. There's a stag night group, and they are by far the worst I've had to endure since I started this job. Anthony is equally miffed by their behavior, but he doesn't get tired of reminding me that they bring in good money. It's hard to argue with that. As the night goes on and the stags get more intoxicated, we witness more and more complaints by other customers. Quite a few by regulars who feel disturbed in their calm Friday night routine. The bar is always busier on the weekends, as is any bar, but it rarely gets this loud and crowded. While we share their disdain, there's very little we can do. Anthony beckons the group to quiet down, but to no avail. Midnight is approaching. It's about 6 minutes to 12 when I last checked the time, which is shortly before it happens. I will never forget the time, nor will I forget the face that appears at the counter as things turn for the worst. The guy's drunk beyond measure, his face red and distorted, and his movements sloppy and violent as he leans over the bar, slurring his words. "Gimme that." His words are etched into my brain, just like the time and the look on his face. But to this day, I have no idea what exactly he was asking for. What did he want me to give him? Does it matter? Everything following that moment is nothing but a blur. It was loud. That is all I remember. Loud and messy, loud and quick, loud and chaotic. It was a nightmare. A nightmare that only lasted a few seconds, but those few seconds left a mark on me. Men and their rage. I've never feared anything more. Growing up, I was lucky enough never to have that rage directed at me, but I witnessed it more than once. Foster homes are supposed to be a haven for less fortunate kids. A home, if only temporary, that provides them with shelter and care. But that doesn't mean evil doesn't lurk in the shadows behind the pristine white curtains. Angry men who take to the bottle can turn into monsters under the influence, and it's most often their wives who endure that fury. I saw it happen. I hid in closets and behind doors when it did, often hugging children younger than me and speaking soothing words to them while I tried to contain my own horror. At least he's not yelling at me, I thought. At least he's not hitting me, I thought. But tonight, I turn into the target before realizing what's happening. Words are thrown at me, incomprehensible and incoherent, making no sense to me or anyone else around. The spat of insults and threats hits me as if I was physically beaten, and before I know it, there are 2, 3, 4 men yelling at me and raising their fists. Anthony is there, stepping in front of me and taking the hit when the first fist reaches out to hurt us. The scene turns into a brawl when other guests come to our rescue, all too happy to use their strength against the intruders who've ruined their night. I hide under the bar counter as the men smash their faces in, destroying the place as their drunken temper gets the better of them. Glass shatters, wood splinters mixing with angry groans and yelling I've never heard before. I crawl deeper into my hiding space, feeling terribly guilty as I know Anthony is still out there, fending everyone off while I seek cover under the bar. I'm such a coward. The terror paralyzes me. I clamp up, pulling my legs close to my body and wrapping my arms around them, holding tight as I rock back and forth, waiting to wake up from the nightmare. A single gunshot tears through the ruckus, causing me to freeze in shock. Did someone just die? For a few seconds, I'm left to believe that happened. The harsh sound sets an end to the horrifying commotion, and I listen. I listen for someone to yell for help. I listen for another shot. I listen for anything. The gunshot echoes inside my head, bringing with it a deadly promise and a haunting prospect. But before my mental cinema can come up with its own plot, reality reveals itself before my eyes. My vision is blurred with tears when I see movement to my left. People are coming for me in a non-threatening manner. They're here to help. I don't succumb to merciful unconsciousness, but my brain still manages to shield myself in a way I've never experienced before. Shock. It disables you just as much as it keeps you safe from insanity. Chapter 22. Melina. I feel like an idiot, and I don't even know why. Is it bad I still dwell on that night, because I just can't let go of it? Was it even that bad? So what if a bunch of guys got into a fight while I was working at the bar? Big deal. It must happen all the time, and it's not like I was even hurt in the process. The gunshot that ended it all came from a policeman because someone in there actually thought to call the police instead of curl up into a little ball beneath the bar top as I did. I'm not only filled with fear and horror as I remember that night. There's another emotion that weighs on me a lot stronger than everything else. Shame. I feel shame when I think back. I'm ashamed of my own actions. I'm ashamed of my inactivity. Fine, I was the only woman in the room, but that doesn't excuse my behavior, does it? Anthony is not a fighter either. He later told me that despite having worked at the bar for years, he's never faced a situation like that before. It's not like he's trained or even experienced in handling such a brawl, but he still stood his ground. He was out there, not with flying fists, but with appeasing exclamations drowned out by the ruckus as the men attacked each other. He was the one who called the police, the one who tried to establish order while I did nothing. I shake my head trying to chase the sinister memories aside while I move around behind the bar, getting things ready for the night. Why do these memories keep coming back to me? Why now? It has been months since that night, and on the face of it, I should be fine. But I am not. My body escaped the night without any bruises or cuts, unlike others. But my mind took a severe hit from it, opening a wound I didn't even know was there. My therapist wasn't surprised in the least when I broke down in front of him, trying to talk about what happened that night. I felt like I was going crazy. I felt so weak and helpless. I just wanted to be normal, to be strong, to work, to make drinks and make money. I wanted to return to my place, and I felt like it had been taken from me because my dumb brain was too traumatized to let this go. Every time I stepped into the bar after that incident, I began shaking. I flinched at every sound, every chair scrape across the floor as it moved, every time the door closed with a loud bang. Everything scared me, and I hated myself for it. Anthony sent me home every time I tried to work, and that made me feel even worse. He was there in the middle of it, yet he was fine, and I was not. I'm such a wimp. The fact that Rowan's unrelated revelation made me think back on that night only shows how messed up my head is. He told me about something truly traumatic. Something that was a lot worse than what happened to me, yet his tale also included a truth about him that led me to conclusions I probably shouldn't make. He said he's prone to lose his temper, and he has hurt others because of it. He hurt women who were with him the way I was with him. I hated hearing those things about him. Why would he tell me about this? Why would he tell me in the blue room right after we had sex? Was he just trying to be honest with me, or was he trying to scare me? I don't really believe it could be the latter, but I can't dismiss the idea completely. Hearing those things changes the way I see him, whether I want it to or not. I have known him for less than 2 weeks, but I feel so close to him, so at ease. I've never felt like this with a man before, and I've never experienced sex the way I did with him, and now all of that is gone because he's not who I need him to be. Don't be silly, I hiss at myself. I'm blowing this out of proportion. I must be. Days have passed since that night, since he shared those dreadful details of his past with me, and I haven't seen or spoken to him since. I excused myself rather abruptly that night, claiming I had to go home, and was picking up my clothes before he could even begin to stop me. He didn't even try. He just sat there, watching me as I got dressed in a hurry, his face heavy with sorrow and regret. I hated seeing him this way. But just as when that brawl erupted at Captain Seaweed's, I chose the chicken way out and averted my eyes. I protected myself by ignoring his own pain, neglecting to give him the comfort he needed after reliving the horrible events that shaped him and stripping his soul in front of me by telling me about it. I chose my own fear over him, and I feel terrible about that. Great, now at least I know why I've been feeling so shitty for days. Knowing the problem doesn't make it go away, though. We exchanged numbers, but I never contacted him since I practically ran from him in his dark past that night. And I haven't heard from him either, though I can't blame him. It's up to me to make this right. I'm the one who has to show him that this is not over. I'm the one who has to apologize and let him know that he did nothing wrong. I check the time on my phone. 10 minutes left until the club officially opens. My thumb slides across the screen, searching for his number. I should text him. Should I? Will I be okay knowing the things I know about him? Will I be safe with him? Do you trust me? He always asked. And I always responded in the positive. Could I still do that? He confided in me after all. It's my obligation to show him the same trust he has shown me. And he's never done anything to me that would make me think of him as an abuser. Even the pain he inflicted on me during our play is engraved into my memory as nothing but erotic caress. But there was a moment when I didn't feel safe with him. During our very first night, when he assaulted me with a feral urge, grabbing and fucking me way too hard. He did that for like a split second, and I could tell he was afraid of himself when it happened. He stopped right away and changed our position, placing the control in my hands so he wouldn't give me a reason to fear. And everything ever since has been nothing but fun and pleasure. Fuck, I miss him. 6 more minutes until the door opens. 6 more minutes until I will be too occupied to contemplate a decision. I know he won't be among the patrons tonight because he hasn't been here since our last night together. He won't come back unless I ask him to. I check the door one more time. Waitresses are fluttering around the room, making last-minute checks on the room before they'll gather next to the bar, ready to greet the first customers. We will provide them with their first drink, making sure they're happy and comfortable before the curtain opens for the angels and devils to entertain them. I take a deep breath and lower my gaze to the little screen in my hands as my fingers start typing.
Chapter 23. Rowan. That's not what your father would do. Oh, how I loathe that sentence. I hate it even more when it crosses Dwight's lips, emphasized and loud enough so even my impaired ears can hear it across the room. And he knows that I hate hearing it. The fact he knows it but still deems it appropriate to lecture me antagonizes me even more. He knows how to play me, how to push the right buttons to anger me just enough to follow his suggestions. I pace up and down the office, followed by 6 pairs of eyes. 5 of them anxious and expectant, and 1 of them condescending and boastful. Dwight is about 15 years my senior, and has been working for and later with my father for most of his adult life. That also means he has been a part of my life for longer than I care for. He was one of the reasons I didn't see myself following my father's footsteps when I was asked to do so. I didn't want to become a man like him. Dwight has something about him, something nasty and unpleasant, a side that stands in stark contrast to his occasional displays of supportive advice. When I returned from Ramadi a broken shadow of myself, he was the one to help me get back on my feet, more so than my own parents. It wasn't because they didn't care enough, because they did. But they were not only helpless against the trauma that had befallen me, but also had to deal with my father's cancer diagnosis at the same time. Dwight, being a veteran himself, knew how to deal with me way better than they did. I owe him for the things he did back then, but I also hate him for exploiting that intimate knowledge he has about me because of it. It's hard to trust a man like him, and it's probably smarter not to. More than once, I felt that his interest wasn't so much in supporting me, but in getting rid of me. He was there for me back then, but he never said a word about me becoming my father's successor. On the contrary, he was the only person to support me in the decision against doing so when I joined the Army. And he voiced concern when I said I wanted to step up to the challenge after I'd dealt with the damage left by the incidents in Ramadi. I thought it was actual concern that caused him to hold me back, but sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if he really has my best interests at heart. Right now, he's trying to make me feel small, to make me feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. We're discussing a new client, one that my father has been trying to acquire for years, long before I showed any interest in stepping up to take over his business. He built this empire from scratch, eventually dominating the market for electronic equipment and hardware. We sell to the biggest names out there, but the one we're fighting for right now is not one of them, and I know that my father would like to change that. I also know that Dwight is right. My father might disagree with my decision and do things differently, but that is only because his obsession with this potential client has fogged his judgment of reality. We shouldn't agree to the prices and conditions that it would take to get these guys on board. They are a big name in the industry, and it would be great to be able to list them under our clients, but not under these conditions. The return on investment would be too low, making it a terrible business decision, to say the least. I'm aware of my father's wishes, I tell Dwight and everyone else in the room, but we can't agree to this deal, not under these conditions. It would hurt us a lot more than we would benefit from it. Dwight sighs, rolling his eyes dramatically. I know he's doing it on purpose, turning toward the room so everyone can see what he thinks of my refusal to go along with this. He's undermining my leadership again, and I don't understand why. Why did he help me get here if all he's doing now is standing in my way? I don't think we're getting anywhere with this today, he says, addressing first me and then the rest of our accounting team, his words muffled and harder for me to perceive now that he's not facing me directly. Let's schedule another meeting for next week. Maybe the young Mr. Kingsley will see things a little differently by then. The young Mr. Kingsley will not concede to these conditions under any circumstances, and the fact that Dwight thinks he could change my mind just like that shows how little he understands. I lock him into place with a stern gaze while the rest of my employees gather their paperwork and hurry to get the hell out of that room. I know that at least half of them agree with me, mostly the financial accountants and my controller. But unlike me, they don't have the power to actually stop this from happening. They consistently talked to Dwight and my father when he was still around, pointing out the same things I find fault with now. I wait until they are gone before I gesture for Dwight to sit down. Let's have a word. He fixates me through narrow eyes, his eyebrows furrowing a tad before he reluctantly follows my demand. Don't talk to me like that in front of my employees. I deliberately stand on the other side of the desk, even though I asked him to sit down. You have to stop treating me like an unruly child. Dwight looks up at me, wrinkling his nose. I'm just trying to protect your father's wishes. It's what he'd want me to do. Don't talk about him as if he's already dead, I warn him, raising a finger as if he's the misbehaved child now. He still has a say in this, and I'm sure if he was aware of all the details, knowing what I, and you, know, he'd be on my side. Dwight shrugs. I wouldn't be too sure of that. Do you want to destroy this company? I bark at him. Is that what you want? Because you're sure acting like you don't care. You've seen the numbers, haven't you? You've seen... This isn't just about the numbers, Rowan, Dwight interrupts me. This is about a once-in-a-lifetime chance, a deal that we've been trying to nail since... forever. The profit will come in the long run, once we have that client name on our list. Trust me. Even Dwight doesn't sound convinced at his words. The look he's giving me now speaks of doubt and insecurity, hiding a truth he's not willing to share with me. Something in that look unsettles me, convincing me even more that I shouldn't allow him to persuade me. I shake my head. There's no way we're doing this. Dwight lets out a deep sigh. Look, sleep on it again, will you? You've been stressed lately. Take some time, relax a little, he says, raising a hand as if to calm me by that gesture alone. Maybe pay a visit to the Velvet Rooms? I hear you already took advantage of my referral? My eyebrows draw closer as I respond with a hesitant nod. Who told you about that? He looks as if he just got caught with his hands in the cookie jar, loudly clearing his throat to gloss over that momentary slip. How was it? He asks, ignoring my question. Did it help? I press my lips together, refusing to give a response to his audacious question. Had he asked me the same thing yesterday, it would have been even harder to contain myself. I was certain that I had lost Melina with my confession, that I scared her enough to turn her back on me forever. Her message last night was a pleasant surprise. She said she wanted to see me again, but not at the club. I didn't know what to make of that, but tried to find out by inviting her to my home. If she was scared to be alone with me, she would have rejected the invitation. But she didn't. She agreed to let me pick her up and bring her to my new townhouse. Tonight. The prospect of seeing her helps me overlook Dwight's obnoxious behavior, even though I know the problem won't go away anytime soon. I think we're done here. He nods, remembering his place just in time before I really lose my patience. He gathers his things and gets up from his seat while I watch him from the other end of the room with my arms crossed over my chest. He heads for the door, reaching for the doorknob, but just before he turns it to open the door, his eyes trail back over his shoulder, finding me. "Your father may not be dead yet," he says in an ominous tone, "but you know it's only a matter of time at this point, right? His last test results were—" "I'm aware," I cut him off, dismissing him with an aggressive wave of my hand. Yes, I'm fucking aware that my father is dying, and I still need to prove myself before that happens.
Chapter 24. Melina. "So, your place, huh?" I asked dumbly. He's sitting in the back seat next to me, meeting my bewildered look with calm confidence as the driver chauffeurs us through town. When I texted him last night, his response came almost immediately, showing that he had indeed been waiting to hear from me. He wanted to meet at the club again, but I told him no. I needed somewhere else. I needed to see him outside that environment, especially after the way we parted last time. He didn't fight me on this, but asked where he could pick me up to drive somewhere else instead. That's when the surprises started. I didn't expect him to show up in a limousine, welcoming me with a glass of champagne and informing me that we were headed to his place. "We don't have to if you'd prefer somewhere else," he assures me again, looking so freaking handsome in his dark shirt and matching slacks. "I had my cook prepare something for us, but I understand if you feel a little—" "No, that sounds great," I utter, slightly dumbfounded. "You have a cook?" He chuckles, taking another sip of champagne before he says, "I'm not much of a cook myself, to be honest. Neither am I, but that doesn't mean I hire someone else to do it for me." I wonder if he's aware that the luxuries he's used to are anything but common for normal people like me. However, based on what he told me about his family background, I don't think he knows much about life outside of abundance and wealth. Lucky bastard. We don't speak much during the drive, which creates an awkward atmosphere between us, even though we know we need to talk about things. My abrupt disappearance must have left a mark on him, and not a good one. I never apologized for it, but I don't even know if he expects me to. I'm relieved when the car stops in front of a white brick townhouse with an elaborate exterior. I follow him out of the car, my eyes scanning the 4-story building in front of us. "Shit," I whisper, like a real lady. "This is where you live?" He doesn't answer me, but places his hand on the small of my back, beckoning me to walk up the flight of stairs in front of us. Holy shit, I knew he had to be rich, but I never expected this. The black entrance door stands in contrast to the white brick, which looks so pristine that it must have been renovated quite recently. I avert my eyes as Rowan punches in a pin before opening the door for us. We step into a generously proportioned room with a sitting area in front of a fireplace. The furniture is just as white as the walls surrounding it, while the wooden floors are dark like the entrance door. Everything looks brand new and unused, almost as if this is a model home. "You really live here?" I wonder out loud. Feeling bad, I asked a moment later as I realize how this question may come across. "All by yourself?" He chuckles coldly. "Yes, all by myself. But I haven't lived here for very long," he says, gesturing through the reception room. "And I'll be honest, I've never spent a moment in this room." From the looks of it, he doesn't plan on spending any time in this beautiful room now either. He beckons for me to follow him, and I try to keep from gawking as we pass through the open corridor, a staircase revealing itself to our left and an open kitchen and dining area to our right. Lavish subway tile backsplash, marble countertops, and custom white cabinetry define the bright and airy space with large French doors leading to a patio in the back. My eyes linger on the elegant decor while I follow him to the left. After you, he says, gesturing for me to climb the stairs ahead of him. I shyly make my way up the considerate steps, feeling his eyes on my back as he follows behind me. First room to the left, he announces once I reach the second floor, speaking in such a hurry as if he doesn't want me to stalk anywhere else. The second floor looks just like the first. The same dark wooden floors and white walls finished with elaborate stucco on the ceiling. The living room he directed me to does not have a door but just an archway, letting an abundance of light flow through the hallway from the south-facing floor-to-ceiling windows on the far end of the living room. This room is bigger than the reception room downstairs. There's a fireplace as well, and a sitting area arranged around it. While the furniture and room decor look equally pristine and new up here, the room doesn't look as unused as the one downstairs. There's a stack of magazines on the coffee table next to a tablet, and the imprints on the cushions show that someone was sitting here not too long ago. "Can I offer you a drink?" he asks from behind me. "Or do you want to eat right away?" I turn on my heel, surprised to find him standing next to a bar card I hadn't noticed before. I step closer, my eyes widening with awe at his selection. "No, let's reserve," I exclaim upon eyeing the most expensive bottle of gin I've ever come across. "These cost like hundreds of dollars." My eyes dart back and forth between Rowan and the dark bottle. "May I? Can I touch it?" Rowan laughs, stepping closer. "You can drink it, too." I reach for the bottle, holding up the golden label as I study it. I've read about this dry gin before and I've always wanted to try it, but it's so far out of my price range that I never thought I would get the chance. Rowan fetches 2 glasses from a shelf next to the cart and lifts the lid of an ice bucket next to the bottles lined up on the bar cart. "Do you want tonic with it?" he asks while dropping ice cubes in the glasses. "Are you insane?" I retort, casting him an appalled look. How could he suggest watering this wonderful gin down with tonic water? I open the bottle, closing my eyes as I inhale the gin's scent. It's faint, but it's there. Speaking of a character I've never experienced before with this botanical liquor. "Let me," I say as he's about to take the bottle from my hand to pour our drinks. I'm the bartender. "Not in here, you aren't," he tells me, his eyebrow arching. "You're my guest." "I got this," I insist. At first look, gin may look like water, but a trained eye can see the life in it, the herbs and spices that make it unlike any other. "Let's sit," Rowan says, grabbing both glasses before I get a chance to do so, determined to clarify his position as the man of the house. My heart is beating at full speed as I sit down on one of the bright designer sofas. He positions himself right next to me, so close that our legs are touching. He raises his glass for us to clink and waits for me to take the first sip. I'm reluctant to just drink the gin like any other beverage, carefully wetting my lips. I take the first taste, relishing the warmth of the spirit before taking an actual sip and having the same sensation run down my throat. It tastes different than any other gin I've ever tried. Warmer, in a sense. It's fuller, with a strong hint of saffron, flirting with other herbs that I can't identify. "You seem to like it," Rowan observes. I side-eye him. "You didn't even ask for our selection when you ordered a gin and tonic at the Velvet Rooms," I say, "but you have this at home? I didn't think you to be some kind of connoisseur." "Who says I am?" he retorts. "The gin was a gift." "Of course it was." I roll my eyes. "He that has plenty shall have more." His gaze darkens, reminding me that my remark was uncalled for. What was I thinking? Especially after what he told me last time we met, how could I say something like that? He may have all the money in the world, but Rowan is the perfect proof that money can't buy you happiness. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to—" "It's fine," he interrupts me, waving me off. "No, it's not," I insist. "I didn't come here to insult or be ungrateful after you shared this with me. We exchange a somewhat awkward look, both of us sipping on our gin as if holding on to a lifeline. Then why did you come here? He asks. Why did you want to see me again, but not at the club? I bite my lower lip, my eyes scurrying through the room, looking for something to hold on to as I try to find the right words. After what you told me last week, I don't think I handled it very elegantly, I utter, evading his dark gaze. I don't think it was fair to run out on you like that. I pause, giving him room for a response he's not willing to give. He just shrugs, voicing no reaction to my attempt at an apology. I wanted you to know why I did it, why I reacted the way I did. Isn't that obvious? He says, his voice cold and low. I scared you. Our eyes meet as I wring my hands nervously, and I nod at him. Yes, you scared me, I admit, but there's more to it. He leans in, twirling his hand to beckon me to continue. I take a deep sigh, my fingers tensing around the glass as I get ready to share my story with him.
Chapter 25. Rowan. She lowers her voice several times as she speaks, but I never interrupt her to tell her to speak up. Instead, I lean in, using my impaired hearing as an excuse to be closer to her, just like she said she did on the very first night when we met. She tells me of her first job, of her last foster home, of the way she felt when she started working at a job she never expected to be her destiny. She has to pause often, her eyes resting in her lap as she walks down memory lane. Obviously not sharing every last detail with me, she's keeping some secrets to herself, just as I did when I opened up to her. She looks pensive, but not sad most of the time. My fists clench as she comes to the grueling night that left its irrevocable mark on her, even if it was merely the culmination of former experiences with angry men and their dangerous temper. That's why I was so happy to meet Miss Barry, Melina concludes her story. My hopes weren't high when I landed the job interview with her, so I was ecstatic when she offered me the job at the Velvet Rooms. It's a huge step up and a much nicer environment to work in, even though I'm pretty sure she didn't hire me purely based on my bartending skills. She winks at me, displaying a confidence I haven't seen from her in a while. We sit in silence for a few moments, each cautiously sipping on gin that probably costs more than her monthly rent. I partly lied when I said it was a gift. It was a lie in the sense that it was not a gift for me. I bought it myself, but I bought it for her. I don't know why I didn't just tell her that. Maybe it felt wrong to want to impress her. Everything about this place impresses her, as I knew it would. Why did I suddenly feel weird about impressing her even more? I bought it for her, so it was a nice gesture I knew she'd appreciate. Her face lightens every time she takes a sip from the lavish drink, rolling it on her tongue, tasting and savoring it before she swallows it down. I love that she's such a gourmet, especially since this kind of appreciation evades me. Probably because I grew up surrounded by luxury and everything that comes with it. With the way she grew up, she could only dream of the life I took for granted. A life I was more than ready to throw away at some point. What has changed? She asks as she's been following my train of thoughts. What do you mean? Her finger trails along the rim of her glass, her eyes following in an absent-minded gaze. You seem to have your temper in control now, don't you? She murmurs, barely audible. What happened? What is different now? I nod, understanding where her question comes from and what she may need to hear. She needs to have a guarantee that there will be no outbursts with her, that I would never hurt her or scare her as others have done before. The problem is I can't give her that guarantee. I can't tell her of a significant event, a clear change that cut into my life and made me a different person, a better person even. Nothing like that ever happened. I'm still the same man, still haunted by the same loud rage, easily ignitable and hard to control. The only difference... I try. Melina's eyebrows curve, trying to make sense of my vague reply. That's all I can say, I add. My younger self never cared to contain the beast inside me. I just let it run wild. I even welcomed it. It took years, and the deaths of other people, for me to get sick of it, and to finally understand that it can't dictate my life. I pause, gauging her reaction while she keeps her eyes locked on mine. She doesn't say a word, her slim fingers still fiddling with the glass in her hands as she waits for me to continue, to say something that gives her more to hold on to, but I'm not sure I can. I could make up stories. I could tell her that therapy really helped, that it stabilizes me as it should, but that would be a lie. Therapy helped me accept the physical repercussions of my actions, but it never settled my mind in other aspects. "Why did you come to the Velvet Rooms?" she asks, catching me off guard. "You said you didn't come there to find a woman, so then why even go there at all?" I huff. I went there because Dwight wouldn't shut up about it. Because he said I needed the distraction, and that it would be a calm and safe place to hang out, have a drink, and converse with some lovely girls. And more, if I wanted that. For company, I sum it up for her sake. I'm under a lot of stress at work, and I was advised to find a way to relax. Something safe, calm, and pleasant. A chuckle rattles my chest as I come to a conclusion. I guess I value the Velvet Rooms for the same reasons you do. Melina lets out a little laugh, nodding as she agrees with me. "And did it help?" she asks next, winking at me. "With your stress at work?" I catch her glance, responding with a smile. She looks cute today, wearing a navy blue summer dress that stands out against my bright furniture. Her long brown waves fall down on her shoulders, only tamed by a single hair clip on the side, and wreaks havoc with my mind as the waves proceed down her chest, mingling between her cleavage. I don't know what she has in mind for today, but she definitely looks more than good enough to eat. It did help, I assure her. A lot. She leans in, placing her hand at the side of my face and kisses my lips. It's an innocent peck, nothing more, but my body is quick to respond with savage need, a need that will have to wait. Melina retreats, leaving me wanting more while she nonchalantly sips at her drink as if nothing happened. "You said you're getting ready to take over for your father?" Her questions come as surprising as the first one about my motivation to visit the Velvet Rooms. "Yes, correct," I say, sparing my words. "How is that going so far?" she probes, tilting her head to the side as she regards me with a friendly but curious smile. "Despite being stressful, I mean." "I guess as good as these things can go, under the circumstances." My response is vague at best, so I'm not surprised when she broaches the subject again. "Circumstances?" she presses. I sigh deeply, not really wanting to elaborate on the subject, but knowing that I can't evade her questions forever. In a way, it was a leap of faith for her to come here today, giving me a second chance despite my daunting revelations. She's asking these questions because she wants to get to know me, because she wants to understand me. I get it. I totally get it. And I'm ready to give her what she needs if it means I'll be able to keep her. But that doesn't mean it comes easy to me. My father got diagnosed with cancer a few months back. I finally get myself to say. Pancreatic cancer, stage 4. "Shit," she gasps, placing her hand on mine. "There's no cure, and it will kill him rather sooner than later," I continue. "And I need to make sure he can go in peace. I need to settle things, continue his company, and come into my place before it's too late for him to realize." I pause, needing another moment to breathe before I add, "He was a good father. Not great, but good. He tried. He wanted things for me, and while that pressure put a burden on me I wasn't willing to carry, I know that it came from love. He deserves for his efforts to be worthwhile." She nods quietly, squeezing my hand as if to signal me that it is okay to stop at this point, that she's heard enough to understand now. At least that's what I want to believe at this point.
Chapter 26. Melina. I can still see the weight pulling him down as he sits at the table across from me. The room is dark. The only light from in the kitchen and the candles he lit on the table before us. The flickering candlelight puts life in his tense features, making his somber mood apparent. We migrated to the dining area on the first floor, where he uncovered a delicious spread of sushi dishes that his cook prepared for us. It's the perfect food for the hot summer weather we're having right now, and way too much. Sushi has never played a big part in my diet, not because I don't like, but because quality sushi is hard to get on my budget. And I've definitely never been spoiled like this. He introduced the different rolls with names that sound familiar: tuna roll, avocado maki, inari, egg roll, unagi sushi. But none of them look like the run-of-the-mill sushi that I'm used to. The California roll is twice the size of what I know them to be, looking as crisp and fresh as it tastes. It appears that Rowan has made it his mission to indulge me with elect drinks, presenting a pricey sake to go with the sushi he serves. "Picked it myself," he said as he poured it into a ceramic shot glass for me. I don't know anything about sake, I add for consideration, so you'll have to do without my professional judgment here. He cocks his head to the side and raises his little cup for me to clink. I don't particularly like the taste of sake itself, but agree that it goes well with the light dish consisting of raw fish, rice, and pickled vegetables. We haven't spoken much since we came downstairs. I feel oddly intrusive here, as if I forced my way in, even though he was the one to invite me. I told him that I didn't want to meet at the club, but I never figured he'd choose his place as the alternative. I was about to suggest a coffee place or even a bar, anywhere but my workplace. I wonder why he suggested we meet here. Was it to test me? To see whether I trusted him? He knew that his story scared me, even though he didn't know the extent of why. Inviting me to his home is such an intimate move, something I didn't expect this soon. If it was about guaranteeing that we would have sex tonight, he's doing a very good job at hiding those intentions. "This place is so beautiful," I remark randomly, picking up another maki roll with my chopsticks. "Thanks, I like it too," he says, his voice monotone and absent. "It was my parents' suggestion to move to this area." I regard him with a puzzled look. "It's close to the company," he elaborates, "and not far from where they live." "So you grew up here?" He nods. "I've lived in this area most of my life, yes." We continue eating in silence for a while. A silence that shouldn't feel uncomfortable, but somehow it does. For a few moments, I even wonder whether he regrets inviting me here. Up until now, tranquility has been our thing. It's what ties us together. The serenity of being together without needing many words binds us together like no other. It was one of the reasons I felt so close to him after such a short amount of time. Tonight is different. Tonight, we need words like others do to escape that awkward feeling of being naked in front of each other despite being fully clothed. Or maybe we've shared too much to feel that quiet ease any longer. Maybe words are the last thing we need right now. But why do I feel so fucking weird around him? Why does it feel like he doesn't want me here anymore? He's scarce with words, only replying in short sentences and making me fight for every piece of information now that he's already shared so much with me. I don't get him. Not right now, I don't. I'm tipsy by the time we're done eating. The gin and the sake going to my head as the hard and sweet liquor unfolds its effect. "Thank you," I say when I'm done eating, trying not to slur. He smiles as I lean back in the elegant tulip chair. "Your cook is divine." "I'll let him know," Rowan says, his dark eyes flickering, suggesting that the liquor is affecting him too. "You're my first guest here. I'm sure he'll appreciate the praise coming from someone else but me." "Really?" I retort, furrowing my eyebrows. "You've never had anyone here?"
"No one,"
he confirms.
"No women either. I told you. I haven't done much dating because it could never work."
I bite the inside of my cheek, my stomach tensing at his words. "Do you think it will work now?" I ask, blurting out the question before thinking twice. I don't want to come across clingy or overeager, but I have to know. It's easy to assume he's serious about me, about us, since he invited me into his home. But who's to say this wasn't also about something else? He presses his lips together in a slight grimace, his gaze ping-ponging across the table as he works out a response to my inquiry. I want it to work, he says, speaking with cautious reluctance, emphasizing each word. I like you, Melina. I feel drawn to you, and I feel comfortable with you. Even having you here in my home, eating, talking, it feels right. Good. Doesn't it? He breaks eye contact, shrugging as he draws a deep breath. I've never told anyone about all those things I told you. I never felt the desire to, and I hated having it pulled out of me during therapy, but with you, the words just poured out, just like that. I smile, feeling flustered in a way I've never experienced before. It's one thing to have a man tell you that you're beautiful and want to get into your pants, but having someone like Rowan confide in me, that's different. The compliment that comes with that is so much stronger, so much deeper, and so much more meaningful. I know what you mean, I say, mostly to catch him and save him from a place that I'm sure he identifies as showing weakness in front of me. I understand because I feel the same way. The smile we exchange is fragile and strangely shy. It speaks of distance between us, a distance that shouldn't be there. His eyes follow me as I get up from my seat and walk toward him. Next to a shared love for silence, touch has always connected us. A touch that was so intimate and special so early on. I want to go back to that place, to that feeling we shared before profound honesty dug a temporary trench between us. I want to mend the broken pieces it left behind and blend them to something new, something even better than before. He pushes his chair away from the table, creating room for me to straddle him while I grab his face between my hands and plant a soft kiss on his lips. He grabs my hips, his fingers digging into my flesh with possessive need as he pulls me closer. Chapter 27. Melina. I want to see you this time. My words aren't any more slurred than his, laced with frenzied need as I try to tear the barrier of his clothes from his ripped body. He brought me up to the 3rd floor, revealing even more of his marvelous home as he pulled me past an enormous bathroom, all in white marble and topped with golden fixtures, and through a bright hallway lined with gigantic pieces of modern art, paintings, not photographs. The master bedroom is dark in contrast, dressed in dark gray with white accents. A silver 4-poster king-size bed dominates the room, and bright and airy curtains cover floor-to-ceiling windows. The white stucco in this room stands out against the dark gray walls, adding an Art Nouveau touch to the otherwise contemporary and very masculine room. Despite its cool and monochrome color scheme, the room is comfortable, especially here on top of the soft mattress. Covered with silk linen in dark silver, it looks like steel but feels like a comforting hug. I'm sitting on top of him, straddling him as I did downstairs on the chair. He just lifted me with ease, carrying me up the stairs while we remained in a hot and hungry embrace. Our lips barely parted from each other, indulging in a demanding kiss, while our hands hurried to explore each other's bodies. No blindfold, then. He breathes between our kiss, before he finds the zipper of my dress at the back, pulling it down as soon as his fingers grasp it. He removes my dress by dragging it up over my head, forcing me to lift my arms for agonizingly long seconds because it interrupts me from freeing his beautiful torso. I'm in my bra, but not for long. My fingers fiddling with the buttons of his dark dress shirt, while his fingers trail along my back, searching for the hook to bare my tits for him. I can feel his hardness between my legs, his erection growing as we undress each other. He groans when I grind against his bulge, tilting my hips seductively as I take from him as much as I give. As soon as my bra is unhooked, he rips it off my body, throwing it aside without another thought. He breaks our kiss, kneading my breast with urgency as he wraps his lips around my left nipple. My head falls back, a groan filling the room as I feel the slight pain of his suction travel through my core. I manage to unbutton his shirt, now tearing apart the dark fabric to expose his chiseled chest. My fingers trail along the sides of his buff arms, moving all the way up to his bulky shoulders before tracing the hard valley around his collarbones. He bites into my hardened nipple, evoking a yelp of pain and pleasure as my body jolts. I'm still throbbing with hot torment when he moves over to the other side, repeating the same motions on my right nipple. My fingers try to dig into the planes of his chest, but are met with invincible strength. He's radiating heat and power, oozing sex with every inch of his agitated body. A surprised shriek flees my lips when he cups my ass, his fingers sinking into my soft flesh as he jumps up, taking me with him and turning around to throw me on the bed, sprawled out on my back in front of him. "Love those panties," he commands, hastily unbuckling his pants. I look up at him, my eyes glued to his sculpted physique as I watch him undress. My gaze travels along the defined outline of his muscles, sun-kissed skin stretching over his strong pecs, down to the detailed outline of his six-pack, and the happy trail that leads to the last part of his body, still covered by dark fabric. I exhale audibly, giving room to the sexual tension that the sheer view of him provokes inside me. He removes his boxer briefs, and his massive erection springs free, dripping with need as he steps closer. "Distracted?" he asks as he climbs on top of me, forcing me down onto the mattress. I said, "Lose the panties." My hands rush down to my hips, but he's faster than I am, his fingers hooking under the thin hem of my thong before he tears it apart in one brute move. The fabric cuts into my skin before his actions destroy it, but I don't care. My legs part on instinct, and I'm surprised to find him following my call right away. He doesn't tease me this time, doesn't play with his tip at my lips, but he thrusts forward in one violent motion. I groan as he stretches me, shoving himself inside until his pelvis presses against my mound. We are as close as two people can physically be, his hard cock filling me while he lowers himself onto me, his chest pressed against mine, leaving just enough room for me to breathe while our lips meet again, robbing me of air in a different manner. I wrap my legs around his waist to get even closer to him, the heels of my feet digging into the hard outline of his ass. "Melina." He breathes my name between our kiss. Nothing but a whisper, but so full of affection that it makes my heart jump. Our tongues move more lively than any other part of our bodies, intertwining in a feverish dance while our bodies remain glued to each other, his hips tilting ever so slightly as he moves inside me. My fingers journey along his strong back, following the outline of his solid shoulder blades and the muscles embracing his ribs. A euphoric swarm of butterflies flutters through my core, all the way down to my sensitive center, where vital need oscillates. I've never felt this close to anyone, not physically and not emotionally. It's as if our deep and honest conversation carries over to our lovemaking. He's trembling, his entire body tense with desire as he copes with the urge to fuck me without hurting me. It's still there. I can feel the beast raging inside his chest, the overwhelming longing tormenting him while he holds back with all his strength. Fuck me, I whisper close to his left ear. It's the side that's less damaged, but I'm still unsure whether he'll be able to hear me despite being so close. Fuck me. Hard. He groans, his hip angling even closer so his length fills me more. I nibble at his earlobe, biting and pinching with my teeth in case my words don't do the trick. Be rough with me. My voice is hoarse, crippled with impatient yearning. A faint pant of relief traverses my lips when he lifts his body to support himself as his dark eyes seek mine, asking for approval. Are you sure? I nod, reciprocating his look with a devious smile. I trust you. That is all the confirmation he needed. To my surprise, he doesn't just start fucking me voraciously right away. Instead, he backs away from me, getting up from the bed and walking away. My surprised gaze follows him, fixating his tight back as he strides to the other end of the room. Lie down, he says without looking at me. With your head where it belongs, arms stretched to the side. I nod even though he can't see it, and follow his demand. I hear him opening a dresser drawer on the other side of the room, and by the time I'm positioned the way he told me to, he's already on his way back to the bed with a piece of black rope in his right hand. My heart jumps with excitement as he hovers over me, fastening quick knots around my wrists and securing them around the bedposts at my sides. I squeal when he grabs me by the hips, pulling me down a little so I'm positioned closer to the center of the bed, with my arms stretched to the side and to the top. I part my legs before he gets a chance to order me to do so, but he helps me by placing his hands on the inner side of my thighs, tilting my hips and exposing my core even more. Not even a second passes before he's back inside me, his cock sliding between my slick fold with ease while I moan in pleasure. With the way he's pushing my legs up and apart, he angles my center in a way that makes his intrusion feel so much more powerful, making him feel even bigger than he already is. He fucks me with violent thrusts, the whole bed shaking as he takes me with carnal desire. My pussy clenches around him, each shove sending a new wave of bliss through my heated core, while my pulse races with delirious excitement. Shit, he could make me come this way even without touching my clit. But he has other plans. I try to keep my legs in the position I came to appreciate so much when he withdraws his hands, removing the support I needed to remain at that very delicious angle. His hands travel along my body, enclosing the curve of my hips, my waist, until he tickles the lowest part of my ribs, moving upward to cup my breast. My tits are on the small side, fitting perfectly into his big palms as he starts kneading them, twisting my hard nubs between his thumb and index fingers. He's careful at first, only teasing me. A quiet promise of the things he could do to me while he continues to piston in and out of me, tearing me apart with his impressive size. I cry out in pain when he increases his infliction, causing both of us to grimace in pain as the volume of my voice disturbs the calm nature of our lovemaking. But it doesn't stop him from torturing my aching nipples even more, sending another hot crest of ache through my chest as he pinches and twists them between his rough fingers. Be rough with me. I told him to be like this, to do this to me, and I don't regret it. I bite my lips this time, suppressing a yelp in pain while fiery affliction is taking hold of me. Good girl, he praises as he lets go of me. I melt into the silk linen beneath me, dizzy with the torment he just inflicted upon me. By now, I'm familiar with the high that follows such handling. And when the anguish turns into a warm throbbing, no longer biting with fierce savage, but massaging my mind and body in a soothing and erotic way, I surrender to the smile on my face. His hands are back on my thighs, elating my delight even more when he pushes my legs up and apart as he did before. But he only holds me there with one hand, using the other to fondle my core after he pulls out in a sudden and surprising retreat. I cast him a quizzical look. My vision blurred with lust, but I can still see the sexy smirk that spreads across his handsome features as he caresses my wet center, wetting his fingers before he moves them south, cautiously teasing my tight entrance. A question blends with the mischief on his face, and I reply with a wordless nod, welcoming the prospect of what he's about to do. Yet I jolt when the first finger enters my tightness, the taboo that comes with such intrusion fueling my arousal. He keeps his thumb dangerously close to my hardened clit, massaging slowly as he fingers me, and bringing me closer to a climax I'm not yet willing to give in to. He removes his finger and replaces it with the much, much thicker tip of his dripping cock. With a size like his, the ache will be enormous, but I'm expecting so will the gratification be in the end. I let out a groan when he pushes forward, stretching my narrow hole, moving very slowly and with tense caution. The effort not to ram inside me with impatient need is visible on his strained face, laced with hot pleasure. It hurts. It fucking hurts like nothing ever has before, but I breathe through the pain, taking him in and needing just as much strength as he does to cope with what he's doing to me. A surprised sigh escapes me when I can feel his pelvis pressed against my ass, knowing that I've taken all he has to give. He doesn't move for a few seconds, freezing to give me time to accommodate him. I pant frantically, flying on a cloud of distress and ecstasy as the pain not only becomes bearable, but enjoyable. He can tell by the look on my face that the sensation has changed to pleasant, no longer tormenting me, but providing me with heaven instead of hell. That's when he starts thrusting. The shriek that I let out when he starts fucking my ass, slowly at first but thoroughly nonetheless, is the last sound that escapes my lips before there's nothing but flesh banging against flesh, our erratic breathing, and moans of pleasure mixed into a tranquil blend that is truly ours. His ruthless shoves speak of callous need, but they are tame and trained not to hurt me. His eyes always seek approval, even now, keeping me safe, caring more for my pleasure than his own. His thumb circles my swollen clit, adding to the excitement and propelling me toward my release with relentless speed. A rapture comes in unison, tearing through us with such bestiality that it brings tears to my eyes. I'm bursting, succumbing to blinding delectation while his lustful groans echo through the room as he finds his release deep inside me. We melt into one, sweating and heaving when the waves recede and leave us behind, shackled by fierce and unbridled joy.
Chapter 28. Rowan. I hardly recognize my father. He looks so frail and tiny, only a shadow of the man he once used to be. His skin is almost as white as the sheets he's lying on, his eyes underlined by dark shadows and his cheeks hollow, giving him a malnourished look. "Don't look at me like that, son," he says, jutting his chin toward me. "I'm not dead yet." I scoff. "You look like shit, though." "Rowan!" my mother exclaims next to me, landing a warning slap on my forearm while my father laughs in his bed. "Oh, come on. You know he's right." He winks at me. "There's no hiding it anymore, I guess." I shake my head, my chest heavy with the knowledge that he will be gone soon. Very soon, from the looks of it. I talked to the doctor before coming here, barely maintaining composure as he shared the updates with me. They didn't manage to keep the cancer from spreading, but the treatment slowed it down as much as one could hope. Still, at this point, we're talking weeks, maybe months, not years, until my father is no longer with us. He was hospitalized last week, a day before I invited Melina to my home for the first time, but I didn't hear about it until today, which still angers me. "You should have called me sooner," I say to my mother, who immediately raises her hands in defense. "Your father told me not to," she insists. "He said I was making a fuss and we shouldn't worry you." She looks thinner, too. Her olive skin has lost its glow, and her once dark hair shows more gray strands than before, revealing that she no longer bothers to dye it as religiously as she used to. She's still dressed up, wearing jewelry and makeup in an attempt to hide the equally dark circles under her eyes. It doesn't fool me. Her suffering is evident, but she's trying to keep it together, trying to stay the woman my father fell in love with so long ago while he's battling his last fight. I ache at their sight, both of them. It's not just impending grief that bites into my soul, but regret, a fucking deep regret for my past wrongdoings. I took them both for granted. I took everything they gave me for granted, despite the heavy weight that came with the responsibility of being their only son and heir. Melina made me realize how lucky I was to have them, just in time when I was about to lose one of them. "You have enough on your plate right now," my father says, shifting on his bed, his movements showing that he's not as weak as he may first appear. "How's it going over there? Dwight says you're not seeing eye to eye on some things." I sigh, catching my mother's warning gaze as I lean back to him. I know she doesn't want us to talk business. She warned me not to when we talked on the phone earlier, saying that my father needs rest and not to bother him with the stress he left in my hands. She may have a point there, but I know my father well enough to know that he craves something other than my mother's worrisome chatter and the doctor's threatening prognosis. A silent plea flickers in his dark eyes as he looks at me, twirling his hand as he beckons me to speak. "Things are going well," I start with a slight lie. "But yes, Dwight and I aren't on the same page with everything, that's true." "Tell me," my father urges. "What's going on?" My mother sighs next to me, realizing that she's powerless against his wishes, no matter what she deems right for him at this time. "We're disagreeing about how to deal with Mentor," I say. "I know you've been trying to lock them down as a client for years, but the problem is, they know. They feel our company's desperation and they're taking advantage of it." I clear my throat, adding a little pause to gauge his first reaction. My father just looks at me, his face unreadable. "The conditions they want us to sign are in their favor, by far," I continue. "The return of investment on our side is laughable, at best. It would be insane to sign the contract. I've been trying to negotiate better terms, but they're adamant, unwilling to make even the smallest concessions." My father nods along as I talk. His face remains apathetic for the most part, but his expression is now laced with a hint of disappointment. "I know how important this was for you, or still is, but," I utter, unsure whether I should be this blunt with him, "I don't think we need them. I think it would hurt the company to sign with them under these conditions. It would cost us money, and it would set the wrong precedent if word gets out about that foul contract." Dwight disagrees with me on this. He's insistent we go with their demands, claiming he wants to honor your wishes for the company, and I don't know, maybe he does, but still, "Rowan," my father cuts me off, lifting his hand in an appeasing manner. "God bless Dwight and his loyalty to the company and me. I'm sure he doesn't mean any harm, and I'm kind of glad to hear that he's giving you such a hard time, fighting for what he believes is right." He pauses, catching his breath. My mother is right, he needs rest. His illness has drained him, literally sucking the life from him, yet the person he once was remains, fighting to the surface when needed. Like right now. but it takes all the strength he has left, even if it's just a mundane task such as speaking. "But I trust your judgment on this, son," he adds. "Dwight told me about this dispute a few days ago, saying that you lack the schooling and the experience to fight him on such a big decision just because you're my rightful heir." He sighs, a somber shadow casting over his pale face. "I can see where he's coming from, and I get it. But I've also seen the numbers. I saw the contract he wants us to sign. And as much as I'd love for Mentor to become a name on our list of clients, I'm not so sure myself if we should go along with them under these circumstances." I perk up as his words lift a heavy weight off my chest, fueling me with hope, despite all the sinister prospect that has been surrounding my father and his fortune for months now. "You agree with me?" I ask, meeting his warm smile with an elated gaze. "As I said, I trust your judgment on this," he repeats. "You have learned a lot this past year, showing that you have the best intentions and the right mind for our company. Don't dismiss Dwight just yet, but don't feel obligated to make your decision based on loyalty and an old man's dream." I reach for his hand, shocked at how frail and skinny he has become. But he still finds the strength to squeeze back as our fingers entwine. "Dwight also mentioned you have a girlfriend now?" I hear my mother asking from the side. Her question is met with a chuckle from my father and an irritated sigh on my part. "Dwight needs to learn to keep his mouth shut," I reply, evading my mother's curious gaze. "So it's true?" my father probes, displaying a mischievous smirk that makes him look like the man who raised me. A younger man, healthy, strong, and always with a joke at hand. "I've met someone, yes," I admit, seeing my mother jump with glee from the corner of my eye. "Her name is Melina." "Where did you meet her? What does she do? What's she like?" My mother leans in, moving her chair closer to mine for further inquiry. "Why didn't you tell us about her before? How long has this been going on?" "Trudy," my father tries to calm her, raising his hand in that patriarchal manner that grants him respect at his firm as much as at home. It never fails to put my mother in place, even after all these years. But her excited eyes are still beaming at me, quietly begging for me to answer her questions. I have given my parents more grief than joy over the years, especially during my adolescent and young adult years. They may have been borderline oppressive with their wishes for me and my future, but they did everything out of love for their only child. I failed to see that when I was younger, but it's all clear to me now. They deserve better than what I've been giving them for so long. I haven't made them smile like this in years. It feels fucking great. My mother perks up with curious joy when I begin speaking. Leaving out the exact details of how Melina and I met, I still share enough for my parents to have a moment of happiness together. Something we should have done so much more often.
Chapter 29. Melina. The blindfold is still lying on the couch, completely disregarded where I left it after our play session. We've played in the living room today, something that came into being spontaneously when we sat down to have a drink. Rowan bought a new gin and I suggested we do some blind tasting, but he refused to be the one to wear the blindfold even then. "You're the expert," he said, in both drink and sightless pleasure. "Just see it as a chance to show off your expertise." His main goal was to see whether I could actually tell the difference among the Nolet's Reserve, a standard blue sapphire, and a regular Monkey 47 gin. I told him it would be child's play to me, claiming I'd be able to distinguish all three. Indeed, it was easy to tell the difference between the Nolet's Reserve and both cheaper options, but my boasting got me in trouble when I couldn't distinguish between the blue sapphire and the Monkey 47 gin. He tasted the gin on my lips, undressing me in the process, and before I knew it, he'd bent me over the backrest of the sofa and took me from behind, while the dark fabric obscured my vision. I feel bad about being so negligent with the blindfold, seeing as it was a present from him. It's a beautiful mask in dark blue velvet, shielding my eyes in a soft hug when I wear it. He gave it to me in a celebratory fashion, presenting it to me as we sat down, his dark eyes beaming as he awaited my reaction. I walk over to the sofa, wearing nothing but a light robe that he gave me. He's standing next to the wet bar, preparing a non-alcoholic drink for us. "You like it," he comments as I pick up the blindfold, my eyes resting on it as I caress the soft fabric. It's more of a statement than a question, but I nod nevertheless. "Very much," I reply. "It's wonderful. Thank you." "I get as much use out of it as you do," he says. "It's a present to both of us." I smile as I turn around to him, catching his boyish smirk. For the past week, we've seen each other almost every day, either at his place or at the club. He never comes by when I'm working, but we have attended as guests again. Despite having his marvelous home to play at, we both still cherish the unique atmosphere of the Blue Room, our underwater escape. The blue dark and the extreme quiet due to the soundproof walls of the room cannot be easily replicated, though Rowan did mention that he was considering turning one of his unused bedrooms upstairs into our very own Blue Room. The fact he's saying things like that after such a short time warms my heart. He's serious about me. He really likes me. Somehow that is still hard to grasp for me, especially since he's still so shrouded in mystery. He told me that his dad was hospitalized a few days ago, but diverted from the subject ever since. I know it's hard for him to talk about it, and there's more behind it than just a son about to lose his father. He's under an immense amount of stress, and I realize that he regrets me as his haven, a retreat from it all to rest and come down from the things that keep him so rattled and stressed. But there's something daunting about it, something that scares me, as if there's an impending clash ahead, something that will cause him to break. And I won't be able to do anything about it because I can't prepare for something I'm unaware of. I shake my head, trying to cast the discouraging thoughts away. I'm most likely overreacting, imagining things that aren't there. I saunter over to the bar, accepting a juice cocktail from him with freshly squeezed orange juice and a splash of grenadine settling at the bottom of the glass. It looks like a tequila sunrise, only lacking the spirit and thus tasting so much sweeter. We clink glasses, and just as we take a sip, his phone beeps and vibrates. Again. I don't think I've ever spent a day with him without having the phone call for his attention every half hour. His bad hearing actually comes as a blessing when we're playing because he never seems to hear his phone even though it's been calling for him more than once. This time he notices, casting me an apologetic glance as he produces it from his slacks. He's no longer able to have conversations on the phone, so all his communication takes place via text. His eyebrows furrow as he reads the message that just popped up, his expression hardening as he reads along. "Bad news?" I ask, knowing that he'll probably just give me a vague reply. He shakes his head, hissing something to himself that I don't understand. "Everything okay?" I probe, beginning to worry that it might be about his father. Rowan doesn't meet my eyes when he finally looks up, his gaze scanning the room instead as he brings the glass up to his lips for another sip. "I have to go," he announces. "I'm sorry, this can't wait." I nod. I have to get ready for my shift anyway. "Do you need a ride?" I shake my head, hesitant to take advantage of his generosity after he's already doing so much for me. I know it's nothing to him because he's swimming in money, but he has been spoiling me ever since we started dating. Inviting me to fancy meals, letting me stay at his home, driving me everywhere I need to go, either driving me himself or arranging for a cab or his driver to take me home or to the club. I'm grateful for all he's doing, but it also makes me feel weirdly small and dependent. I'll be fine, I tell him like I always do. And just like always, he doesn't accept it and orders a cab. Because it's safer. He says by way of an excuse. I want you to be safe. Chapter 30. Melina. It's a calm night. A typical Wednesday with only a handful of regular customers. We always have less staff in the evening, fewer girls. But even the ones who are around don't always have a client to hang on to. Sandy is usually one of those who always finds a way to keep busy. She's one of the more engaging devils who work here, and I know the madam loves her for that. But tonight, she's been hanging out at the bar with me for the most part. Her gaze lazily scanning the room, occasionally as she sips on her drink. Slim pickings tonight, huh? I say, leaning on the bar top close to her. She twirls around on her high chair, her painted lips wrapped around a straw that she holds up with exceptionally long nails with a pink manicure. You can say that again, she says, putting her glass down on the counter, the glass meeting the top with a heavy bang. I hate Wednesdays. I'm bored out of my mind. I cock my head to the side. You're being paid the same, though, aren't you? She shrugs. Yeah, so? Nothing, I just thought it'd be more relaxing, I utter. You know, making money like this, sitting at a bar, having a drink, not having to... She catches my gaze, raising an eyebrow at me. I actually like my job, she reminds me. Yeah, sure, there are some jerks who are a pain in the ass, quite literally, sometimes, but those are rare in here. These are gentlemen, and some of them are really nice. I nod along. Yes, sure, I wasn't trying to imply anything. Besides, the sex can be quite fucking awesome with some of them, she adds, winking at me. You should know what I'm talking about. Heat rushes to my cheeks as I jolt up, straightening my back and clearing my throat as I try to evade her probing gaze. Sandy laughs at my obvious embarrassment. Gosh, aren't you cute, she remarks. Look at you, all blushing like a sweet little schoolgirl. You know, you could make a fortune here if you were to change your position. I give her a little chuckle, shaking my head. Thanks, I'm good, I say. I like my job too, you know. She waves me off. Anyway, how are things going with Mr. Handsome? She asks, her long fake lashes fluttering when she beams at me. You guys still hooking up? Been a while since I saw you two in here. Another flush creeps across my cheeks as I look down, unable to meet her prying eyes. Yeah, we're kind of dating now. I stutter, realizing this is the first time I've ever phrased it like this out loud. The words came to me naturally when it was all in my head, thinking about him, about us. But saying it out loud is so different. It feels like a declaration, an admission I'm not quite sure he'd agree to. Did he tell anyone about me? Would he introduce me as his girlfriend? It's only been a couple of weeks. Are we already at that point? Sandy cheers me shamelessly, pounding on the bar top. You go, girl, she rejoices. We should drink to that. I throw her an apologetic smile. I really shouldn't. Oh, come on, she cuts me off. Bartenders can share a drink with their customers. Everyone knows that. You're watching too much TV, I say, as I reach beneath the counter to fetch 2 shot glasses. Sandy nods in agreement when I fill them with bison grass vodka, the only vodka that I can tolerate to drink without anything mixed in it. We clink glasses and throw it back in 1 shot. The hot liquor burns down my throat, reviving my spirits just as I needed. It's getting late, and my shift will end in less than 2 hours, but tonight, it's dragging. Not only because there are so few people around. I spent last night at Rowan's place, and we didn't get much sleep. It was late when I got there, but it was easy for him to keep me up once I saw him. Looking like a freaking god when he opened the door for me, he was shirtless, wearing nothing but a towel, and he just finished taking a shower. He was impossible to resist. But right now, I wish I'd at least taken a nap this afternoon before coming here instead of being worn out by another round after our impromptu gin blind tasting. Speaking of the devil, Sandy says, surprising me as her words pull me out of my thoughts. She's pointing at the entrance, a mischievous smirk on her face when she turns to me. Your lover is here. I knit my eyebrows together, narrowing my eyes as I follow her gesture. She's right. Rowan just stepped through the curtain, wearing a dark suit with a matching tie, but looking somewhat rough in spite of that. His tie is slightly loosened, and his hair is ruffled and a lot messier than he usually wears it, especially when he shows up here. He spots me right away, approaching the bar in wide but unsteady steps. What's wrong with him? Sandy gives voice to my silent question. I ignore her and walk over to the other end of the bar to meet him. What are you doing here? I blurt out, reproach lacing my words, but not because of the mere fact he's here. It's his demeanor that worries me. Rowan looks drunk. Are you okay? He slumps into one of the high chairs, supporting himself on his elbows as he meets my inquisitive eyes. He smiles at me, but his smile is crooked and off, lacking the lightheartedness he's trying to convey. I'm fine, he says, slurring a little. Just missing my girl. He clears his throat, trying to maintain composure as he leans over the bar, reaching for my arm and pulling me closer. I need you, he hisses, his dark eyes narrowing as he fixates me with need. Now, I need to fuck you. I try to break free from his touch, looking at him with an incredulous stare. Rowan, you're drunk, I observe. How did they even let you in here? He shrugs, his grip tightening around my arm as his face scrunches. I need you, he repeats. Melina, I need you. I shuffle back, my mouth falling open as I try to comprehend what's going on with him. I've never seen him like this. Please, let me go, I say, placing my hand on his grip around my arm. You're hurting me. My words have an instant impact on him. He jolts up, releasing me immediately. I'm sorry, he says, pinching the bridge of his nose as he lowers his gaze. Fuck! Rowan, what? Oh! There he is! A male voice interrupts me, coming from a man I hadn't noticed before. I turn to the figure closing in on Rowan. A man significantly older than him, maybe in his late 40s, wearing thick glasses and a beige suit jacket stretching around his round belly, sporting more than one spare tire. I'm sure I've seen him here before. A customer who shows up occasionally, but not often enough to be considered a regular. He's followed by an exhausted-looking devil, still fixing her hair from their previous session upstairs. He pats Rowan on the shoulder with such vigor that it looks almost painful while the girl takes a seat in one of the chairs. Can I have a Coke? Her pleading eyes meet mine, and I nod, getting her order ready while still watching Rowan and the unlikable character who leans in close to him. Didn't expect to see you here tonight, he barks at Rowan, his hand tensing on his shoulder as if he was trying to keep him from running. Here to see your girlfriend? My chest tightens, and I hurry to get that damn Coke ready for the girl while shooting angry glares in the man's direction. Rowan's face hardens, his eyes narrowing as he reaches for the man's hand on his shoulder and pushes it away with a violent shove. I place the drink in front of the girl, accompanied by a hasty smile before I move over to the men. Can I get you anything? I ask, trying to catch the guy's attention. I don't like the way he's acting toward Rowan, and I don't like Rowan's current state at all. Something tells me that there's a connection between the two. The man's gray eyes fixate me, putting some distance between himself and Rowan as he studies me from head to toe. So that's her, he comments, looking at me but talking as if I wasn't there. Nice one, Rowan. She's a pretty thing. Rowan perks up, his dark gaze flickering with fury as he turns to the man. "Leave her alone." I swallow hard, trying to get rid of the knot closing my throat as the tension becomes palpable for everyone around us. What's going on? Who is this guy? What's wrong with Rowan? The questions are buzzing through my head, and I can tell in Rowan's look that he hears them without me having to give voice to them.
Chapter 31. Rowan. "This is Dwight," I introduced the bastard, answering Melina's unspoken question. "Why the hell is he here? Why tonight? Is this guy following me? Haven't we seen enough of each other today?" It was his urgent text message that pulled me away from her earlier, asking me to meet him at the office as soon as possible. He claimed there was news regarding the mentor contract, speaking about it as if we're still in talks with those guys, which we are not. Not officially, at least. It turned out that Dwight took matters into his own hands, making decisions over my head without even telling me, let alone consulting me. Not only does he not have the authority to do so, but his behavior is harmful to the company. I had to react as quickly as possible and rushed to the office as soon as I got his text, only to end up in a heated debate with him that left me agitated and unraveled with an aching head. Melina knows who Dwight is because I've mentioned him more than once, mostly as an excuse for my absent behavior. But she's never officially met the guy before. Her eyes widen in realization, and she nods, pressing her lips together as she tries to hide her feelings toward him. I've only ever shared all the bad stuff about him, so there's an easy explanation for her disdain. It's comforting to know that I have her as an accomplice in this. "Nice to finally meet the young lady," Dwight pipes, offering Melina a handshake that she accepts reluctantly. "I've heard so much about you." My insides are burning with heated rage. But the angry turmoil is not as bad as the vertigo that's been torturing me ever since this afternoon. I have no fucking clue what's happening. The world has been a daze ever since I got home after meeting with Dwight this afternoon. I feel drunk, completely wasted even, but I've only had 2 drinks today. A scotch to calm my nerves as I debated with Dwight at the company earlier. He poured it for us in an unusual gesture to make peace between us, and then another one when I paced up and down my living room. I thought I was just distraught and drained from my encounter with Dwight, but my head has been spinning in a way that's new to me. Dwight has been driving me up the walls for days with his stubbornness. Even after I told him that my decision is firmer than ever, he still insists on signing with Mentor, despite the numbers and despite the fact that this would be the worst deal in the history of the company. He must know that. He must fucking know that. Why is he being so unreasonable? I don't fucking get it. I don't get a lot of things today. I don't get why I'm feeling like shit. I don't get why I'm here, or even how I got here. It was instinct, really. I stumbled out of the office feeling so enraged, so fucking angry. My fists were clenching, and for the first time in years, I was fueled by the strong urge to punch someone. No, not just anyone. Him in the face. It didn't help that my father was still in the hospital, having tests done that would tell us a more definite prospect for him in the very near future. Will it be months until I have to say goodbye to him? Weeks? Days, even? There's no definite telling at this point, and it's gnawing at me. That and Dwight's unwillingness to follow my leadership for the company is enough to drive me into a state that I haven't been in for years. I fucking hate it. It was instinct that brought me here, a sudden urge to see Melina after I failed to calm myself down at home. The world is turning around me faster and faster, striking at me with furious hits while I feel like a goddamn punching ball. I needed to see her. I needed to see Melina, touch her, kiss her, fuck her. But I know I'm in no condition to do the latter, even if the situation presented itself tonight. She looks at me, her eyebrows curved with worry. "What's wrong?" Her big eyes question me as she watches me reeling at the bar. "He's just had a little too much," Dwight answers in my place, lying. "No, I haven't," I insist, glaring at him furiously, but he waves me off. "I'm fine." "You just keep telling yourself that," he says, belittling me with the way he speaks, "just like you keep telling yourself you only have the company's best interest in mind." My chest tightens, and I jerk up, causing him to shuffle back in surprise as I gain height on him, even while I remain seated. You know I'm right, I hiss at him. You can't possibly be that stupid. He regards me with a condescending smile and once again provoking the urge to hit him right in his ugly face. No need to insult me, he retorts, just because I'm not as easily manipulated as your sickened father. He leans in closer, his eyes flickering with menace. You should be ashamed of yourself, he snarls at me, taking advantage of your old man's weakened state like that. I shoot up, ignoring the chair as it tips over behind me, noisily crashing to the ground and causing our few bystanders to jerk away. What did you just say to me? I yell at the guy, almost spitting the words as I raise my voice to a level that makes the women around us flinch. What the fuck did you just say to me? The girl in black lace who came to the bar in Dwight's company hurries away from us, her fingers clenching around the coke she just received, while the other girl, who has been keeping Melina company, jumps to the side, putting distance between herself and us, but not fleeing as the other one did. I tower above Dwight by at least 5 inches, making use of my dominating height as I straighten before him. But my stance isn't stable. I'm swaying like a straw in the wind, barely able to stand up straight. Gentlemen, I hear Melina's voice from behind the bar. Please. She raises her hand in an appeasing manner, trying to catch our attention. A nasty grin spreads on Dwight's aged face as he cocks his head to the side, pointing in Melina's direction. You're scaring your little missy over there, he says, in a hiss so low that I can barely hear the words. His eyes trail over to Melina for a split second before he turns back to me, leaning in so close that our noses almost touch. Man, she looks fucking terrified, he whispers, almost like she knows what it's like to feel your fists coming at her. Did you hit her too? I never hit a woman, I remind him, my voice trembling with fury. Never! Technically, that's stretching the truth, and Melina knows that better than he does. I've never hit a woman, not like that, not like an abuser. But I've definitely lost my temper with them before, resulting in scenes that I'm anything but proud of. Dwight's ugly eyes narrow as he fixates me, fueling the heated rage boiling inside me. If he doesn't apologize to me, and Melina, right now, there's no telling what I might do. If he dares to add on to his spiteful insults, I'm sure my fist will meet his despicable face far too soon for him to duck away. We fixate each other, standing so close that I can smell his alcohol-tainted breath. All eyes are on us, and the club falls completely silent. But this silence isn't sweet and comforting. It's tense and dangerous, poisoning my mind even more as I fight the urge to punch this motherfucker right in his hideous face. Dwight doesn't say a word, but opts for something much, much worse. He smiles at me. A big, fat, fucking smile. A winning smile that challenges me to do it, to just fucking punch him. Then he leans in, getting even closer to me while I suppress the urge to shuffle away from him. I knew it, he whispers in a barely audible voice. All bark and no bite. Something snaps inside me at that moment. It's almost like I can hear it, a bright flash accompanied by a bang that overrides anything else inside my head as I step back, hauling off to finally, Rowan! Her voice pierces through me, jarring and paralyzing, causing me to freeze mid-motion. My fist is still up in the air, our bystanders' shocked hush still echoing through the room, but not as loudly and unyielding as Melina's horrified shriek as she cried out my name. I turn to her, still paused in a stance I never wanted to find myself in ever again when our eyes meet. The look on her face tears me apart. Horror, anguish, and fright blend on her pretty features while she subtly shakes her head as if in denial. She's clutching her arms around her belly, holding herself tightly like I know she must have done before 1,000 times, but never because of me. Her eyes are bulging, unable to blink as they water with tears she doesn't want to shed. Tears she shouldn't have to shed. And I did that to her. I did that. Again.
Chapter 32. Melina. He doesn't hit him. Thank God he doesn't hit him. Rowan looks at me, his gaze still fogged with whatever influence he's under, even though his fist remains lifted, ready to punch. I sigh with relief when he finally lowers it, a shadow of defeat darkening his handsome face. He backs off, turning around on his heel and heading for the exit, just as our doorman walks through, accompanied by the girl who came downstairs with the Dwight guy and followed by the madam. Miss Barry carries an angry frown on her face, hissing something to Rowan as he hurries past her, raising his hand to ward her off. The doorman escorts him to the exit while Miss Barry moves to the bar in long, angry strides. "I'm sorry if this gentleman bothered you," she says to everybody around her, her gaze pausing on each of us before it locks onto Dwight, the only client in proximity, and the person whose happiness she likely cares about. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience," she says to him, adding a little bow while Sandy and I gasp with outrage. "He started it," I blurt out, pointing at Dwight, who retorts my outburst with an angry glare while Sandy nods in the background. Miss Gary casts me a warning look. "Melina, please," she says, lifting her hand to appease me. "It's true," Sandy comes to my rescue, catching the madam's attention. "He said stuff to him, mean things, and he insulted Melina, too." Miss Barry pinches the bridge of her nose as she lets out a deep sigh. I know how much she loathes situations like this. She's always worried about any kind of trouble, any ruckus that might disturb her delicate business. Rowan's yelling and his lifted fist were the last thing she wants in here, and I'm not surprised to find her this agitated. But she should know that Rowan wasn't the only one at fault here. Dwight provoked him, almost as if he wanted this to happen. He snarled ugly things at Rowan, aggravating him more, and then he just stood there, pretty much waiting for the punch. "Please, ladies," she says. "Whatever was said in here, this gentleman is not the one who raised his voice and threatened to punch another customer, isn't that right?" She holds us in place with a hard stare, her eyebrows creasing while that idiot Dwight is standing next to her, beaming with a winning smile as he leans back with his hands shoved down in his suit pants pockets. "Again, I'm sorry," Miss Barry repeats, scanning the room one of more time, as if to search for any other troublemakers before she turns around and walks out the same direction that Rowan just walked through. Sandy and I exchange a look, my heart still racing with a blend of anger and sadness. What the hell just happened? What's wrong with Rowan tonight? Why was he acting like this? "What did you do to him?" I probe, jutting my chin toward Dwight as he leans against the bar top. He looks at me with a grisly and patronizing smirk. "How about a drink for me?" he says, ignoring my question. I glance over at Sandy, who huffs in indignation next to him before my eyes journey to the door, making sure that Miss Barry has left the room. "I'm not serving you until you tell me what's going on between you and Rowan," I retort, supporting myself on the bar top as I lean into him over the bar. "What's wrong with him? I've never seen him like that." Dwight lets out a foul chuckle, shaking his head as he looks at me. "Let's just say your boyfriend is terribly bad at handling stress at the moment," he says, fixating me. "Always has been, really. You know what he's like, unbearable when he's not on his meds." Angry heat flushes through my body, and my heart pounds in angry beats, speeding as I try to keep it together. "His meds?" I repeat. Dwight shrugs, adding an insolent laugh to his gesture. "You know, I told him he shouldn't stop taking them. They really put him in his place, made him a person you could actually talk to. Even though he was still unreasonable then," he says, dragging the words as he speaks. I shuffle back, inhaling in shock as I try to make sense of his words. "He met with you today, I recall. This afternoon. You texted to see him, right?" Dwight shrugs again. "We had business to discuss. That's what grown-ups do, little girl." "Don't call me that," I hiss, disgusted. "What did you do to him when you guys met?" His eyebrows arch as he perks up, raising both hands in defense. "I didn't do anything to him. We talked, that's all," he says. "Had a little drink. Thought I'd give him a little something to take the edge off, you know." He chuckles coldly. "Made him mellow, all right, but no less hard to argue with." My breath catches as my hand flies up to my mouth, touching parted lips as a gruesome realization comes to mind. What did you do to him? I repeat. Did you give him something? Did you put something in his drink? Hey, he barks at me, throwing me an alarmed look. Enough with the accusations. He looks surprised for whatever reason. He just pretty much told me what he did, so why does it amaze him when I say it out loud? Maybe he really did want all of this to happen. What if he has planned this? I've never seen him around on the nights when Rowan was here, and it strikes me as an odd coincidence that he's here tonight, coming right up to Rowan and saying all that nasty stuff. Somehow taking advantage of the state Rowan was in and just waiting for him to punch him. He was not only provoking it, but he welcomed it. But why? Why would he do this? Why would he have an interest in reviving a person who Rowan no longer wants to be? And why am I still here, leaving Rowan on his own again as the monsters of his past make an unwelcome appearance? Last time it was nothing but a tale. An unpleasant truth about the man I was about to fall in love with. Tonight, I got a glimpse of what that truth looks like in the flesh. But it was nothing but a threat. Something or someone pushing Rowan to the edge as he tried to fight it. I can't confirm that my suspicions are true. But Dwight does not deny it either. He just glares at me now, looking tense and waiting as if he's almost afraid of my next move. I look over at Sandy, who's still close to us, watching the scene with frightened fascination. She catches my gaze, nodding toward me as if she already knows what I'm about to say. Tell them I had to leave. She nods again, watching as I turn on my heel and jog toward the exit, ignoring the angry slurs that Dwight sends after me.
Chapter 33. Rowan. I need to get out of this place. Away from her, away from that look. That look she gave me. I swore I'd never do this to her, never hurt her like she's been hurt before. I swore I'd never scare her and remind her of the ghosts she's trying to leave behind as much as I am. I promised myself she would never see this side of me, and I failed her. My head is spinning, my heart racing with a speed that is almost painful, which only worsens the state my fucked up head is in. I'm dizzy and nauseous, and it's no longer just a physical thing. The thoughts running through my head now are almost as toxic as the feeling that's spreading through me as I stumble out on the street. Luckily, the doorman who has been called to the ladies' rescue has no interest in making this worse for me. Instead of grabbing me violently, shoving me forward, and reminding me never to step foot inside this club, or some other kind of bullshit he could be yelling at me, he just calmly walks next to me, not saying a word as he escorts me off the premises. The door closes behind me, setting a tragic and poetic end to the evening and possibly to whatever I had with Melina. It took her days to consider giving me a second chance after I opened up to her, telling her about the man I used to be, the man who drove me to make the mistakes that turned me into the broken person I am today. And that was just a tale. It was just a story to her, a tale about my past that frightened her enough to run away from me then. Tonight was more than that. Tonight wasn't just a history lesson about me, it was the real thing. Tonight she actually got an impression of the man she fears, the man I no longer want to be. And she knows that it was nothing but a taste. I erupted in front of her eyes. I yelled at a man, and I almost punched a man, but none of it depicts what is actually brewing inside me. I held back, just barely managing to control myself. It could have been so much worse, and she knows that. I didn't call for my driver to get here, but took a cab instead. My head already too dazed for any conversation I might be required to have otherwise. So he's not waiting for me outside, and I have to pick one of the cabs waiting on the driveway in front of the club at random. They begin lining up as the night progresses, and they know there'll be an ample number of happy rich men who tip generously. The cab driver greets me as I slump on the back seat, and I retort with an automatic response, telling him where to take me in a short and concise manner that lets him know I'm in no mood for small talk. My stomach turns as the car starts driving, and I hope to God I don't get sick on the drive. I haven't puked inside a car since my early 20s, shortly after I joined the Army and let loose all of that pent-up tension that built during my bound upbringing. Bound but safe and marked by love, I need to remind myself. Melina lacked all those things during her childhood, and I could have been the one to give that to her if I hadn't fucked up. If Dwight hadn't made me fuck this up. Is it too easy to blame him for this? Am I just casting the responsibility for my behavior aside by insisting that Dwight was to blame for it in any way? Yes, he pushed me, but did any of what he said to me justify the way I acted at the club? Did it justify me running out on him earlier when I felt that my head was starting to spin and I needed to get away from him, practically fleeing the office because I was afraid of what I might do? Why did he have to show up at the club? Why was he there tonight of all nights? I knew that he was a customer there because he was the one who enabled me to get in, but I've never seen him there during any of my other visits. Was it pure coincidence that he showed up there when I was still churning with rage from our earlier meeting? It's hard to believe that evil fate didn't have his dark hands in this. It's probably for the best. If anything, tonight was a reminder that Melina and I couldn't work out. A reminder for both of us. We may have clicked in some regards, like both of us craving the soothing embrace of silence for reasons rooted in our past. We were a perfect blend in bed, a comfort to each other, and a promise for something we both lacked until we met. But there was no future for us. Not with the danger I posed to her sanity, and not with how fragile our unity was under the circumstances. Yes, it's probably for the best that it ended tonight. The cab stops, and I take a painfully long amount of time to find my credit card to pay the guy. My movements are slow and sloppy as my balance is still off. I still look and feel like an intoxicated person, barely able to hold my head up as I try to meet the driver's eyes in the mirror. The looks he cast me are underlying with worry and tense awareness as if he's ready for an impending attack. It's hard to tell which one of us is more relieved once the business of paying him is finished and I finally stumble out of the car. I pause in front of the building, my head falling back as my gaze travels up along the Art Deco facade of my luxury townhouse, as if I can't believe it's mine. Melina loved this place. She felt so at home within such a short amount of time, and I loved making her feel that way. I loved having her with me. I loved seeing her first thing in the morning, and I loved sharing meals with her that neither one of us had cooked. She cooks as little as I do, but her drinks have certainly brought my dining experience to a new level. Her wonderfully creative mind, her smile, her sighs when she came wrapped around my cock, the way she always remembered to lean in on my left side when she wanted to whisper something in my ear. My solid heart feels as if blunt blades are repeatedly stabbing me, tearing me apart from the inside as I recall everything I have lost. I've been lonely before. It was part of the reason I went to the Velvet Rooms in the first place, seeking distraction and company in a time of need. But standing here, now, with that aching hole in my chest, I feel like I understand what being lonely really means. Loneliness is not just the lack of someone significant in your life, a person who loves to be with you, who supports you, a partner. You're alone when there's no one like that in your life. But being lonely is something else. Loneliness means knowing exactly what it is you're missing in your life. Loneliness means knowing someone out there can fill that gap in your life, but not having them with you. Or losing them. A voice is calling for me, and for a moment I mistake it for my imagination because I recognize it. My name, spoken in a muffled plea, spoken by a voice I'm all too familiar with. I don't dare to turn because I worry that my conjecture could be proven right. That there was no one calling for me, but it's just a sad echo of her earlier exclamation. I can't be sure of it until I feel her hand on my arm. Following that warm sensation, I look into a set of deep hazel eyes I thought I'd never see again.
Chapter 34. Melina. Drink this. I hand him a cup of steaming hot herbal tea, and he throws me a skeptical look, doubting whether I wanted to help him or maybe about to worsen his state. Rowan sits on a bench in the dining area next to the kitchen, looking weak and smaller than I know him to be. He was swaying when I found him standing in front of his house, staring at the facade as if he was waiting for me to come. But I'm sure he didn't. He looked so utterly lost and hopeless when I jumped out of the cab I'd been following him in, neither noticing the car itself nor the fact I got out of it just seconds after he'd stepped out of his cab. He didn't hear me calling at first, and I blamed it on his bad hearing and the fact that my voice came from the right, his bad side. It was more than that, though. His mind was as absent as his body is crippled. Even when he did finally hear me and our eyes met, he didn't quite look like himself. He was just a shell of the man I was looking for. He's still looking at me like that, dazed and absent-minded with disbelief lining his face. "Drink," I repeat, pointing at the mug in his hands. That request has been pretty much all the verbal conversation we've had ever since I came up to him downstairs. He looked at me with those hurt, foggy eyes, and I took his hand, walking up the stairs next to him without either of us saying a word. I told him to sit down right after we got inside and went to the kitchen to see what he had in stock. I poured him a glass of water first, forcing him to finish all of it before I brought him another one while the water started boiling for tea. He doesn't have a big selection of tea to choose from, but I'm glad I could find anything at all. I sit down next to him, supporting my chin on my palm, as I watch him sip on the herbal tea I brought him. His dark eyes fixate me from the side, narrowing as if he was experiencing pain. "I'm sorry, Melina," he says. "I'm sorry you had to see—" "Don't." I cut him off, raising a finger as if I was rebuking an unruly child. "How are you feeling?" He cocks his head to the side, rolling his eyes. "Better," he says, "but not quite like myself yet." He pauses, his gaze wandering for a moment before he returns to me, and a somber shadow casts over his face. "I thought I'd lost you," he says. "After all that happened—" I bite my lip, lowering my eyes as I nod. "Because I ran from you when you told me about your past," I say, feeling an odd sense of guilt washing over me. "Because I turned my back on you when it was just words. And now you scared me even more because it was no longer just telling, but showing." A cold chuckle escapes him. "I never intended for you to see this side of me," he adds. "I never wanted to—" "Rowan," I interrupt him, placing my hand on his thigh in a soft but demanding touch. "The important thing is that you didn't do it. You were angry, and understandably so. What that guy said to you infuriated you. You were close, but you didn't do it." His eyes widen as he looks at me, slowly realizing that he may not be as bad as a man in my eyes as he thought he was. "I didn't get drunk," he says, putting weight on each word, making sure that I believe him. "I don't know what's wrong with me, but I swear to you I haven't had more than 2 small drinks. Nowhere near the amount that would explain this." I nod, still ridden with that dark suspicion. "You met with Dwight this afternoon? Before both of you showed up at the club?" He nods. "Yes, that's when I had the first drink." "And he poured it for you?" He nods again, looking stern as his eyes lock onto mine. "You don't think he—" "Maybe," I respond, tilting my head to the side. "I mean, I'm not saying he did, but he was weird after you left, saying things about you not being on your meds." "He said what?" Rowan interrupts me, jerking up from the couch. "What meds? I have nothing to—" "I know," I say, now being the one who cuts him off. "I believe you. But what if Dwight really—I mean, would he have a reason? Is he angry with you about something?" Disdain tinges the laugh that escapes Rowan. "Oh, yes. We've been arguing for months about a business decision that we do not see eye to eye on. He has been working for my father for a very long time and claims he only wants to follow his wishes, but that's a load of bullshit." "Are you his superior?" I wonder out loud, an idea sparking inside my head that seems almost too cliché to be true. Rowan cocks his head from side to side. In a way, yes, I will be. He has been working for your father for a very long time? Yeah. He has been around since I was in high school, Rowan replies. And you only started getting involved in the business a few months ago, I probe. More like a year ago, but yes. He responds, now looking at me with knitted eyebrows. You don't think he put something in my drink, trying to aggravate me and then make me lose it in public so he could benefit from it? I shrug. It's a possibility, isn't it? Rowan sighs, turning the mug on the table as his mind wanders. It would explain a lot, he whispers, as he's still trying to put the pieces together. It would explain his irrational stubbornness. It was never about actually signing with Mentor. It was about objecting me, driving me insane, testing my temper. I don't know exactly what he's talking about, but the fact that there may actually be some truth to my assumption frightens me. Do you think he's capable of more? I ask, squeezing his thigh. Rowan throws me a quick look from the side, then shakes his head. No, he says. Dwight can be an asshole, but he's not a murderer or even a criminal. If all of this is true, which we don't know for sure, it only means that he's pissed that my father overlooked him, surpassed by an heir who didn't step up to the task for most of his life. He scoffs, shaking his head. Man, as much as I hate the guy right now, I can't even blame him. Wow, you're a lot more forgiving than I'd be if someone did this to me, I tell him, raising an eyebrow. Rowan looks at me, a surprisingly light-hearted smile gracing his handsome face. I don't know if it's my simple water and tea treatment or the relief of seeing me here, next to him, still infatuated. Still his. But either way, he looks a lot more aware and clear than he did just a few minutes ago. It's easy to be forgiving when you're happy, he says, lifting the mug up to his lips, winking at me as he takes another sip.
Epilogue 1. Rowan. 3 months later. She's lovely. Has a little edge to her. I like that. My father's voice has become so faint that it has become hard for me to understand him. I'm sitting next to his bed, bent forward with my elbows on my knees and my left side turned to him. He has been in and out of the hospital for the past few months, going back and forth between glimmers of hope and terrible setbacks that make us fear the worst. This time, however, it's different. He looks thinner than ever, his skin color has changed to a yellow tone, and the shadows beneath his eyes look downright scary. It's very hard to imagine that he'll walk out of this hospital on his 2 feet. She's good for you, he adds with a hoarse voice. You know, women have this wonderful ability to keep your head straight. They ground you, but not many do it without suffocating the man you are. He clears his throat, shaken by another coughing fit. That's the hard part, he concludes, finding a woman who grounds you without suffocating you. He points at the door, through which Melina has just disappeared with my mother to fetch us some drinks, suggesting that he's sure he'd found such a woman, as have I. I give him a weak smile, nodding as I listen. Didn't know you have such deep wisdom in you, Dad. He waves me off in a weak but sharp gesture. Plenty, he exclaims. You just never cared to listen. We exchange a look, the past resting heavily on both of us. Regret is such a painful word. It aches because of the tragic finality that comes with some mistakes, and I'm tormented by a lot of them, especially during these past few weeks when I had to witness my father slowly dying. I can't give Melina enough credit for being with me through this whole time. Our relationship is still so young, but has already been shaken by life's truth with such a vicious force. And she was there for it. She was ready to look past my blinding exterior, the wealth that surrounds me, the power I exude, and the looks I've worked hard for. It's easy to grab a woman's attention when you're a man like me, but it's not easy to keep her around once she meets the real you, with all your flaws, ghosts from the past, and daunting prospects for the future. We never found out for sure whether Dwight really poisoned me that night, whether he was out to destroy me by having me explode in public and thus lose my father's trust, and possibly my position at the company, for good. I can't prove anything, and he's still working for me, but I've made sure to distance myself from his toxic reach. Melina is convinced he did it, and she glares at him every time the two meet, willing to protect me like a fierce lioness. That girl. Dad, I need to tell you something, I say, glancing over at the closed door, before they come back. His eyebrows raise with curious awareness. Oh? I clear my throat, trying to calm my racing heart as I gather the courage to give voice to a thought that's been with me for a while now, a wish that's been growing inside me, an idea that might sound crazy to some and romantic to others. It's been there for longer than I care to admit. I dismissed it at first, trying to be reasonable, a grown-up and not just a young heart crazy in love. But fuck it if I can't be both. Melina, I'm going to ask her to marry me, I tell him, adding a little cough, if only to show how weird it is to hear myself say such a thing. Me? A husband? A few months ago, I would have laughed at the idea. Now it fills me with comforting warmth. The idea of making Melina my wife feels like a soothing hug around my shoulders, strengthening me, making everything else seem minor in comparison. My father responds with a cordial smile, adding a little laugh at my nervousness as I rub my neck and evade his gaze. I'm not surprised, he simply says, patting my hand. You have never looked at a woman the way you look at her. He pauses, laughing, a sight that has become rare for him. Heck, you have never even introduced a girl to us, he adds, shaking his head. She's different. Your mother said so right away. I smile, agreeing with his words with a simple nod. Yes, she is. But why are you telling me? My father asks, his expression laced with worry. You're not asking for my permission, are you? I look at him, meeting the same dark eyes I inherited. There's still so much life, so much of him in those eyes, while his body is growing weaker day by day to nothing but a pale shell. I just wanted to let you know because I'm going to do it soon, very soon, I reply, chuckling awkwardly. And since I can't ask her father for approval, well, yes, I guess I'm asking for yours. My father bursts out in laughter, a laughter that soon turns into a coughing fit, reminding him of his sickened state, even when he's amused. I jerk up in my chair, alarmed at how heavily he's shaken by the tremors that take hold of his body, but he raises his hand, assuring me that he's fine. He takes a deep breath, closing his eyes for a second as he collects himself, making sure that the coughing has come to an end. His eyes are red and tears when he looks at me, a wide smile gracing his features. Thank you, he says, the words heavy with meaning and coming from the bottom of his heart. He reaches for my hand, squeezing it as he smiles at me. Let's just hope she says yes, he says, casting a mischievous wink at me, just in time. The door opens and my mother resurfaces with Melina, laughing as they step into the room.
Epilogue 2. Melina. What was that all about? I've never been sent home early, no matter how calm the night was and how little there was for me to do. I thought Sandy was joking when she first came up to the bar and told me that Miss Barry herself said that I was allowed to go home. It was way too early. The midnight performance hadn't even started yet. Sure, we didn't have a lot to do today, and Alex could handle the few clients who were still around, but it was still odd, to say the least. They were all so eager to get rid of me that it made me more suspicious than happy. I'm even more confused when I step outside and find Rowan's driver already waiting outside, despite the fact I've ended my shift more than 3 hours early. For the past few weeks, he's picked me up after every shift. At first, I didn't like the idea of giving up so much of my hard-earned independence just because my boyfriend was loaded and all too happy to share his wealth with me. But fighting him was futile. He didn't want me to drive, and he thought it was silly for me to take a cab to his place. Our place. Our place and our driver. I still haven't gotten used to it. Things have moved so fast, objecting any reason, any caution. But as surreal as it still appears, it feels so right too. In general, that is. Tonight is weird. How did you know I was already done for the night? I ask the driver, Jim, as I hop into the black limousine waiting for me outside the club. He looks at me through the rear-view mirror, his eyes flickering with a smirk I can't quite see. I was told to be here at this time. By whom? I probe while he starts the car. Did Rowan tell you to be here early? Jim doesn't respond right away. He just exchanges another look with me through the mirror, narrowing his eyes as if he's hiding something. I look right back at him, waiting for an answer that doesn't come. He continues to drive without saying another word, leaving me to wonder what the hell is going on tonight. Why is everyone acting so suspicious? Is Rowan okay? And if he wasn't, why wouldn't someone tell me what's going on? My heart speeds up, fueled by worry, even though I'm not quite sure what to worry about. Was it something about his father? Did he... No, that can't be. We just saw him a couple of days ago, and while he looked anything but fine, he didn't look like he was about to check out for good. Not yet. Soon, probably, but not yet. Besides, I'm sure Rowan would be here if it was anything like that. He wouldn't just send me home with the help of others while leaving me in the dark about what's going on. He wouldn't do that. I sigh as I sink deeper into the leather seats, remaining quiet for the rest of the drive while my mind wanders. I really hope this doesn't mean bad news. But if it's not bad news, could it be something good? Something new? I still haven't come to any conclusions by the time the car stops in front of the house. Jim has never been a man of many words, but tonight he's especially quiet, barely wishing me a good night as I climb out of the car. I pause in front of the house for a few moments, my gaze wandering up and down the facade as if it could tell me anything about why I'm here. I expect Rowan to greet me at the door, finally freeing me from this uncertain suspense. But he's nowhere to be found when I unlock the door. I open it slowly, and with caution, as if I was afraid of what's waiting for me inside. The house is dark with only a single spotlight highlighting the entrance area. Rowan? My voice echoes through the empty hallways, only emphasizing how big this place is. I close the door behind me, searching my surroundings, when I find something lying on the stairs that lead to the second floor right in front of me. A blue blindfold. I step closer to inspect it, picking it up and holding it up to my eyes. It's not the same one Rowan gave to me as a present. This one has a lighter color, and when I turn it around, I notice something sewn on it with bright silver threads. Words. Meet me underwater, I read in a whisper. My eyebrows crease as I try to gather an understanding of the message, and my gaze wanders up the stairs where I find another clue showing me the way. A blue piece of fabric. Soft velvet, it seems, is fastened to one of the uppermost stairs, pointing upward. He wants me to go upstairs. My heart bolts as I follow the silent commands, mindfully placing one foot in front of the other while I ascend, careful not to make a sound. More arrows await me on the second floor, urging me to continue to the third floor where the bedrooms are. It's dark up here with no lights turned on except a tiny piece of string lights at one of the doors. I expect to be led to our bedroom, the one we play and sleep in because it's the only room we ever really used. I've only ever stepped into the other two once, shortly before I moved in with Rowan a few weeks back, and I never paid attention to them since. I feel silly for that now because a suspicion brews in me when I realize that the string of lights is attached to one of the doors that lead to those unused rooms. It's arranged around a blue velvet heart pinned to the door, indicating that this is where my journey will end. My heart is pounding so violently that I almost feel dizzy, swallowing dryly as I place my hand on the doorknob. I take a deep breath, bracing myself before I dare to turn it and open the door. Blue light pours into the hallway, evoking a faint gasp of surprise as I reveal the mystery behind it. I open the doorway all the way, stepping inside of what can only be called an exact replica of the blue velvet room at the club. The entire room is bathed in soft blue light, just barely enough to see. Soft carpet teases my feet. The walls are covered with blue button-tufted fabric, and a bed is placed against the wall to my right beneath a set of heavy velvet curtains. And at the foot of the bed, I find him. Rowan is standing before me with his hands in his pants pockets, meeting me with a somber smile on his face. He's dressed in a sharp, dark suit, topped with a bow tie and his hair gelled to the side. For a moment, we just stand there, me staring with my mouth ajar while he smiles, giving me time to take in the room he built for me, for us. Then he goes down on one knee. I don't need to hear the question. And I don't need him to say the words. I don't even need to see the diamond sparkling in his hands, catching even the slightest amount of light to show off its pristine beauty as Rowan holds it up to me. His lips part to speak, but no words disturb the quaint tranquility between us as I rush over to him and join him on the floor, wrapping my arms around his neck. A kiss is my first response, then another placed on his cheek before I move over to his left side, whispering the only word we need right now. Yes.
You've reached the end of Book 2, here on Ember and Echo Audiobooks. But every ending sparks a new beginning. Stay tuned for Book 3 in the series. And if you loved this story, like, subscribe, and ring the bell to be the first to hear what comes next.